After making reed salt, Jiang Chang'an directed the young soldiers to make earth salt. They used filtered water again, and Jiang Chang'an's filtering tool amazed the boys even more. It was a bamboo tube connected to a bucket. When they opened the bucket's spout, water would naturally flow into the bamboo tube for filtering, and the clean water would flow into another bucket. It is very convenient and looks like a mech. Chang'an, are you accepting apprentices? Teach me woodworking? Jiang Fengshuo's family makes iron, but he is now deeply attracted to Chang'an's woodworking skills and is thinking of changing careers. He wonders if his father would be furious if he found out. I don't take apprentices, but when I work on wood, you can come and watch. I can explain things to you. Whether he learns or not depends on his talent. Some people just don't have it.
Great.
I'll come too. Chang'an, next time you make something with wood, remember to invite me. In the end, 13 students, except for Shenyu Jiao and a few close friends, all wanted to learn woodworking from Chang'an. Because of the impressive giant wheel monster vehicle they saw yesterday, the young students also wanted to make practical tools like pet companions. Chang'an smiled and nodded. Woodworking is boring and dull, and after they see it, about 70% will give up and 20% might never learn. Those who can learn need at least 10 or 8 years of practice to master it. The craft is never simple. Without determination, even the smartest person is only half-skilled. Without practice, they can't produce high-quality work. It's much harder than studying. Studying mostly uses the brain, but woodworking requires both brain and body. Without calloused hands, one can't become a master. Chang'an's training was all from his past life. For lunch, everyone ate on the mountain. Teacher Song really took the students to gather bird eggs, catch wild chickens and rabbits, basically teaching outdoor survival skills. It was impressive that the old teacher, even at his age, was running and jumping with the students. Teacher Song was very agile and skilled, thanks to his deep martial arts training. This wasn't their first group hunt. Hunting was almost every boy's favorite activity. Even bookish students like Shin Shikong were very excited and eager. They successfully caught enough food for today, with salt and a pot ready. They cooked everything in one pot. Surprisingly, food cooked with gray salt tasted even better. Everyone ate until their mouths were greasy, and even Teacher Song ate a bit more. After lunch, they continued boiling 3 pots of earth salt, which produced much more salt than the gray salt, about 3 to 4 gene per pot. Is it really okay to eat this? It's just earth. Won't it be deadly? Since the salt was abundant, Chang'an divided it among all his classmates, though only a few ounces each. It could last many days for cooking. Salt is a precious resource. Farmers are reluctant to use too much, and those who save carefully can enjoy salt for half a month. Now, they also know how to make salt by burning it in the mountains, which will eventually allow them to have free access to salt. Of course, Shenyu Jiao's family is wealthy, so she doesn't care much about this small amount of salt. It wasn't until today that she realized what salt actually looks like. She used to think that the salt made at home was the same as the one made by Jiang Chang'an. She wondered how valuable it could be. Naturally, Shenyu Jiao didn't want this little bit of salt, and more classmates praised Jiang Chang'an, which made her unhappy. She started speaking more freely, doubting whether the homemade salt was safe to eat. Even though it was fine and white, she worried it might still be just stones. During a famine in the village, it was said that people who ate dirt to survive died, because dirt can't be digested. No matter how much they ate, it stayed in their intestines, turning their insides into dirt. She wondered if the salt made from dirt was the same, just a different color. Hearing Shenyu Jiao's words, her classmates, who were mostly young and inexperienced, suddenly lost their cheerful mood. They couldn't tell right from wrong very well, so they just believed whatever they heard. They looked suspiciously at Teacher Song. Could it be? Even if it was dirt, once it was turned into salt, how could it still be deadly? Of course not. After burning, the ingredients change. Salt and dirt are not the same. Rice is also made from manure, but do you still eat rice? If you don't want it, give it back to me, Teacher Song said confidently. He didn't bother explaining the chemical details because they wouldn't understand and might get scared. Jiang Chang'an was quick and sharp with words, likely Shushan.
Ah,
What should we do? You have to eat rice every day. Zhang Zhuzi laughed happily, acting as if he never ate rice himself. Shun Yu Jiao felt wronged. She wanted to pour salt on these fools' wounds and see if they could still laugh. All right, you students should be more polite, Teacher Song said. Youth is carefree, and it's a good age to say silly things. He suddenly felt old. Pack up and go home after class, he announced. Today was a day full of harvest and planting seeds of wisdom. Some students, like Li Shushan and Shin Shikong, had changed from mischievous kids to diligent learners. It was clear they had either figured something out or been influenced by something, and Teacher Song was very pleased. Since the weather was still early, Zhang Chong'an didn't plan to go back yet. She also brought a bucket so she could carry some other things home. For example, "Sir, I want to go get some saltpeter to bring home. The weather is too hot, and my parents are suffering through the summer." Actually, she just wanted to eat ice. Master Song was surprised. Zhang Chong'an knew about saltpeter. Since he arrived here, he hadn't used saltpeter again, fearing it might attract attention, as saltpeter was usually known only to the upper class. It was also because the amount was small and mainly used by nobles and officials. But there was a large area on the mountain called Whitegi Mountain. Zhang Chong'an probably saw this in old books. Master Song almost doubted her identity, but she was still the same little girl, and her family background was clear. Besides Li Shushan, it seemed the other students didn't know about saltpeter. Chong'an, what is saltpeter? Why does she know so much? She's taking all the lead. After going back, they also planned to read extra books, which were like tools for sudden wealth. Yeah, what is saltpeter used for? Is it medicine? Otherwise, why would it be related to suffering through summer? Look, those white stones over there, saltpeter is used to make ice. Zhang Chong'an pointed to another mountain, showing that the mountain village really had treasures everywhere. However, when her classmates heard about the white stones on the nearby mountain, they shivered and their faces changed. We can't go there. The place with the white stones is forbidden. It's a taboo, and we might get punished. Li San shouted. Of course, this was what his father, Li the soothsayer, said. Exactly. My grandpa said that place often catches fire on its own. There are ghosts. Only ghosts could light themselves, right? There are definitely ghosts. Next to it is the ruin hill, where people dare not step on the white stone ground. They just leave the bodies nearby. When a fire starts and the wind blows, those bodies also burn. It's very scary. Folklore about gods, ghosts, and monsters has always been a popular topic. Even events that never happened are told with vivid details. The abandoned graves on the hill are located on Whitestone Mountain in the mountain village. During wars, plagues, or natural disasters, when many people die, they are hastily buried or discarded there. When ghost fires ignite, these bodies are burned. Whitestone Mountain has always been considered an unlucky place, filled with stories of ghosts and monsters. Over time, it naturally became a forbidden area, and villagers rarely went there. Everyone knew this. However, Zhang Chong'an's family was a bit special. She didn't know about the messy graveyard on Whitestone Mountain, probably because her mother was found there by Zhang Er. The Zhang family probably didn't allow anyone to talk about this old story. But secretly, many people said that Yao was a monster from the graveyard, bringing bad luck, so few wanted to associate with her. When Zhang Er wanted to marry Yao, not only did the Zhang family oppose it, but villagers also disapproved. Who knew what Yao was really like? Could she harm the whole village? Especially when Zhang Er insisted on marrying her, people said Yao was strange. Maybe she used magic to make Zhang Er fall deeply in love with her. Some even worried Zhang Er might be harmed or lose his vitality because of her. Later, Li the fortune teller helped Zhang Er and Yao by reading their fortunes. It turned out there was nothing wrong. They were just ordinary people who had a tough early life, but good fortune later. Because Yao was modest and behaved well after marrying into the Zhang family, and she had 2 children, people gradually forgot about the past. But those who didn't like the Zhang family still said Yao was unlucky. Otherwise, how could Zhang Chong'an be such a silly child? But weren't there also many foolish people in the village? And now, that silly child had become smarter than anyone else. Jiang Chang'an didn't expect that the place was a messy graveyard. It was really strange. Are there really ghosts? Has anyone seen them? Is the whole area full of graves? Of course there are ghosts. They often see ghostly flames there, especially from July to September. I've seen it once myself. Blue flames flickering in the air, dancing and drifting like spirits. It was very frightening. For a long time, I was afraid to go out at night. Even now, I still feel scared when I think about it. Shin Das-hun was scared too. One night, while watching over his father and making medicine, he saw countless ghost fires flickering on the mountain. He accidentally knocked over the medicine jar and hurried inside to help his family. Jiang Chang'an was silent. Ghost fires on a graveyard weren't unusual if there were corpses there. Ghost fire isn't really a ghost, she said. The books say that bones contain a substance called phosphorus. It has a low ignition point and can ignite on its own when the temperature is high enough. So, what are ghost fires? And what are ghosts? Who can really explain? Anyway, Jiang Chang'an had never seen one herself. Shin Dashuan's fire went out unexpectedly. Which book mentioned this? Why doesn't he know? That's correct. It is recorded in the notes of the first empress. Why does the emperor's notebook have the empress's notes? He didn't explain the reason. Li Shushan's eyes flickered slightly, and Shin Shikong was directly stunned. The teacher even has the empress's notes. Such a rare and precious book is displayed openly, yet he doesn't recognize it and never looks through those miscellaneous books. Instead, Jiang Chang'an has loved reading the teacher's books since she was young, various kinds, and she can remember them well. That's how she learned so much and performed outstandingly in the county exams. Having shown her ability and gained fame, she now has a kind of protective charm. Only now does she dare to reveal her true self, transforming from a fool back into a normal person. No, a smart person. Professor Song only wanted to confirm that such a book really exists. Jiang Chang'an was right. This child might have read all the copies of his books. Her memory is really good. If Jiang Chang'an hadn't mentioned it, Professor Song wouldn't even remember this. Looking back now, it makes sense. Ghost fire can be explained scientifically, or rather chemically. But even today, Professor Song, who is very knowledgeable, doesn't know much more about chemistry. Impossible, right? Then why does ghost fire only appear at night and not during the day? There must really be ghosts after all. Ghosts only become active when the atmosphere is dark and gloomy at night, because the sunlight during the day is too bright and covers the phosphorescent fire. Of course, our eyes can't see it. That's not right. Baishur Mountain doesn't just have ghost fire. Sometimes there are explosions there, shaking the sky, and many villagers have seen it. It's powerful ghosts fighting or celebrating. Li San spoke excitedly. He is the most authoritative when it comes to ghosts and monsters. His father is a spiritual healer, after all. His father said not to go to Baishur Mountain. My father also said that even during the day, you shouldn't go to Baishur Mountain. The atmosphere there is too heavy with gloom. Kids going there might pick up some unclean things. Jiang Chang'an rubbed her forehead. She really can't say much about explosions. Saltpeter is one of the ingredients in fireworks and explosives. When mixed with flammable materials like cotton, it's no wonder it explodes. But since explosives are a kind of hot weapon that hasn't been invented by ancestors, Jiang Chang'an prefers not to say too much to avoid causing trouble. But is it really just a ghostly celebration? Could there be some trick involved? Saltpeter forming bombs requires very strict conditions. It looks like some people are deliberately creating a spectacle to fool the villagers. Jiang Chang'an became even more curious and decided to go and see for herself. She exclaimed in surprise, "Are there really ghosts? You didn't trick me, did you? Actually, I really want to see what ghosts look like." Upon hearing this, her classmates suddenly broke their composure, as if the fear in their hearts had been suddenly torn open and released. They no longer felt scared. Also, boys usually like to take risks. Ghosts are just ghosts, why not go see what they look like? Master Song couldn't help but laugh. The group was tricked by the clever little ghost, but he said it's still early and there's no harm in checking it out. In this world, malicious hearts are always more frightening than invisible ghosts. Of course, Master Song had been to Baishur Mountain, which villagers said was very scary, but he hadn't actually seen anything unusual. Yes, sir, the students replied reluctantly. It was the teacher's idea, not theirs. After returning home, their parents probably wouldn't blame them. Baishur Mountain was right next to the salt flats. It looked like a mountain drained of all life, mostly white and gray, with even the trees dried up. Crows were startled and flew overhead cawing loudly. Was this bleak scene really a forbidden place? It seemed too terrifying. The students walked in pairs, carefully moving forward. Master Song led the students straight toward the area with saltpeter. The rocks there were just a bit wider, nothing special. Jiang Chang'an activated her system scan. Wow, this was clearly a natural saltpeter mine, large and deep. Forget making ice. They could also produce fireworks and glass easily. But Jiang Chang'an only planned to make ice. Anything more involved was beyond her role. This place is pretty clean. I don't see any abandoned graves, she said, relieved that her saltpeter wouldn't be contaminated. Huh, the abandoned graves are over there, Master Song explained with a smile. During summer, the southeast wind blows that way. When ghost fires rise, it can burn some things. We can all go take a look. He looked at them with a somewhat mischievous smile. Jiang Chang'an immediately used her system to scan from afar. Suddenly, she saw several scattered bones, small finger bones, large skulls, some animal, and of course, human remains. Master Song really had a twisted sense of fun. He just wanted to scare everyone. Jiang Chang'an shook her head and shifted her view to scan more broadly. Then she exclaimed, "Wow! So many jade rough stones." At a higher spot on White Stone Mountain, there is a cave. The entrance is only big enough for a small child to pass through, but inside, there is a whole different world. The inside is very spacious. It contains pure nitrate minerals and many finished jade raw stones. There are so many, about 10 tons worth, and the colors are excellent, with top-quality varieties. The largest raw stone is several meters tall. Wow! Which wealthy person hid treasures here? The entrance is guarded by several skulls with fierce faces, clearly meant to scare outsiders away. It seems like a gatekeeper. Having so many skulls there makes people think. Are there dangers inside the cave? Who would dare to go in? And even if someone enters, they might not notice anything unusual because the jade stones are buried in pits about a meter underground. This must be something that shouldn't be seen. If the origin could be traced, maybe they could take advantage of others, like a black market deal. Jiang Chang'an stroked his chin quietly, thinking. It seems that Li Shushan has very good information about this. He plans to ask him later. After finding the nitrate, Jiang Chang'an crushed it and started testing. He used his water bamboo tube, tossing the nitrate into it. Soon, the water cooled down and froze. It's done, Jiang Chang'an cheered. This summer was saved. Exactly. As long as that white crystal layer is there, it can turn water into ice. But the ice water can't be drunk directly. If you want to drink cold water, you can add a clean basin of water into the nitrate solution. Soon, the second batch of water would also freeze. Teacher Song had used such ice water before. Although he didn't operate himself, he knew the method. The students wished they could gather nitrate in sacks, but they were here to learn, not to carry sacks. Only Jiang Chang'an brought one. He didn't bring a sack when he went out. What was he thinking? Did he not want a good harvest? Are you so happy just because of ice? It's just ice. This year, dig a cellar and store ice there for winter. Next summer, you'll have ice to use. Why bother with the complicated nitrate ice making? Li Shushan couldn't understand. Jiang Chang'an's eyes curve into a smile. That's the operation of wealthy families. Ordinary farmers' cellars aren't deep enough to store ice. They can store grains, but not enough to keep ice. They simply don't have the money. Jiang Chang'an didn't explain further. Instead, he said to Li Shushan, I've discovered a huge secret. Come tonight and I'll tell you. Li Shushan was startled. Did the little monster discover something extraordinary again? They had already made salt and ice. Was that not impressive enough? But when it came to the partner's request, he agreed without hesitation, saying, "All right, I'll come find you after dinner." However, it seemed inappropriate for a man and woman to meet so late at night. Yet, neither of them seemed to care or react. Perhaps they hadn't yet reached the age where such thoughts mattered. Since ancient times, love troubles have been hard to solve. Many female students start out talented and beautiful, but once love enters the picture, complicated feelings arise, and their studies become dull. Male students are somewhat better, but many talented scholars are also troubled by love, ultimately achieving little. Teacher Song has seen many such examples. But he is an open-minded teacher and wouldn't stop such developments. Everyone must experience their own life. Others shouldn't interfere too much. Teacher Song has good hearing and overheard Jiang Chang'an talking with Li Shushan. Of course, he wasn't curious about children's secrets. The students wandered around Baishir Mountain. No forbidden place was safe from their steps. Just as they were feeling proud, a sharp, frightened voice suddenly pierced the air. "Ah, there's a ghost." The shrill cry nearly deafened everyone. Shin Yujiao, who had been suspicious and scared, finally found a skull and clung to Zhang Ronghua in fear. It turned out Shin Yujiao was fine, just nervous and scared. But Zhang Ronghua was so startled by her sudden move that he fainted beautifully. Luckily, Teacher Song caught them in time. Otherwise, they would have fallen onto the hard saltpeter and become the next fools. "Ah, a head." "No, it's not. It's a rolling head." "Mother, there really is a ghost." Indeed, people shouldn't get too carried away. The students, frightened, hugged each other for comfort, or was it to boost each other's courage? Jiang Chang'an was packing saltpeter into a bag when Li Shushan, Zhang Zuji, and Jiang Fengshou helped her. Jiang Chang'an looked confused and asked, "Is there really a skull? What does it look like? Big or small? When did it die? How did it die? Why isn't anyone burying it?" Her questions poured out like ghostly voices demanding answers, giving a spooky, terrifying feeling. "Ah, don't say any more, Jiang Chang'an. Please stop." "Teacher, let's go quickly. There are ghosts so scary." Would the ghost follow them home? Shun Yujiao cried, clutching Teacher Song tightly, unwilling to let go. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The ghost is already gone to the underworld to be reborn. This is the only thing left from its previous life. In the end, everyone's final resting place is just a handful of earth. So, we should cherish the present and enjoy life while we can." Master Song kindly comforted the frightened children. This time, no one responded with "Yes, sir," because Master Song's words made the students even more anxious. Were ghosts going to come find them tonight? Could they really enjoy themselves then? Planning to have fun in the underworld? Ah, the dead are important. Leaving them here isn't right. "Let's help them rest in peace," Jiang Chang'an said, stepping forward voluntarily. She used a shovel to dig up the bones and place them into a nearby grave. By creating a designated area, she made sure no one would suspect her when she later went into the White Mountain Cave to move jade. Jiang Chang'an took small steps and looked around carefully, just trying to give these bones a proper resting place. Are abandoned corpses in the wilderness pitiful? It's just a matter of people's thoughts and feelings at the moment. Funerals are strange all over the world, but in the end, everything returns to nature. There's nothing special about it. And once a person dies, they don't know anything anymore. Who cares about what happens after? Just as Master Song said, cherish the present and enjoy life. This is how to truly live. Master Song felt comforted. He wasn't a foolish, brave person, but someone kind-hearted, compassionate, and generous. Very admirable. Jiang Chang'an led the way in burying the bones, and naturally, Li Shushan also came forward to help. He thought the little demon must have some other purpose, but kindness only goes so far. It had to be said, this child understood Jiang Chang'an's personality quite well. Even though Jiang Chang'an was so young and not afraid, gradually the other students also stepped forward to help. They were doing a good deed, so maybe no ghosts would come looking for them tonight. Only Shin Das-hun, being the oldest, wasn't very afraid. Instead, he was very curious about the human skull. From glancing at it at first to carefully examining it later, perhaps this is a common trait among doctors. Only those who aren't interested in corpses aren't true medical practitioners. Brother Dasan, do you understand now? The skull is made of 23 bones, 8 in the back and 15 in the front, perfectly joined to protect the brain. Shin Dasan was startled. How do you know that? It was quite frightening to know such details. I just counted, Jiang Chang'an replied. Haven't you noticed that I'm quite good at seeing through things? Are you not afraid? Shin Dasan had to prepare himself mentally for a long time before daring to look. And for someone like Jiang Chang'an who could analyze human skulls so thoroughly, is he really just a person? Don't worry. Wrongdoers have their own reasons, and I didn't kill them. They should find their enemies. Jiang Chang'an was very brave. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Li Shushan to come back at night. A diagram of human anatomy is very helpful for medicine. Although Western medicine isn't popular here, understanding the internal structure of the body is equally important for traditional Chinese medicine. Deshun, I have a human anatomy diagram here. If you're interested, you can copy a copy to take home. Song Fuzi overheard Jiang Chang'an talking with Shin Dasan and remembered the diagram he held. Of course, this anatomy diagram was also copied from the royal palace. Besides the imperial medical office and imperial doctors, few diagrams circulated among the people, showing how precious it was. However, Shun Linzhong has good medical ethics, and Shun is his student. Giving him the diagram is fine. Hopefully, after Shun Linzhong gets the diagram, his medical skills will improve, benefiting the local people. Even Jiang Chang'an was stunned. This old master has some skills. He even has advanced things like an anatomy diagram, probably left behind by a modern ancestor, like the first empress. Thank the teacher quickly. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and latch onto this treasure. Jiang Chang'an pushed Shin Dasan. Thank you, teacher. Can I take it home to show my father? Although he hadn't seen the diagram yet, just hearing its name sounded impressive. It would definitely be more useful for his father, since Shin Dasan hadn't yet learned even a third of his father's skills. Of course. All right, children, the bones, are all taken care of. Let's go home after class. Today's lesson was not only for students, even Song Fuzi learned a lot, like how to make salt from alkaline earth and ash. Maybe he could publish a book about it and then prepare a report to send to the capital. Perhaps the salt shortage problem for the boss's family could be improved. Currently, Da Song dynasty only has sea salt and lake salt produced in the north and east. But transportation is inconvenient, so inland salt is limited and expensive. But if they could make salt locally, the people in the south and west would be lucky. Of course, if this succeeds, Jiang Chang'an would get the credit. Song Fuzi, having reached today's level, no longer cares about fame. If he can train more talented people for Da Song, that would be his greatest achievement. After burying the bones near Baishir Mountain in the pits, the students suddenly weren't afraid of ghosts anymore. Even Xin Yujiao wasn't as scared. Currently, it seems that ghosts do not harm people, but if they encounter wild animals, that might not be the case. Some humans are even more frightening than wild animals. The students finally understood what Master Song meant when he said, "People's hearts can be scary. People's hearts can be frightening, but there is no need to fear them. If someone breaks the rules and hurts others, the law will punish them." Jiang Chang'an carried a small basket on his back and a sack of saltpeter down the mountain. His classmates held the water buckets and pots from home, which were also filled with saltpeter. His determination to make ice was clear. Since Whitestone Mountain isn't as scary as imagined, after tonight, many people will probably want to make ice. The jade raw stones in the cave can't be left unattended anymore. Before leaving, Jiang Chang'an gave Li Shushan a quick signal. Li Shushan nodded in understanding. Tonight, the little monster definitely won't let him down, right? When Jiang Chang'an returned home, even Jiang Bao from the town school had already arrived, helping Mrs. Yao with chores. "Mom, brother, I'm back. Where's Dad?" It was so late. Seeing that Jiang Heir and old Master Jiang weren't home, they probably hadn't returned yet. Jiang Chang'an called out, and old lady Jiang came out of the house. "He hasn't come back." Why did he take so long? I feel uneasy, and my eyelids keep twitching. Old Lady Jiang had already gone to the village entrance several times. Even Hunter Zhang hadn't returned. She looked worried and pale. Remember, the two men went to sell lingji and ginseng. It could be a big deal worth dozens or hundreds of taels. Could they have been targeted by thieves? Nothing will happen, don't worry, Grandma. Jiang Chang'an washed his hands, drank 2 glasses of water, and planned to walk along the road to the county town to meet them. Because when adults go to market, they always bring back snacks. Kids love this the most, excitedly waiting to meet people, but really, they're just looking forward to the snacks. Suddenly, Zhang's wife hurriedly ran into the house. Mom, something bad has happened. The head of the household was beaten by ruffians. This time, it's all because of Dad and second brother. They suffered for you all. Zhang's wife looked very distressed, with half her hair loose, torn clothes, and swollen eyes, obviously crying. As soon as she finished speaking, the door of the third household was pushed open from inside. Mom, what happened to Dad? Of course, it was Jiang Jiaxing and Jiang Jiawang. 4-year-old Jiang Zherong was taken to the town by Zhang's wife and Jiang III. Now, she didn't know where Zhang's wife had left him. Wu, your father's legs and arms are broken. What will our family of women do now? Jiang cried loudly, feeling her life was so miserable. She thought the second household was a burden, stirring trouble to split the family, but now they have made pottery. Going into the mountains not only allows them to hunt wild boars but also to gather lingji and ginseng, making them rich overnight. Today, on the road, they saw old man Jiang being harassed by thugs. Jiang only wanted to take credit for the second household, so she asked old man Jiang to help. But she didn't expect old man Jiang to be so foolish, risking his life to fight the thugs. Now, he's injured, his hand is broken, his leg is hurt, and he's disabled. The 3 households can't live normally anymore. The second household must take responsibility. But this time, Jiang was smart. She didn't stubbornly deny it, but cried bitterly. She realized that the people of the second household only respond to softness, not hardness. Seeing her previous misbehavior, they accepted her when she softened. The brothers of the third household were instantly pale with fear, tears streaming down their faces. Do they have no father now? Where is he? Jiang Chang'an frowned. She didn't want to only ask about old man Jiang. Jiang had said that old man Jiang was beaten because of Jiang's wife. But she only believed part of it. She decided to wait until she saw old man Jiang to understand the full situation. He's at Dr. Shun's place. After hearing this, Jiang Chang'an didn't hesitate and ran out immediately. The whole family hurried after her, rushing to Shun's house. What's going on? There was no time to rest. Jiang Chang'an quickly arrived at Shun's house and saw her father standing there fine, along with her grandfather and Zhang Hunter. Everyone looked disheveled, clearly having fought someone. Only old man Jiang was crying loudly, looking even worse. Dad, what happened? Did the news about the ginseng leak out? That shouldn't be. Linger, why are you here? Dad is fine, don't worry. The trouble was caused by others, but it's none of his business. Only old man Jiang truly cared for his son, along with Grandma Jiang and Jiaxing, who came later. I heard you were attacked by thugs, so I came to see, they said. There are 3 strong men, one of whom is Zhang Hunter, a tall and sturdy man known as a famous hunter in the area. No one would want to mess with such a powerful man. Hearing the word, old man Jiang clenched his teeth in anger. Those were county thugs, more than 10 of them. They were jealous of the money we earned from selling wild boar and wanted to rob us. We followed from the county town all the way to Tota village before we started acting. Are they fooling us? I've seen those people. They seem very familiar with the county officials. Usually they handle big jobs, so they wouldn't be interested in small-time work like ours with just wild boars. Especially since we have a skilled hunter like Zhang in our team who can fight well. It doesn't make sense for them to bother with us. Those people are just mean-hearted, not fools. They wouldn't do a business that loses money. But guess what? It turns out those scoundrels were actually following orders from that fake constable named Zhang, who's really a treacherous traitor. They helped him out just to gain favor, and do him a small favor. Finally, When it looked like old third Jiang was about to get beaten badly, the local thugs, afraid of taking responsibility, had to reveal the real mastermind. Jiang Chang'an's face turned ugly. Everywhere you look, there's a constable named Jiang. Is this a fight to the death? Fine, then let's just die. Old third Jiang cried out painfully, louder than a woman in labor. But he wasn't actually injured badly, just dislocated his leg. He had a lot of bruises, which shows he really put in effort. According to second brother Jiang, when they were stopped and robbed, and fighting with the thugs was intense, old third Jiang suddenly went crazy and rushed in to help, risking his life as if possessed. Their relationship is usually distant, even with old grudges. Even for old Master Jiang, old third Jiang wouldn't normally risk his life like that. He had a purpose. Today, the third family's couple brought their young child to visit Jiang's family. Their goal was to find old third Jiang a job, preferably as a shopkeeper at a general store, since Jiang had some education and knew how to count. They also brought some pottery made by Jiang Chang'an, which they had stolen from the elders. They brought good items as leverage, but Jiang's eldest brother refused to accept them. He probably knew their character or understood Jiang's sister's nature. Jiang's eldest brother was firm. He wouldn't sell or trade the pottery, and he definitely wouldn't let this family work at the general store. The Jiang family's second branch could easily betray them, but this was an outsider family, and Jiang's selfish and proud sister had already married into another family with a hefty dowry, causing trouble there. How could they let her come back and interfere? The third family's couple left empty-handed, feeling lost about their future. Their own family was unreliable, and they had offended their in-laws. They had no real skills or resources. What options did they have? Feeling down, they left the town. Unexpectedly, in a remote corner, they saw three men, including Jiang Lao heir, being surrounded and beaten by thugs. The couple's eyes lit up at the same time. An opportunity to reconcile with the second wife had appeared. Jiang Shi pushed Jiang Lao San forward to help. Jiang Lao San used to be a weak scholar. After he stopped studying, he only occasionally worked in the fields. He was not very strong. Was he not afraid of death? The thugs often roamed around Liao County, causing trouble every few days. Most people in the county knew them. However, Zhang Hunter, an old hunter, was quite skilled. One person could handle 4 or 5 thugs. Jiang Lao San was weaker, but Jiang Lao heir, though injured, was also fierce. The three of them together were not at a disadvantage against more than 10 thugs. They had good reason. Jiang Lao heir and his companions carried not just a few taels of money from selling wild boar, but also valuable herbs like lingzhi and ginseng, which they sold to Dr. Bian at Renxin Hall for a good price. Zhang Hunter sold his herbs for about 200 taels of silver, but Jiang Lao heir sold his for nearly 800 taels. Such a large amount of money could not be taken by these dogs. Death was better than letting them get away with it. For a while, the dozen or so thugs, who were experienced fighters, had no way to deal with Jiang Lao heir and his companions. Seeing this, Jiang Lao San was no longer afraid. But, to gain Jiang Lao heir's trust, he had to risk everything. He was definitely injured, but it hurt more than he expected, turning out to be just a dislocation. Dr. Shun reset his bones, and Jiang Lao San's pain eased. For the first time, he disliked the doctor's skill. "Since it's okay, let's go back," Jiang Lao heir said, and turned to leave. Don't think he didn't see the second wife's intentions, HMPF. She had bad plans. "Lao heir, are you abandoning me?" Jiang Lao San couldn't believe his eyes. He had been beaten badly, and, because he survived, that was all? "I'm not your father, so why should I take care of you? Besides, seeing your father being beaten and not helping, isn't that your duty and filial piety?"
Jiang Lao sneered.
Look, the fox's tail was showing. Jiang Lao San was speechless, but Jiang Shi rarely spoke again. She was glad Jiang Lao San was safe, or life as a widow would be too hard. "Dad, I'll cover the medical expenses," she said. Her father might ignore her, but the old master and grandma would still feel heartache. No matter what Jiang Lao San's thoughts were, he was still their child. Jiang Chang'an didn't want his parents to worry. Even if he didn't help Jiang Lao San, At least for the sake of the Jiang family's reputation, his little brothers were doing well. Mr. Jiang smiled slightly after hearing this. See, the second wife prefers to be soft rather than tough. Today, she paid the medical fees, which is a small step forward. In time, they can gradually build a better relationship. Today, they narrowly avoided danger and got through another difficult time. Although the fight left some wounds, at least they protected themselves with 800 taels of silver. Finally home, old Jiang and his second son were so exhausted they collapsed into chairs. Only then did their anxious hearts settle down. Grandpa and father, you worked hard. If they had known about the trap set by Officer Zhang, Jiang Chang'an would have gone to the county alone. At least, a dozen thugs wouldn't have been a match for her. It wasn't hard. It was worth it. Old Jiang smiled happily. Even though he was just accompanying, he was proud of his son's success. That's right. We agreed on this amount, said the second son mischievously, making an H shape with his fingers, then handed a silver note to old Jiang. Dad, this is my way of showing respect to you both. Linger, do you think this is appropriate? The second son immediately handed over 50 taels of silver. Of course, this money was earned by Jiang Chang'an. He also asked for his daughter's opinion. He was a very understanding father. Of course. You're the head of the family, Dad. You decide. Money matters. Even large sums are up to him. As long as he doesn't blindly arrange her marriage, Jiang Chang'an is very relaxed about it. After all, there's still a treasure waiting for her to carry. All right, the old man will happily accept it. Why not take what his son gives? They need to make a living, and if they don't use it all, it will be returned to the children in the future. Old Jiang was very happy. He appreciated his son's filial piety, and old Madame Jiang was simply happy about the money. This huge sum was probably a once-in-a-lifetime sight for her. Tonight's dinner was prepared together with the old couple. They had sweet potato sorghum rice and wild boar meat, and the dishes were quite good. Mother Bauer, your cooking has improved? I feel like the meat tastes even better than yesterday, said old Jiang, unable to stop eating. In the past, Mrs. Yao rarely cooked because her skills were only basic, just enough to prepare food, but without much flavor. Now, whether it's meat or vegetables, they are neither bitter nor astringent. It's clear Mrs. Yao cooked the tea herself. That's because I used new salt to cook. Linger made the salt, Mrs. Yao said proudly, admiring her child. Even making salt. It shows how well she studied with Master Song.
What?
Linger really made salt? Is she a fairy? Old Jiang exclaimed in surprise. Old Jiang and old Madame Jiang also looked over. This is salt. Expensive things are actually made in reality. At this moment, Mrs. Yao bent down and placed a bowl of salt she had prepared earlier on the dining table. Oh wow, it's very pure white and so fine, she said. Usually their coarse salt takes a long time to dissolve in dishes, often turning the food yellow. This fine salt makes cooking much easier. Several people quickly dipped some and tasted it. It tastes pure, not bitter, delicious, and very salty. Is the method easy? Maybe we won't need to buy salt anymore, someone said. That could save a lot of money. Of course. Today, my husband and his classmates went out. In the future, we can openly make our own salt, as long as we don't sell it privately or compete with the government. Hearing this, old Jiang felt a moment of disappointment. That was the salt-making recipe his daughter had worked hard to develop. Was it really going to be shared so openly? But he also knew that illegal salt-making was a dangerous business. Today, the Jiang family gained more than they lost, and everyone was very happy. They washed up and went to sleep, preparing their strength and energy for tomorrow's activities. What they didn't know was that when the clock struck midnight, Jiang Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes. He dressed quickly, armed himself, and quietly slipped out of the Jiang family's courtyard. At the entrance, a figure was already waiting there. The moon was bright, stars sparse, and everything was silent. Li Shushan, dressed in black, stood under the moonlight with his hands behind his back. Quietly and silently, he looked quite mysterious, but his tone was unfriendly. Are you asleep or not? If he hadn't sprinkled medicine on himself, He could have fed the nearby mosquitoes until they were full. The Jiang family's lights had gone out early, but the little demon who was supposed to meet them hadn't come out. You could imagine how dark Li Shushan's face was at this moment. Anyway, it's still early. How can I have the strength for nighttime activities if I don't rest? Jiang Chang'an answered confidently, looking innocent as if to say, "Are you stupid?" Li Shushan took a deep breath. Why argue with a fool? He wasn't one himself. Since she called him for help, he decided to let it go. Then he saw Jiang Chang'an holding a thick stack of sacks, wrapped in heavy cloth, with his hands also covered, making him look like a thief going to carry gold. What are you doing with so many sacks? Even if it were gold, they could barely carry one each. If it wasn't valuable, Li Shushan wouldn't be willing to carry the bags late at night. Going to steal sacks and beat people up. Jiang Chang'an's tone was very harsh. She had reached her limit. The Jiang family had encountered thugs and hooligans, and Li Shushan had obviously heard about it. After all, he had his own intelligence network. Yes, recently, Li Shushan had bought off all the young children in the village. He could buy any village news, dividing territories and information, offering different rewards. Li Shushan's allowance was always the highest in the village. Yesterday, he brought home some rare herbs like lingji and ginseng. Not only the landlord Li, but even Sun's family was smiling, and they paid him on the spot. Adults never see children as threats. Often, they don't hide things from them, so children know the most. From who likes whom, who insulted whom, to who secretly got close to whom, there's nothing in the village that Li Shushan doesn't know. So, when Zhang Laodi and a few others were robbed by a dozen hooligans, it was Zhang the constable's idea. Li Shushan knew this clearly. Set up Zhang San? Because only Zhang San lived in a nearby village, and those hooligans were scattered and far away. Yes, fight back. If the situation weren't so tense, I'd definitely want to kill him, Zhang San, who bore the biggest grudge against the Jiang family, said. If Zhang San died, everyone would suspect the Jiang family was behind it. So, even though he was furious, Jiang Chang'an could only hold back to avoid trouble. This showed Li Shushan that Jiang Chang'an was rational. This little demon was really calm. Most of the time, she remained fearless in danger. Some people, despite aging, might not be able to do the same. For example, himself, extreme in thought, often unable to control himself. So, Li Shushan envied Jiang Chang'an and became more curious about her. For instance, her past life. What kind of environment could produce such an outstanding person? Then let's go. I happen to know where he lives, he said. His partner wouldn't allow others to bully him. Humph. Great. Let's go. Tonight, I want to peel that skin, Jiang Chang'an said fiercely. Li Shushan smiled faintly and was the first to merge into the night. Both of them moved quietly, passing through the village, without disturbing the dogs barking. The night was just right, the moonlight hazy, but not obscuring vision. Li Shushan led Jiang Chang'an and ran for several miles until they reached Zhang's village. Yes, this was Zhang's village because there was a gate at the entrance. But where is Zhang's house? Jiang Chang'an was a bit stunned, then realized how foolish she was. Zhang's village was much larger than their mountain village. She didn't even recognize all of Mountain Village, so how could she know where Zhang San's house was? This village is mostly filled with people named Zhang, and I know Zhang San well. Li Shushan had previously come to Zhang's house in Zhuangzi village for work, visiting the village chief's home. Zhang San's house is nearby, just next door to the village chief's. What a coincidence. From that time on, it seems Zhang San was destined to face tonight's trouble. Zhang San's house is on the edge of the village. Although it's a bit far from the village chief's, there are no other houses in between, as if Zhang San was isolated from the rest of the village. Or maybe he thought he was superior and didn't bother sharing the same space with others. The house is a large blue brick and tile building with a wall about 2 meters high. It must have been tough for old Jiang to climb over it back then. But now, it's already past 1 o'clock in the morning. How come there's still noise coming from Zhang's house? From outside, I can hear broken and painful sounds, but no signs of anything inappropriate. Is there a terrible accident inside? Jiang Chang'an was startled. He quickly ran and jumped onto the wall. From afar, he saw 5 main rooms in Jiang's house, along with side rooms on both sides. Right now, the biggest main room on the left still had a light on, and the sounds were coming from there. Jiang used his system to scan and found that only 2 people were alive in the entire Zhang family. The other rooms were empty, probably filled with other items. In the master bedroom, it was likely that the couple was engaged in something indescribable. The rising and falling movements made Jiang hesitant to look too closely. But just from the sounds of bodies being hit, women crying painfully and objects smashing on the ground, he could imagine how terrible the scene inside was. It didn't sound like a normal couple's intimacy in London. Instead, it seemed Zhang San was violently attacking unilaterally. Jiang wasn't sure if this had started after old Jiang came, or if Zhang San was naturally aggressive. He was a hot-tempered person. Turns out this thing is a pervert. All the strange things happening around him suddenly made sense. What logic does a pervert need? What reasoning? Of course, whatever makes them feel good. At this moment, the little demon had turned into an old demon. Just from hearing the sounds, she knew what was happening inside.
Li Shushan snurta coldly.
Wait until the lights go out before going in. Better not to dirty her eyes. But Li Shushan didn't realize that if Jiang Chang'an wanted to see, the walls and clothes wouldn't block her system's scan at all. Luckily, she's not a pervert. Still waiting? Do you want to watch and learn? This isn't good. Recently, even animals are acting very harmoniously, which has gone beyond what humans and animals can handle. That's why it's called abnormal. It's a twisted mindset of a monster. Li Shushan's face darkened. He doesn't understand at all. Although he has never done such things in his 2 lives, isn't this part of a man's instinct? But that little demon, you know quite a lot. Don't you know? Haven't eaten pork before or seen a pig run.
Who would believe that?
Li Shushan couldn't believe she was so calm. Have you really never eaten pork? Li Shushan felt a strange sense of relief. If she really hadn't, then she should just call her a little demon. I ate it tonight. Oh no, it was last night. Now it's past midnight. This is the best time to set a trap. There's no need to talk about her with a kid, otherwise, she might seem like a pervert too. Li Shushan pursed his lips and said nothing more. He covered his face and was the first to jump down from Zhang's wall, walking straight toward the house. Hey, wait for me. Let's pretend to be normal, so he can't tell we're kids. Otherwise, Zhang San would definitely guess what we've done, since Jiang Chang'an has fought with him before. Don't worry, he's too busy to notice you now. Seeing the crazy reflection in the window, the man must be already mad, and the woman might be badly beaten too. So, the person who knows quite a lot might actually be this dog. Jiang Chang'an followed, of course also covering her face. Don't look at things you shouldn't when the time comes. At the door, Li Shushan took out a piece of wire, fiddled with it a bit, and moved the locked door latch. In the next moment, the door creaked open and luckily, it didn't wake the person busy on the bed. Li Shushan suddenly grabbed the burlap bag from Jiang Chang'an and walked inside with a grim face. He opened the bag and threw it over the man on the bed, then pulled him down. Zhang San was caught completely off guard and was thrown out hard. Panic immediately set in. Who's there? Who is it?
What do they want?
What time is it? Did someone break into his house?
Or...
Zhang San immediately struggled to free himself from the bag to see the intruder clearly. Jiang Chang'an definitely wouldn't give him that chance and rushed forward to attack. Over there, Li Shushan covered the woman on the bed with a blanket, took the sword hanging on the bedpost, and held it against the top of the blanket to prevent her from peeking. Unexpectedly, yet predictably, the woman showed no reaction. If not for the moving blanket, others might think the bed was occupied by a corpse. Meanwhile, Jiang Chang'an fought passionately, while Zhang San's legs were weak and powerless, no match for her. You're a disgusting pervert. Worse than pigs and dogs.
Goody. D.
So you won't waste the air. Don't disturb my peace at night. Tell me, where is the family money hidden? Jiang Chang'an scolded as she fought, using a hoarse, old man's voice that sounded eerie, as if rising from the 18th level of. Suddenly, A terrifying voice startled everyone. Li Shushan staggered and almost fell onto the bed. Could it really be an old ghost? The woman under the blanket also woke up, trembling all over but silent, afraid that ghosts might come after her. Hearing this voice, Zhang San was so scared he wet his pants. Could this be the legendary ghost old man? In the chaos over the gambling incident, the ghost old man was unbeatable at betting, always winning, turning stones into gold. Those who crossed him were either crippled or insane. Ghost old man, spare me. Stop hitting. I'll give you anything you want, Zhang San begged desperately. No one would come to save him even if he shouted himself hoarse, and he had already said no one should interfere in his family's affairs. But today, the target of the punishment was himself. No response from heaven or earth. The ghost's hits were painful, and he couldn't move. This wasn't an illusion. Li Shushan had only been targeted because he had been acupointed. The more he struggled, the more he couldn't move. Ha 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 ha, since you've been recognized, come with me for a little trip. I'll give you a light punishment in the human world, so you won't suffer too much in the 18th. Disgusting pervert, you're committing sins. Keep sinning. We at the bottom welcome sinners like you. Ah, no way to stop? That's impossible. How could he learn if it didn't hurt? Of course, such a pervert might even enjoy the pain, perhaps deriving pleasure from it. But Jiang Chang'an couldn't accept him losing or bleeding heavily.
No.
Ghost old man, I have money, lots of gold and silver treasures, inside the wardrobe and boxes. The keys are in my clothes. Please, let me go, Zhang San begged painfully. After beating him close to death, Jiang Chang'an headed toward the cabinet in the room.
Keys?
No need, she has a system that can easily split open the lock with a snap. Inside, there was a rather large box. After Jiang Chang'an unlocked it, he poured out all the contents inside. There were indeed many things. What's this broken stuff? Jiang Chang'an disliked it, as all the noticeable, unusual items with markings were automatically considered trash to her. Of course, she also gained quite a bit, though she wondered how much the scoundrel had stolen from the common people. What are you going to do with this human thing? You can't use it as a ghostly coin. Jiang Chang'an questioned in another mechanical voice. You don't understand. It can't be used below, but we can come to the human world several more times. Stop playing around. The main thing is important. Summon the soul.
No.
Let him commit more sins first. Once he's reached a certain level of evil, I'll try my new oil pot. When the time comes, I'll fry him until he's crispy on the outside and tender inside, crunchy and fragrant. It's tempting. My precious has not awakened or been used for 1,000 years. It's very hungry.
Hehehe.
Then, let's go back. Come again after some time. This one is a promising sinner, sure to fulfill your wishes.
Hehehe.
Two different voices switched smoothly, gradually drifting away, and there were no footprints or traces left on the ground. The two returned along the same path until they reached the entrance of Zhangjia village. Jiang Chang'an finally let out a big sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, that was awesome. Scared that turtle grandson and made some money again. He was quite happy, having earned a few hundred taels of silver. Li Shushan was speechless. You really messed up, but Jiang Linger, you're attacking indiscriminately. Will you still go up the mountain later? If Li Shushan didn't know that the Miao people had a special skill called mouth art, he would really think he was seeing ghosts. The next event was at the abandoned graveyard. Could they not be more careful? Did they consider how their teammate felt? What if he wasn't mentally mature? Would he be scared to death? What? Are you cowardly or childish? Just because of mouth art, you're scared? Are your skills really that poor? Teammate, you're not very good. Forget it. Since you risked your life for me, I'll give you a treasure later. That's pretty generous, right? Li Shushan rubbed his forehead. Fine. Don't argue with fools. Little monsters probably can't understand normal feelings, but it had better be worth what you said, or I won't play with you next time. Running to the abandoned graveyard in the middle of the night. Have you thought about how the ghosts feel? Annoying people during the day and coming to invade their territory at night. Does no one want to teach you a lesson? Humph. If it's a treasure, it'll definitely make your trip worthwhile. Jiang Chang'an carried a bundle of sacks, stepping on a cloth cover, running very fast because it was already late. When the two of them reached the abandoned graveyard on Baishir Mountain, they were both out of breath. Even the ghosts had gone home to sleep, as it was already dawn. Jiang Chang'an took Li Shushan directly to that cave. Neither of them paid attention to the bones at the entrance, nor did they feel any fear. This place was quite remote, so they hadn't come here in the afternoon. Li Shushan didn't understand what Jiang Chang'an was planning. In their past lives, nothing major had ever happened at the abandoned graveyard on Baishir Mountain. Even when they came to Chang County, nothing special occurred, except for the 100 Ghosts Order. So, Li Shushan was very curious. What was Jiang Chang'an planning to find? After climbing into the cave, Jiang Chang'an lit a lantern. The light wasn't very bright, but it was enough for such a dark mountain cave. Through the narrow opening, the front suddenly opened up. Inside, the cave was spacious and large. The stone walls seemed to be coated with some powder that glowed at night. Is there something here? Besides the unusual stone walls, Li Shushan couldn't see anything different. Teammate, don't just look at the surface of materials. Good stuff usually lies at the bottom. The real treasures are below. Dig in, Jiang Chang'an pointed to where the jade raw stones were. Li Shushan's heart skipped a beat because the word below made him think of the underworld. That was a side effect of Jiang Chang'an joking around. What exactly is it? Can you tell me everything at once? He had come out to work, so there was no need to hide or keep secrets. All right, you should notice that my eyes are different now. I can see the essence through the material. That is, I can see what's hidden in the dirt. There are many jade raw stones below, worth a lot. Should we dig? Becoming rich overnight isn't just a dream.
Li Shushan stared in shock.
Are you a little demon? Otherwise, why would a human have such eyes? Of course, there are many strange people in the world. Do you have some misunderstanding about monsters? She asked. Do I look like a monster? I think you're more like a fool. Fine, but even if we dig them up, where would we hide them? Recently, so many strangers have been coming in and out of the village. I guarantee that if we don't take these things tonight, we won't have another chance later. Just then, Jiang Chang'an's mind suddenly beeped with a notification. Hello, certificate holder. A king-level jade has been discovered. Do you want to excavate? The system takes a 30% cut. Successfully excavating will upgrade the space to level 2, expanding its size to 10 square meters. Yes, yes, yes. Truly, sleep is sending a pillow, and Jiang Chang'an nodded excitedly. In the dark night, in a mysterious cave, Jiang Chang'an was talking to himself, testing Li Shushan's heart. Not afraid, not afraid. When I think carefully, I am actually a ghost, a wicked ghost that can walk among humans. Thinking this, I realize I am the coolest. Little demon, what exactly are you talking about?
I'm Chitin.
This jadeite is probably hundreds of millions of years old. It has become a spirit. It said if I leave it 3/10 of the jadeite, it will give me a space 3 zhong wide, as big as this mountain cave. A portable space, you know? It means I can go anywhere, invisible to others, but I can store things. It's basically a must-have storage for adventures, not theft. Jiang Chang'an credited the system's success to the jadeite. He didn't expect the space to upgrade, but the conditions were very strict, either 1,000-year-old ginseng or imperial jadeite. Jiang Chang'an suspected that the system was actually a greedy beast, specially leading people to other worlds to hunt for treasures. Unfortunately, she's not a researcher, otherwise, she might also become a master in the space industry. Why don't I have one? Was he just a side character who always followed along? That's so unfair. Are you sure you don't have one? Jiang Chang'an looked at him with a meaningful gaze, questioning. As a fellow reborn person, does heaven not favor him? How is that possible? Li Shushan naturally understood what Jiang Chang'an was referring to. He then awkwardly avoided Jiang Chang'an's direct gaze because he really did have favor. He gradually discovered that his internal strength suddenly increased several times higher than in his previous life, and it didn't harm his body at all. Now, Li Shushan could walk on walls, lift 1,000 jin, move as fast as lightning, see in the dark, listen from afar, and was immune to all poisons. Perhaps no one in this world could hurt him anymore, but his strength all came from within himself. So, he was envious of Jiang Chang'an's abilities. He only had night vision, but she could see through objects and had an invisible storage space, an excellent cheat tool. Let's get to work. Jiang Chang'an didn't want to dig into the details. The most important thing now was the jadeite. Li Shushan sighed secretly. At least he could share the loot. With Jiang Chang'an's system tools and Li Shushan's strength, they quickly dug out all the jadeite. When illuminated with a light, it truly appeared bright green and very beautiful. The water quality was excellent, worthy of being called imperial-grade jade. This large amount was from 10 years of mining by the Great Song Dynasty. I've never heard of such a large jade mine from the Great Song Dynasty, so these must have come from a neighboring country. And they just happened to appear in our Chong County. Could it be that county magistrate with the surname Chun is treasonous or betraying his country?
Ha.
He really dares to do that. A small county magistrate with a tiny position, but his ambitions are big. Li Shushan now has another reason to suspect Magistrate Chen. Hopefully, this old man won't cause trouble for himself. Or, why worry so much? Just be careful not to grow taller. We'll fill in some stones and restore the area. Jiang Chang'an knew these jade pieces couldn't be shown openly, so he quietly took advantage of the situation. Li Shushan, who would grow tall later, said, "You can keep my share for now. Later, help me store the valuables. I don't have a good place at home." Jiang Chang'an turned to look at Li Shushan. Why was his own home inconvenient? He always felt there was some awkwardness in his relationship with the Li family. Was this person someone from a different soul? Not originally from the Li family? Or was there another reason?
Don't worry about me.
If I run away, you'll be left to drink the northwest wind, Jiang Chang'an said casually, feeling no concern. His space was big enough.
Li Shushan, unkun sarnat, smirka.
He knew this little troublemaker had many secrets. She wouldn't dare run away. That's not possible. You're like a little god of wealth. You look down on my little things. Actually, I rely on you to eat. It felt a bit like freeloading, but Li Shushan surprisingly didn't see it as humiliating, more like an honor. They worked for a long time, finally filling the hole with soil. By dawn, they had descended the mountain. Remember to go to school today, Jiang Chang'an reminded him specifically. If neither of them went, others would suspect they were involved in the jade theft, or even link them to Zhang San's issues. If Zhang San found out Jiang Chang'an was a ghost master, it would be trouble. Zhang San's grudges, gambling debts, and her ability to test jade stones or being kidnapped could all be reasons for others to come looking for her. So, she must protect her disguise. At worst, he could just sleep at the academy. That was something he often did. Li Shushan, with his hands behind his back, leisurely headed home. When they arrived, it was just barely dawn, but the servants at home had already woken up and started their busy day, serving and preparing for the day ahead. The Leaf family owns several hundred acres of land and has a weaving workshop. They are the wealthiest family within 10 miles. This wealth increased after Sun married into the family because she brought with her silk weaving skills as part of her dowry. Originally, the Leaf family did not know how to weave fabric. The weaving machine and techniques were brought in by Sun, the first wife of the family's head, Li Shushan. Sun was from Wuzhou Prefecture. She met Li when he visited the city for an official exam. They fell in love at first sight, and soon they married and started a family. Sun married into the family and became the lady of the land on Mount Shang village. However, their happiness did not last long. In the 3rd year, while Sun was returning home for her mother's funeral, she suddenly went into early labor and died from heavy bleeding. She gave birth to Li Shushan. Sun's younger sister, also named Sun, lived in a different household. She agreed to marry into the Li family, pretending to take care of her sister's children, and brought her newly learned silk weaving skills with her. Now, she had given birth to a son and a daughter for the Li family. Li, the family head, returned to his mother-in-law's house with his pregnant wife, but he also brought back another wife and children from his previous marriage. This caused a big stir in Mountshang village at the time. Everyone praised Li for his ability to marry into a family of sisters and also praised Sun for her kindness. But Li Shushan knew that all of this was false. He believed that Sun and her sister had caused Sun's death. Sun's real baby was a girl, but she was replaced at birth. The silk weaving skills were stolen by Sun and her sister. Their goal was to hide Li Shushan's true identity. Li Shushan's biological mother was actually the emperor's child with Yang Guifei. She was replaced at birth and taken away by others, which was another tragic story. In his past life, Li Shushan's true background was revealed because he looked very similar to the current emperor and was talented. The emperor, valuing talent, secretly investigated him. It turned out that Li Shushan was the emperor's grandson. Due to political reasons, the emperor needed to control the Yang family of the Zhennan Marquis estate, who held too much power. So, the evidence of Li's true identity was made public. Li was accused of corrupting royal blood and was involved in punishing the Yang family. Sadly, Li Shushan never met his parents before he died. His princess mother died early in a fall, and his father's whereabouts were unknown. Li, the family head, lost his beloved daughter because of Li Shushan. He also had a child with the woman who murdered his wife and daughter. He spent most of his life suffering. Because of all this, Li, who had loved Li Shushan for 20 years, eventually grew to dislike him. Little Sun was the murderer who caused the princess's death and was immediately beheaded. If it weren't for the fact that the Li family raised Li Shushan, even Little Sun's 2 children would have been sentenced to death. As for Grandmother Yang, the imperial consort, she fell into decline after the death of Princess Jin. She was demoted from her rank, and naturally, she also disliked Li Shushan. The emperor, her grandfather, was a heartless royal. He initially used him, and even if he appeared kind later, it was not genuine concern. The capital city is large and busy, but it couldn't accommodate Li Shushan. There was endless mockery, contempt, and schemes. To this day, Li Shushan still dislikes that place. But he also disliked the Li family. Because, in the end, even though the landlord knew Little Sun caused the death of his wife and daughter, he compromised for the sake of his 2 children, blaming all the crime on Li Shushan. But what wrong did Li Shushan do? When Jiang Chang'an returned to the Jiang family, Lady Li from the main house had already woken up. She saw Jiang Chang'an come in from outside the yard and was surprisingly a bit startled, but said nothing. Jiang Chang'an glanced at the main house. Only old Jiang was still sleeping. The other 3 children were awake. The sisters, Xingtao and her sister, lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, with no light in their eyes. Big brother Jiang Zhaoan frowned, troubled by dropping out of school and the current difficulties. He seemed to see no hope at all. Jiang Chang'an sighed quietly. It was because his siblings had such an irresponsible father. Maybe he hadn't burned enough incense in his past life. He thought they should wait a bit longer. When old Jiang gave in, they would act. Grandpa probably had the same plan. Old Jiang was just a bit selfish, but he didn't have bad intentions toward the second house. At least, he wasn't trying to harm them for money. As for the third house, the couple was selfish and mean, and unaware of it. They had only been separated for a few days, yet they forgot the wounds just opened. They eagerly relied on the second house, mainly because they wanted their money. When their schemes failed, they tried to use feelings, but her father's heart was very firm. She, on the other hand, felt no emotion. Jiang Chang'an put down his tools, washed up, and then went back to sleep. The second house and old Jiang's family had money, so they were not worried. After a good sleep, they got up. But the whole family was old and hurt, so resting more was understandable. However, when everyone was finished washing and preparing to eat breakfast, Jiang Chang'an was still missing. Did this kid sneak out last night? It's already this time, and he still hasn't gotten up? Old Jiang's teasing words hit the mark. It's normal for children to sleep a lot while growing. Rarely, old Jiang spoke kindly about Jiang Chang'an. Second brother Jiang secretly nodded at Mrs. Yao, thinking, this is what money and support can do. Elders are loving, children are filial. Mrs. Yao is generous. Even though she was beaten by he, the Jiang family accepted and cared for her for many years. They even gave her son as her husband and had 2 more children to carry on her life, so she feels content and holds no resentment. The small quarrels in the Jiang family are nothing to Mrs. Yao, who has experienced big storms. As long as her husband is alive and her children are well, she doesn't care about any hardships. So, Mrs. Yao smiles calmly at second brother Jiang and accepts old Jiang kindly. She can't let this man who loves her deeply be troubled. "I'll go wake Linger up. She'll be late for school," Mrs. Yao said, wiping her hands before turning to leave. She is such a gentle woman. But really, her strength and temper are not to be overthought. Her daughter's husband is the best in the world, just like that. Second brother Jiang's eyes are firm as he encourages himself. In the small room, Jiang Chang'an sleeps soundly and sweetly. Mrs. Yao feels a bit reluctant to wake her. Things are different now. Even her sleeping expression looks lively. People say Jiang Chang'an used to pretend to be silly, but Mrs. Yao and second brother Jiang know she wasn't. Li the soothsayer once said that Chang'an's soul was incomplete before, which made her seem dull. Now her soul should be back. After all, she is their child, just as dear, connected by blood. "Linger, you lazy pig, wake up. You need to go to school," Mrs. Yao calls softly. In the past, Mrs. Yao would wake her almost every day, help her dress, feed her, and then let Bao Bao take her to school. She rarely spoke, only sometimes called her mom. Actually, she was a clever little fool, knowing that if she called her mom, she wouldn't give up her children. Now, finally, the clouds have parted and the moon is shining. "Mom?" "No, I want to sleep more." Jiang Chang'an's voice is soft and a little dizzy, acting spoiled in a sticky, sweet way, almost melting Mrs. Yao's heart. Just let her sleep. No one can resist the charm of a soft, sweet little one, especially for the first time.
Ah.
Mrs. Yao almost trembles with excitement. She tiptoed out of Jiang Chang'an's room. It's okay, her daughter is already perfect. Even if she's half an hour late or doesn't go to school, what does it matter? Additionally, my daughter's bedding needs to be replaced with new pink ones. She also needs some new clothes, shoes, and hair accessories. Oh, if only I had a few more hands, I could do everything at once. Yao happily went out, and I immediately felt overwhelmed. Jiang Chang'an slept late and only woke up around 10. After dressing neatly, she left the room. "Linger, are you awake?" Yao was sewing in the room. Hearing the noise, she hurried out to check.
"Mom."
Only Yao was at home. Jiang's second son, who was injured, was nowhere to be seen. No one was in the main house, and the couple in the third house was busy setting up the stove in the corridor. Jiang Rong was playing with mud nearby. When he saw Jiang Chang'an, Jiang's wife smiled kindly at her. "Come, wash your face. I've kept your breakfast warm in the pot. It's pork congee, very tasty." Now that they had money, Jiang's second son's first priority was to improve the family's meals. Everyone, young and old, needed nourishing. They had some meat, and the fine rice was kept by Grandma Jiang. "Okay." Jiang Chang'an didn't say thank you, feeling it might be too formal. It wasn't suitable for a mother and daughter relationship. While she was eating, Jiang Rong suddenly ran over smelling the aroma. "Big sister, I want to eat too. You didn't eat this morning?" The child was truly naive. He kept calling Jiang Chang'an big sister, even though her mother didn't want him to, but he stubbornly called her that since he learned to speak. The other brothers rarely called her that. They probably felt ashamed of having such a simple sister, so they didn't usually bother her, though honestly, they couldn't beat her. Jiang Rong shook his head and then nodded. Looks like he had breakfast, but was craving the smell of the meat in her bowl. "Wash your hands and come back." Jiang Rong's face lit up with a smile. He knew his silly sister always treated him well. Seeing this, the couple in the third house secretly relaxed. As long as the children could get along, their relationship wouldn't break. While Jiang Chang'an and Jiang Rong were happily eating, their father called over Li San and his father, Li Shingun, who was carrying his tools. "Linger, your dad brought Uncle Li to help us check the feng shui. We're building a big house." We need to look at the backyard to see if the land is usable. Do you want to go? Building a house was a big deal, and they couldn't be careless. Everyone agreed to build a house, so they first needed a feng shui master to examine the land. Everyone knew good feng shui could bring prosperity, while bad feng shui could cause trouble. Old Jiang and Grandma Jiang were already waiting in the backyard, just waiting for Jiang's second son to bring Li Shingun over. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Uncle Li. Jiang Chang'an placed the bowl into Jia Rong's hand and bowed politely to Li Shingun, showing a scholarly demeanor. Not a trouble at all. Li Shingun tried to smile at Jiang Chang'an, almost suggesting she help Li Sen more, but his stiff face was more frozen than Jiang Chang'an's, and his smile looked twitchy. However, Jiang Chang'an could see kindness behind Li Shingun's stiff face, so she responded warmly. Second brother Jiang, this is important. You two should stop making such faces and go to the backyard. The couple from the third household immediately felt envy and jealousy. They thought about the big house. If they hadn't been so reckless, their third household would also share in the big house. They really wanted to slap themselves for their foolishness. I'll wash the dishes, Jia Rong volunteered after finishing his meal, because he often saw big brother Jia do the same, and then his sister would thank him. Good. Thank you, Jia Rong. Jiang Chang'an also wanted to go to the backyard quickly. Jia Rong smiled happily. He was so glad. Finally, someone appreciated him. He felt he had grown up and was useful. In the backyard, Li Shingun carefully took out a compass, calculating and checking repeatedly. Uncle, this place is backed by mountains and faces water, a place full of energy. But there's already a house blocking the front, so the back houses need to be built higher, and a new road should be open to let the energy flow freely. As Li Shingun kept calculating, his hands trembled more and more with excitement. Indeed, the Jiang family was about to prosper. It was hard to see before, but the backyard had such good feng shui, probably because of the strong aura cultivated over time. People used to say old man Jiang was foolish for buying such useless stone land. But when a person's luck comes, nothing can stop it. Haha, thank you very much. Please, nephew, take your time and do a thorough calculation. Seeing Jiang Chang'an paying close attention, Li Shingun became very detailed and serious, explaining everything from the direction of the door to the design of the windows. If conditions allow, you can also arrange some feng shui features, like a flowing fish pond to attract wealth or a mountain sculpture symbolizing longevity. Jiang Chang'an listened carefully, mainly wanting to know if ancient house building had similar rules to modern times. Uncle Li, what are the common taboos? While feng shui was secondary, the most important thing was knowing what should not be done, as doing the wrong things could bring bad luck and negatively affect the family's fortune. Li Shingun was secretly surprised. Truly a young genius, she could tell right away that she was a knowledgeable professional, probably learned from Master Song's books, though she seemed to understand only part of it. But at least she understood the principles. That's the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Even though they all go to school, her knowledge is several times deeper than that of most people. Thanks to this young genius, her son has become more eager to learn recently. His attitude has started to change for the better. It's known that Li San'an's fate is that if he doesn't become an official, he will die young. That's why Li Shingun is especially friendly to Jiang Chang'an. He hopes to use Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan's influence to save his son's life. This kind of behavior is like going against fate and could shorten his own life, but he doesn't care anymore. He only cares about his son. Left assistant, right helper, facing the bright hall, with a supporting mountain behind. This is the best feng shui for a house. The terrain here is higher, forming a dragon soaring and tiger leaping posture, which is very auspicious. But you must not tell anyone about this, or someone might come to seize it. Besides that, a house should be stable and balanced. It should be rectangular, without missing corners or irregular shapes. The door shouldn't face the toilet or stove. Li Shingun explained endlessly, most rules similar to modern standards. In ancient times, the rules were even more strict and detailed. Some traditions may have been lost over time, but Jiang Chang'an learned quite a lot from them and recorded everything systematically. This was also required by the system. Its criteria are very clever. It values things that are rare or especially valuable. Luckily, this is a win-win situation, and Jiang Chang'an didn't mind being used. After discussing the house's orientation and other details, Li Shingun asked old Jiang to provide the birth dates and times of the Jiang family members. They would then calculate the best day for starting construction, avoiding conflicts with everyone's personal luck. The chosen date was very close, just 2 days away. That's good. Now that it's the farming off-season, we can start digging the foundation. The main structure of the house can be built gradually. The brick and wood house can be built with bricks and tiles that we make ourselves. The wood can be bought from the village or gathered from the mountains. Jiang Chang'an had previously suggested trying to make bricks and tiles himself, and old Jiang believed she could do it. For the beams and columns, the village's ancestral hall had plenty of spare ones. These were communal property, stored for building houses or making furniture for young couples' weddings. Of course, they all have to pay, but now the Jiang family is not short of money. Okay, let's start preparing the materials for the groundbreaking today. Brotherly, please explain everything to me carefully. Then I'll go to the academy first. When I have time, I'll borrow the teacher's books and draw the house plans. Building according to the plans will make the process faster. Jiang Chang'an didn't forget she was still a student, even though she had skipped class for half a day. When Jiang Chang'an arrived at the mountain school, Teacher Song was teaching the students. She could only bow politely and say, "Sir, sorry I'm late." Everyone's eyes turned to her. This was the first time Jiang Chang'an had been late since she started school. Usually, she only skipped classes. Teacher Song thought she might skip today because it was almost the end of the day, and her arrival now seemed a bit unnecessary. Did something difficult happen?
No, sir.
Our family is building a house. We asked Uncle Li to check the feng shui. I was curious and wanted to see some mystical arts. Jiang Chang'an lied calmly and without blushing, or else she'd have to admit she snuck out last night. When Jiang Chang'an looked at Li Shushan, he looked resentful, as if she had abandoned him. But she only said she was coming to class today, not that she would come early. How clueless could he be?
Oh,
that's good. Are you learning something impressive? Anything that could interest Jiang Chang'an in mystical arts must be quite fascinating. The learned and talented often knew some mystical skills. For example, Teacher Song could even predict the weather. But Jiang Chang'an often had different opinions, which made Teacher Song even more curious. I only learned some rules about building houses. I want to draw the house's floor plan and structure so that building will be more efficient. Teacher Song nodded. His methods were somewhat similar to those used by the Ministry of Works, though not quite as effective. Then you should start drawing now. For the next class, practice your drawing. This old teacher was very casual. The students had long been used to his relaxed style. Yes, sir. Since the boss said so, who could argue? After all, the big boss was providing free paint for the students. Paint was quite precious. The students took out their paint boxes. The teacher didn't say what to paint. Could they also be drawing houses? Then they started drawing. However, Jiang Chang'an didn't use a traditional brush or paint. Instead, she took out a dull gray piece of charcoal. Here she comes. Jiang Chang'an was about to cause trouble again. Her classmates saw this and felt surprisingly more excited than Jiang Chang'an herself, losing interest in their own drawing. Professor Song was the most excited of all. The royal records once said that the first empress could draw a portrait of the former regent with just a piece of charcoal, and it was so vivid. The regent was so impressed by the empress's talent that he willingly handed over the throne and even entered the palace to become her husband. But because the drawing was so precious, the regent was selfish and didn't want the empress to create a second masterpiece in her unique style, not even for her children. As a result, the three-dimensional charcoal drawings were lost. Why could Jiang Chang'an create one? She couldn't have seen the regent's portrait. Soon, Professor Song had no more interest in Jiang Chang'an's mystery because he was completely captivated by her simple sketches. Dark charcoal, fine lines, just a few basic strokes, and a three-dimensional shape appeared on the paper. Jiang Chang'an's technique was a bit rough. She was doing it on purpose. without a teacher, and she had never seen this kind of drawing in her memory. The things she figured out and drew were just not quite perfect. Jiang Chang'an drew very quickly. From awkward and crooked lines at first, her work became more lively as she practiced. After changing 7 or 8 sheets of paper, she finally finished drawing an ancient-style 2-story small villa. Her classmates around her gasped in amazement. Jiang Chang'an didn't stop. After drawing the house, she also sketched the layout of good feng shui.
Wow.
This house is so beautiful. How much did it cost? Chang'an, we're building a new house too. Can you make a design for my family? Zhang Zuji couldn't hold back. But before Jiang Chang'an could answer, Professor Song suddenly pulled her out of the classroom in a hurry.
Huh?
What does the teacher mean by that? Only Li Shushan guessed the deeper meaning, because he had seen the regent's portrait himself. Carefully calculating, he realized that it was also his ancestor. Li Shushan didn't expect Jiang Chang'an to have such an unusual drawing skill either. Could he be dreaming because he was confused? This kind of thing, I don't know why the system brought it to her, and it looks old now. The paper is so worn that the original appearance is almost gone. It is said that this notebook now belongs to the system tools. Jiang Chang'an doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her draft, how could it become a system tool? At least it shows it's a good thing. But it's clearly her own property, and the system took it without asking her. Isn't that a bit too overbearing? Fortunately, after becoming a system tool, she can still take out the notebook to use. This is a book I found on the back mountain. I've studied it for many years. It features detailed, 3-dimensional sketches. This is called a sketch. It uses lines and shading techniques combined, drawing geometric shapes with a mix of lines and surfaces. It was translated from across the ocean by previous people, Jiang Chang'an pointed out to Master Song. The notebook is a simple version of a recipe, easy to understand at a glance. Do you recognize the writing on it? So, Master Song couldn't read it, and suddenly he felt a bit impressed with Jiang Chang'an. Sir, I read it while guessing. Sorry, sir, I mainly guessed the traditional characters. Master Song's mouth twitched. You guessed it, and still spoke so confidently. Yet, he thought Jiang Chang'an's reasoning made sense. And what about this foreign writing? Of course, Master Song has seen foreign scripts, but most countries across the ocean and nearby are much more backward than their great Song dynasty. He didn't expect that they also had advanced art like sketching. Based on the general meaning of the simple text, I think it means the same, but I can't read it, Jiang Chang'an said, feeling innocent. She was also curious. Sir, does the court allow sea trade? Will we go on study trips in the future? I want to go to the port, learn foreign languages, go to sea for business. I've heard it can make a lot of money. After arranging Zhang's family affairs, Jiang Chang'an really wanted to go out and explore, to conquer the stars and the sea. After all, she is still young and doesn't want to enter officialdom too early or carry heavy burdens. The court has never banned sea travel, but there are very few trading ships going out. They mostly trade with nearby countries, and no one ventures into the deep ocean. Because the shipbuilding technology of the Great Song isn't advanced enough for long voyages, no one dares to take such risks. However, there are foreign merchant ships and envoys from across the ocean, but the goods they bring are not as good as those from our Great Song. But the Empress's notes once said that people are not fixed and unchanging. If they stand still, they won't progress. Those foreigners have a brave spirit, and their desires drive them to improve and invent. They will become stronger and stronger. For example, their ship has already reached the level of deep-sea voyages. Just this alone is worth learning from. The first rule of the Great Song Nation is not to be stuck in old ways. Master Song also thinks the Empress is very wise and farsighted, which is why she became the Great Song Empress. If Jiang Chang'an knew, he would surely say it's obvious, because the burning, looting, and destruction by the Eight-Nation Alliance left a deep impression. The Chinese people must never repeat those mistakes. So, Chang'an, your idea is very good. When you grow up in a few years, I will take you and your friends on a study tour to the coastal ports. Also, I hope you teach your classmates this painting technique. It's a style only the first empress used. It's very precious, and we must spread it so that your safety is protected. Do you understand the teacher's intention? Other things are okay, but I worry that the royal family might have strange ideas, like nonsense about who controls Chang'an controlling the world. The Empress's example is there, and those who want to reach the top but have no way out will take risks. If that happens, Jiang Chang'an's situation could become very dangerous. I understand. I will follow the teacher's arrangements, Jiang Chang'an quickly agreed. Valuable things are very eye-catching. Instead of dealing with all kinds of tricky traps and thefts, it's better to make everything public early, saving unnecessary trouble. Anyway, Jiang Chang'an doesn't rely on this to make a living, because she can survive on anything. Jiang Chang'an agreed so quickly that it was like she was shifting blame. Master Song immediately knew she had a plan in mind. She's open-minded and perceptive. Even though she's only 7, her ability to make decisions is better than most people. In the end, Jiang Chang'an went to the school to paint a picture, then finished her classes for the day. It was very simple and efficient. Li Shushan couldn't help but lean closer to Jiang Chang'an and whisper, "Why do you want to go to sea? Are there many treasures overseas?" He had never thought about it before. Even after living 2 lives, Li Shushan's goal was still to manipulate politics and seek revenge. But if others go to sea and find treasures, it's beyond his control.
Why?
Because their shipbuilding skills are poor and can't carry much. But Jiang Chang'an has a portable space, which is very convenient. So, she's very suitable to be a pirate. Jiang Chang'an didn't expect Li Shushan to have such good hearing. The classroom and the teacher's study are at least dozens of meters apart, yet he could hear her conversation with the teacher through the noisy sounds. Otherwise, how would he know she wanted to go to sea? A treasure is secondary. We must understand our purpose and goals in life. I read in a book that when a person is stuck in a dull, boring life and can't escape, they lose creativity and the ability to face various crises. Gradually, they become like a living dead, without a soul. Smart people seek excitement and challenges actively to make their lives better and enrich their minds. This is the spirit of adventure. Showing your value by doing what you can for society, creating legendary stories in your life, at least yourself, means you haven't wasted your time in this world. You must travel across mountains and rivers, explore deserts, and conquer stars and oceans. Beautiful scenery is always on the way. Jiang Chang'an doesn't say this just to sound nice. It's her real thought. In her past life, she focused on exams and earning money, even creating a system of certificates. This life, she wants to balance both, become a top person, settle down, then travel and explore. But her wish is just a wish. If the mountains and rivers are destroyed and scarred, what's the point of seeing them? When the system appeared, Jiang Chang'an felt a sense of responsibility. She wanted to improve infrastructure, boost creativity, develop civilization, and help the backward ancient people fight natural disasters and save lives. She didn't want to be a hero, but when disaster strikes and you see bodies everywhere, don't you feel compassion? Ancient death rates were unimaginably high due to incomplete systems, lack of ability, and frequent natural and man-made disasters. Moreover, Jiang Chang'an often sensed a kind of indifferent, negative aura from Li Shushan. It seemed like he found life dull and uninteresting. So she couldn't help but say a few more words. She naturally hoped her friends would be happy and joyful. This is what the little demon longs for. Such enthusiasm, like a small sun, warm and intense, making people want to hug and get close. Jianglinger, how about using your unique painting skills to draw a portrait of me? Li Shushan suddenly thought of a possibility. The story of the queen and the regent.
Puffed.
Jiang Chang'an spat out in surprise. Do you want to paint a black and white portrait? He asked. Does this guy not understand what a black and white portrait means? Black and white images are colorless, like a frozen moment in time, like lifeless shades. Who would paint such a thing? It's meant for remembrance on walls. Do you really need one? No need to overthink it, right? If you dare to want her, you probably won't dare to draw her. Li Shushan's face darkened. I didn't say it has to be a black and white portrait. Can I add colors? Or do you think I have no color in your eyes? Who's being fooled? The regent's portrait is in full color, just like a real person, with height, size, and clothing all detailed as if alive. Li Shushan doesn't believe Jiang Chang'an can't do it. Little monsters are quite capable. Let's see if she's willing. Draw a sketch for me, and I can paint a full picture of you two to record how we looked as kids. That would be meaningful, much better than leaving nothing behind in his past life, when no one knew Li Shushan had been here.
Then just paint yourself, she said.
Don't think I don't know that you shouldn't randomly draw people, especially men and women. If you mess up, people might think you're sharing private things.
Huh?
Li Shushan, could it be that you've fallen for me? After all, they're both adults now. His mature mind was not surprised. Jiang Chang'an was joking, teasing him.
Huh?
I'm a man. That's true. But are you a woman? Jiang Linger, what about you makes you seem like a proper girl? If this girl keeps being so assertive, unless she becomes the empress, who would marry her? No one would have that courage, right? Of course, Li Shushan was an exception. Little monsters are dangerous. Just a few words, and people are willing to rush for her. Her charm is everywhere. He doesn't quite understand why he likes her. He just wants to be close, to absorb her warmth, and to get through the dark times ahead. What does a proper girl look like? For someone, a certain identity are just worldly views. Living true to oneself is the most important. Do you imagine a girl as gentle and virtuous? Or weak and easy to deceive? Don't be fooled by worldly notions. Women are many kinds, each different. You're just unaware. So, if you're not cautious around them, you'll definitely suffer. Women are the most resilient. Don't underestimate them. Jiang Chang'an doesn't need to live as a typical girl.
She just needs to be herself.
She should have that confidence. Li Shushan was silent. Women truly can be venomous. He had suffered many losses in his past life, so in both lives, he was wary of women. He just couldn't truly like them. But he really wanted that kind of painting. Just tell me, will you draw or not? He was tired of her endless talk. Li Shushan looked steadily at Jiang Chang'an, as if she couldn't leave unless she agreed. Yes, I will draw. You are my partner, and I will prioritize fulfilling any of your requests. We are brothers fighting side by side, so what's wrong with drawing a portrait? Jiang Chang'an is not that kind of boring person. Li Shushan finally feels happy. Then, you can only paint a portrait of me, and I will only decorate and paint for you. That's fair. Don't think my request is strange. I can sketch other things, but I can't draw people. Because the great Song royal family has a prophecy. Anyone who can paint like a queen will revive the empire. You should know, the queen only painted one portrait of the regent king, so portraits are the standard to judge painting skills. Anyone wanting that position wants to get your talent. Soon, you will become a very popular object, fought over by the royal family. You don't want to offend them, right? Those people hold power and see others as insignificant.
They are so bad you can't imagine.
Also, the current emperor is about 50 years old. If he insists on making you his consort, can you resist? Remember, the land under heaven belongs to the king. Jiang Linger, you wouldn't be that foolish, right? Li Shushan carefully reminds Jiang Chang'an, worried she might do something wrong without realizing it and cause trouble for herself. So, Jiang Chang'an's painting skills can't be fully revealed. To stay safe, she must hide her abilities. Song Fuzi probably doesn't know she can paint portraits, otherwise, he wouldn't let her skills be exposed. What Jiang Chang'an promised herself must not change. So, in the end, she can only paint portraits for him. Li Shushan secretly feels pleased. Of course, he will keep her paintings well hidden and not let them leak out. If necessary, he can hide them in Jiang Chang'an's space. When he wants to see them or when he becomes powerful enough, he will take them out. Now, Jiang Chang'an is speechless. Your rules are really strict, but she has to follow them. The main purpose of sketching is to create drawings, essential tools for manufacturing closely related to daily life, especially for someone like her who relies on drawings. Fortunately, she just can't paint portraits. That's fine. All right, I'll listen to you. The little ghost cleverly just wants a picture for fun. He's her little encyclopedia and scout, very useful, so she's happy to satisfy his small request. The two quietly talk, hiding behind the students leaving school, slowly heading home. Chang'an, you're dismissed from school. At this moment, the village chief and a group of people wave at Jiang Chang'an, clearly waiting there for a while. The village chief is looking for me? Is there something wrong? It seems like business is coming in. Jiang Chang'an's expression is calm, but inside, he feels a little excited. The Jiang family's business is about to grow. Carpentry and pottery are steady sources of income, unlike the rare Ganoderma mushrooms, which only appear occasionally. So life still depends on carpentry and pottery. Something's up. Didn't Uncle say he wanted to make large carts? The summer harvest is coming soon, so we need to get the framework ready quickly. We've found good wood and plan to make 8 carts first. Chang'an, how do you think we should charge? We need to prepare. Hong Li and his group had already gone to find Jiang's family. But Jiang's second son wasn't there, and old Jiang didn't know how to make carts, so they couldn't set a price. Everyone was anxious and could only wait at the school gate for Jiang Chang'an. It's fine, but I need to discuss with my grandfather first. I also want to see the wood. If there's extra, I can exchange it for labor costs. With this, Jiang Chang'an could trade his craftsmanship for more raw materials, which was cost-effective. But only 8 carts and so many people came? How much wood did they bring? Hey, and those others, they want to trade pottery with you. Chang'an, your brightly colored bowls look really nice. How much do you plan to sell them for? If they're not expensive, I might buy a set. The gray-green bowls looked lively and smooth like porcelain, very practical. Not expensive, just a few coins for ordinary pottery. Folks in the village talking about money can hurt feelings. If it weren't for the hard work involved, my grandpa said he wouldn't charge everyone. But for life's sake, there's no other choice. Jiang Chang'an, like a young adult, felt helpless about life. Haha, that's true. Jiang family has always been honest. Everyone knows that, someone said. A coin was a lot for farmers, but they could exchange it for grain. On the way home, Jiang Chang'an negotiated many deals for carpentry and pottery, earning quite a lot. When he arrived at Jiang's house, he looked at the wood brought by villagers. It wasn't the finest quality, but enough to use, and it was already dry and ready. Jiang Chang'an and old Jiang discussed and charged according to market rates, compensating with some of the wood. He recorded each deal in a small notebook. This was arranged by Aunt Yao, who is also literate. The second house and the main house were lively, with guests coming and going, making the people in the big house and the third house feel envious and jealous. Jiang's yard was very large, especially the back garden, where placing a dozen large logs was no problem. Old man Jiang's daily work takes place in the shed in his backyard, but every day he brings the finished parts back to the main house. This time, of course, he is more serious than usual because they are making wheels. The most difficult part of woodworking is the wheel. Making a perfect circle is not easy for most people, especially since the tool for drawing circles is simple and the circle must bear weight and rotate. Without wisdom and tradition, making a wheel is very hard. Old man Jiang knows he can never make a wheel in his lifetime, so when others call him an amateur, he doesn't argue. Now, finally, he has succeeded. He can't make wheels, but his granddaughter can. They must honor their ancestors and ask the woodworking god to bless the Jiang family's craft, so it can be passed down for thousands of years. At noon, Jiang's second son returned from the town market with offerings: 3 animals, cow, sheep, and pig, plus some fruits, snacks, candles, and other items, preparing for the groundbreaking of their new house in a few days. They can now use these offerings early for a ceremony. After tidying up the kitchen, everything was arranged. Chang'an, come here and offer incense to the ancestor, so he blesses us to smoothly create a woodworking legend and benefit our village. Old man Jiang lit 3 sticks of incense and handed them to Jiang Chang'an. Jiang Chang'an obediently took the incense and respectfully faced the portrait of Lu Ban, a great ancestor who laid the foundation for civilization and perhaps guided her into this era for rebirth. Jiang Chang'an also wants to make some changes for this time, improve people's lives, starting with wooden carts and pottery, and also earn some extra money. Master Lu Ban, I am Jiang Chang'an. I will follow the family tradition, pass on the skills, and bring benefits to the world. He held the incense and bowed 3 times to the portrait. Good, good, good. Old man Jiang seemed to see himself as the ancestor, excited and proud. Suddenly, Jiang Chang'an was startled by the praise, thinking the ancestor had appeared, but it was just her grandfather appearing in spirit. But Grandpa, I need to wait until I finish school to do woodworking at home. I will make special tools to craft the wheels more precisely, so I plan to redesign the big wheel cart to make it more durable. When I go to school, I will draw the plans on paper, and then we can make it based on the drawings. It will be much faster. You can draw plans too? Old man Jiang was even more excited. With the drawings, even someone new to woodworking could start making things, and old second Jiang could help too. You should know that even experienced carpenters who can draw plans are rare. It's said that Master Qingyang only had a thin set of blueprints, and he didn't draw them himself, but inherited them. But his granddaughter can draw plans herself? That's so amazing! Old man Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, the master's books have them, but I'm the only one who has figured out how to draw. I'll also teach my classmates to draw this afternoon, she said. The drawings for the cart could be used as teaching material. Oh, you should go quickly. Hurry up, go to school. Grandpa is waiting for you to come back, so he can see my little granddaughter's woodworking plans, Old man Jiang said excitedly, pacing back and forth, unable to sit still. Dad, what are you saying? My girl hasn't eaten yet, and after eating she needs a good nap. How can she work so hard? Second Jiang cared deeply for Chanan. The little girl had been busy these days and hadn't stopped. She was still a child. Can her body handle it? Old man Jiang's eyes widened again. That's right, yes, yes. Eat first, then rest well. Resting will give you the energy to draw better plans. No need to rush. He'd see the drawings in the afternoon anyway. Bah. No rush at all. This kid doesn't even understand what woodworking plans mean. He's carefree and reckless, already thinking about relying on his daughter to support him when he's old. Old man Jiang was envious. Why didn't he have such a good daughter? Luckily, she was his granddaughter, haha. Today, Second Jiang was especially happy. Not only because there was good news at home, but also because he said, "Do you know who I met in town?" At the dinner table, he excitedly teased everyone. Who? The third house's father-in-law? Old Lady Jiang was the first to speak, but she didn't really know her second son well. Oh, I also ran into someone from the Jiang family because most things are bought from his shop, he said. The biggest general store in town was run by the Jiang family of the third house, and most people bought things there, so it was common to meet them. Second Jiang was also straightforward. The Jiang family was the Jiang family, and the third house was the third house. There was no need to get involved or cut ties, just treat each other as strangers. I met Zhang San. Second Jiang said happily, smiling with satisfaction.
Ugh.
Meeting that troublesome villain and still feeling happy? Has he lost his mind? Are you okay, Brother Lin? Mrs. Yao was very worried. Old Second Jiang had been through 2 fierce battles, and his health was still not good. Last night, Mrs. Yao even applied ointment to him. Now, he couldn't possibly fight someone like Officer Zhang San. What trouble could I possibly have? The one in trouble is that scoundrel Zhang San. His face was swollen and blue, and even I, who see him as an enemy, couldn't recognize him. Just imagine how miserable he looked. They say enemies can be recognized even when turned to ashes, but in my opinion, that's not true. Zhang San was brought into the clinic by someone else, and I couldn't even tell that the half-dead person was him. I heard he went crazy. He even said he was haunted by ghosts. When they carried him to the clinic for treatment, he refused to go and insisted on buying incense, paper money, gold ingots, a house, and a maid, spending a whole 10 taels of silver. If he had enough money, I think he was trying to buy 1,000 taels worth of goods. The shopkeeper was so scared, he didn't dare to take his money. Guess what? Zhang San begged them to accept the silver. Isn't that madness? Not only Zhang San, but his wife also went crazy. Rumor has it that Zhang San was actually beaten up by his wife. But when he woke up, instead of asking the master at the Dafa temple to exorcise ghosts, He went there to perform rituals to honor the gods. Old Second Jiang was talking quite happily. Jiang Chang'an didn't expect Jiang San to cause such a fuss. It seemed he was really scared. The power of spirits and ghosts was truly strange. Maybe Jiang San was planning to turn over a new leaf? But it didn't matter. As long as Jiang San didn't come back to trouble the Jiang family, Jiang Chang'an didn't plan to pursue it further. After all, she had already taken quite a bit of money from Jiang San. The grudges could be put aside for now. Jiang San was a wicked man. His sins were so great that only someone capable could bring him to justice. He had made many enemies, and this incident gave others a chance to strike at him. Jiang San's future would definitely be difficult. At least his wife, who had been constantly tormenting him, had now discovered his weakness and decided not to stay silent anymore. Otherwise, how could there be rumors that Jiang San was beaten by his wife? Those stories probably weren't baseless. Finally, a threat was removed. Now it was time to focus on building his career. Jiang Chang'an took a short nap, then packed her small bag, put on a straw hat, and headed to the mountain school under the bright sun. As she left, a figure quietly slipped out of the Jiang house behind her. When Jiang Chang'an looked back, she saw it was Jiang Rong. Jiang Jiarong, the youngest of the Jiang family, is only 4 years old. Originally, they planned to send him to school next year, but seeing how bad things are now, if nothing changes, it might be too late. Big sister, Jiang Jiarong happily ran to Jiang Chang'an, his face sunburned red from the sunlight. Where are you going? Why aren't you wearing a hat? At 4 years old, children who don't go to school can still run around the village, but isn't the sun too strong now? Is this kid feeling hot? I want to go to school with my sister, Jiang Jiarong said seriously.
Oh.
Suddenly decided to go to school? Neither of your brothers wants to study. You must be excited because you've experienced the hardships of studying, right? Besides, your parents haven't taught you properly. Going to school means being successful, like sister who makes pottery. Jiang Jiarong liked pottery because it was just shaping mud, which was fun, and he could also earn money.
Oh.
Quite ambitious. Jiang Chang'an chuckled. Why do you want to be successful? He's just a kid, yet he's so eager. Your parents are just lazy all day. Being successful means earning money. When I earn money, Mom won't cry. I don't want to see Mom cry. It hurts here. Jiang Jiarong pointed to his chest. Jiang Chang'an was speechless. How could someone like Jiang's mother, with such wrong values, give birth to such a well-behaved child? Not just 1, but 3. He felt so lucky. Jiang Jiarong, you understand filial piety now. You're a good kid. All right, you and sister can go to school. She decided to handle the school-related matters. But she needed to think of a special gift for Teacher Song, who wasn't short of money. Jiang Jiarong and Jiang Chang'an went to the mountain private school, while the couple from the third house was still sleeping soundly behind them. Their household was running low on rice, oil, and firewood, and they had 3 more sons to feed. Jiang Chang'an, why are you bringing your brother to school? Actually, Zhang Zhuzi wanted to say, aren't your 2 families having a falling out? Why are you still helping Zhang's third house take care of the children? Of course, such cases weren't uncommon. When parents were busy, students often brought their younger siblings to school. Sometimes the little kids played in the yard, sometimes they were taken care of by Uncle Ya. My brother is here to go to school, Jiang Chang'an said directly as he led Jiang Jiarong toward Teacher Song's study.
What?
That's impossible. The teacher stopped accepting students long ago. Don't you know? Although the mountain private school was named after Shangshang village, it belonged entirely to Teacher Song, not the village school. The official town school was run by the government, as no village was wealthy enough to support a school. Teacher Song's school was also struggling financially. Since winning the top spot in the exam, the mountain school has become very popular. Many people come to study there, but Teacher Song no longer accepts students, even from a village, unless they are close friends. Teacher, are you still accepting students? My younger brother, Jiang Jiarong, wants to learn skills to show his respect. He wants to make pottery, earn money, and make our mother happy. This is Jiang Jiarong's innocent words. Jiang Chang'an told Teacher Song, hoping to see if Teacher Song appreciates his brother's filial heart.
Oh.
A good boy. Come and learn well from your sister, Teacher Song said kindly, not mentioning the formalities. He wanted to see how long this child's pure heart could last. Thank you, sir. Jang Jarong was nervous but excited. He managed to bow awkwardly, having seen such gestures many times outside the classroom. Good, go play now. Chang'an, stay here. Teacher Song stroked his beard kindly. Jang Jarong looked at Jiang Chang'an, received her nod, and then ran out of the study.
Great. He can go play now.
The children in the mountain village school are familiar with each other, and Jiang Jarong isn't afraid of anyone except Teacher Song and the mute uncle. Teacher, I will pay for Jarong's formal studies. I also want to give you a gift. I'll keep it a secret for now. Relying on the third household is impossible. Plus, Jiang Chang'an's second brother, Jiang Lauer, has already given up half of his formal studies due to lack of money, so Jiang Chang'an wants to make up for it. Hee, then I'll look forward to your gift, Teacher Song said, admiring Jiang Chang'an's generosity. Despite some conflicts among the Jiang families, it didn't affect how the children got along, which was quite rare. Hee, sir, what classes are you planning this afternoon? Do you want me to teach everyone how to draw? I also want to sketch the plans for the giant wheel cart, as I've received orders from villagers at home. That's the second reason Jiang Chang'an came to see Teacher Song. She wanted to help with the lessons. Teacher Song's eyes lit up. He still had Jiang Chang'an's sketch notes, which he had been studying at noon. He understood them somewhat, but drawing was still difficult. With Jiang Chang'an teaching, he believed he could improve further. That's a good idea. You can teach drawing, he agreed. They quickly prepared their tools and gathered the students for class. Jiang Chang'an started explaining lines and surfaces, then moved on to shadows and other professional techniques. She spoke while drawing. A large rice paper was fixed on a removed door panel facing the students. Soon, parts appeared on the paper, which were then assembled into a complete diagram. Jiang Chang'an truly has no secret stash, and both Song Fuzi and Li Shushan can see that. His painting technique is very suitable for the Ministry of Works, and even more advanced than their current blueprints. Jiang Chang'an speaks slowly. Those who understand will get it, but few can remember it well. When they try to draw themselves, they often struggle with straight lines and other problems. All right, everyone, take your time practicing. That's the method. If you don't understand, ask Chang'an. Class dismissed. Song Fuzi had an epiphany. He planned to practice on his own, produce some results, and send them to the capital. Jiang Chang'an finished his lesson after an hour and also completed his own blueprint. Jarong, let's go home, he said, then started making a large, easy-to-push cart that could carry heavy loads and move on narrow paths. Oh, okay, Jarong replied blankly. His sister had become a teacher, and he couldn't understand her lessons at all, so he fell asleep. When he woke up, school was over. Learning was really easy. I want to go too. Li Shushan was the first to sign up. What was he going home to do? Not visit the Jiang family, since he was going on a long trip soon anyway. I want to go too. Some classmates followed Jiang Chang'an. There was no secret training in carpentry. Jiang Chang'an simply explained the blueprint for the large cart. Those who understood could make it, but actually building it was not so easy. Everyone could understand it after seeing, but making it often failed. They were all around 10 years old, not as clever as Jiang Chang'an, and couldn't learn so many things all at once. So, back at the Jiang family, besides Jarong, 6 or 7 other classmates showed interest in the large cart. Since they were classmates, it was important to foster friendship and hospitality. In the hot summer, cool ice was a must-have treasure, so making ice with saltpeter was finally added to the schedule. Jiang Chang'an arrived home early. Old Jiang was in the backyard organizing wood. Second brother Jiang and Grandma Jiang were helping, and Mrs. Yao was sewing clothes inside. Second brother Jiang bought a lot of fabric, but the first piece had to be made for the 2 elders, an act of filial piety. Mrs. Yao knew everyone's measurements, so sewing was quick. Some clothes had embroidered collars and cuffs, making them look much more upscale than ordinary clothes. Old man Jiang was about to go to the kitchen for water when he looked up and saw Jiang Chang'an about to enter. He looked happy and said, Chang'an.
The.
He stopped halfway because Jiang Chang'an was followed by many people. Is it appropriate to talk about the drawings in front of so many people? Woodworking plans are like martial arts secrets or chef's recipes. Old man Jiang spent many years working hard to learn just a little. If Jiang Chang'an drew the plans, he wouldn't want outsiders to see them. The drawings are finished. Grandpa, take a look, Jiang Chang'an said casually, taking out the plans and spreading them out for old man Jiang to see. His eyes brightened, and after a quick look, he hurriedly put the plans away. Why did you bring people back again? His tone was a bit resentful. His granddaughter was good, but she was too naive. My classmates are interested in the carts. I brought them to see. So, showing the plans wasn't enough. You also wanted to teach them directly? Old man Jiang felt like crying. Our exclusive techniques can't be shared with outsiders. These young kids really didn't understand. How could they come to learn secretly? Even the youngest among them felt a bit embarrassed. They weren't here to steal skills, but old man Jiang wondered if the old master believed that.
It's okay, Grandpa.
They're just curious. Even if they learn, it's fine. The woodworking market isn't saturated, and Dasong's construction needs strong workers like them. Where are we? In such a backward dynasty, there are many areas to develop and build. This is just woodworking, not weapon forging. It doesn't threaten the safety of the country or the people, so there's no need to hide it. As soon as Jiang Chang'an finished speaking, her classmates looked at her with respect. From making pottery to salt, ice, carts, or paper, Jiang Chang'an never tried to hide anything from them. Did she see them as the pillars of the country, hoping to build a better future for Dasong with them? This vision and attitude were exactly like Teacher Song. The students' spirits lifted, feeling as if they now shared a new but familiar goal: study hard and help build Dasong. They finally understood why Teacher Song not only taught them book knowledge, but also martial arts and farming, any useful skills she could share with them. Balancing work and rest really helped them learn more. Shin Shikong suddenly seemed enlightened, as if his mind had been opened. He bowed to Jiang Chang'an and paid respects as a student to a teacher. Jiang Chang'an grew up very quickly, and her achievements were already impressive. Many people began to see the reasons behind her success, so there was no reason not to work hard. Everyone's family background was quite ordinary, and they had no luxury to be spoiled. Chang'an, we will study hard and not let you down, they said. Jiang Chang'an smiled and replied, all right. If you can handle the hardships, then go ahead and learn. Old Jiang had nothing to say. The children had their own ideas, so let them be. Take the blueprints and go to the backyard to look at the materials. I'll ask my mother to make some cold soup, he said. His classmates were happy and looked forward to it. Drinking cold soup in summer was a treat usually reserved for wealthy families. Now they could make ice with saltpeter, which made summer more fun. It was a very good idea. A few classmates pushed the cart and followed old Jiang to the backyard. Linger, what kind of soup are you making?
She asked.
She thought she heard right, cold soup? But their family didn't have an ice cellar. Where would the ice come from? Yaosha heard the noise and came out of her room. Plum cold soup, mother. The ice can be made with saltpeter. It's this stone, crushed into powder and mixed with water to absorb heat. The water then cools down and turns into ice. You can use a basin, put a bucket of water in the middle, and chill the plum soup inside. Grandma dried a lot of yumberries this year, so we can use some to cook. In the backyard, there were 2 big yumberry trees. Every year, they had more fruit than they could eat or sell, so Grandma dried some of the yumberries. Sometimes, when guests came, she would add sugar and cook a sweet and sour soup. It was quite good, and adding ice would make it even better. Is this white stone saltpeter? She asked, surprised. She thought it was something special. Yesterday, Jiang Chang'an brought back a lot and left it in the yard. Her stepmother used to spend a lot of money to buy it and hide it like a treasure. Actually, in their countryside, every mountain had saltpeter. Yaosha suddenly felt very rich. Yes, I'm making ice now. Mother, you can start cooking the soup. Remember to add more sugar, Jiang Chang'an said. The cold soup should be sweet and sour to taste.
Most girls liked it that way.
Okay, Yaosha replied and went to cook. Jiang Chang'an took a few pieces of saltpeter, crushed them into powder, and poured them into a big basin. Then she added a lot of water and let it sit. Next, she cut some bamboo into tubes and prepared a stick in the middle. She thought if the cold soup is good, it can also turn into ice pops. That's what kids love most. In the backyard, there was mint, and they also had some glutinous rice flour, ready ingredients. Jiang Chang'an quickly started working. When no one was around by the nitrate pile, Jiang Shi in the third room quietly sighed in relief. Do you really think they can make ice? Wouldn't that be very advanced? Yesterday, Jiang Shi was wondering why Jiang Chang'an was secretly bringing an ominous white stone home. Turns out it could be used to make ice. Ice is very valuable in summer. They could make ice and sell it on the street. Wouldn't that be very profitable? Paper sure couldn't sit still anymore. If it's really nitrate, then it can definitely make ice, she said. Jiang Laosen knew that from books, but he didn't recognize nitrate himself. Should we go see? The steps are very simple. If they really make ice, we can sell it on the street. We wouldn't have to work in the fields anymore, and we could earn easy money. Jiang Shi dreamed of being her own boss. That might not be a good idea. That's spying. Second brother might beat us. Jiang Laosen hesitated. He was feeling proud of his second brother, but he was also afraid. Are you stupid? Little fool isn't hiding anything. When they were making pottery, the landlord's young man watched the whole process. Now, even the carpentry skills are being watched by classmates. The nitrate was brought back yesterday by some classmates helping her. Maybe she already shared the recipe with others. Why are we only going now? Isn't that spying? I think little fool is still the same little fool. Now, with an extra trait of being open and friendly to outsiders, but stingy and aloof to us uncles and aunts. If little fool helps us, the uncles and aunts, do we need to sneak around like thieves? People are unreliable. We can only rely on ourselves. That's why some secret techniques must stay in our hands. Carving and pottery are too difficult, but making ice and boiling soup is easy. Stop talking. If she hears us, what if even the children in the third room don't like us? Look at Jairon. He knows that if he goes to flatter little fool, he'll get some meat. This made Jiang Laosen feel envious. Jiang Laosen already knew that Jiang Sen wasn't very impressive. He shouldn't have let the second brother go unchecked. At least he should have shown some effort. Anyway, he didn't intentionally borrow the second brother's clothes to set him up. Because the second brother's clothes had embroidery, he went out to play and needed to dress better. He successfully diverted trouble elsewhere, but also lost his main support. Otherwise, the new house of the second room would probably have a share for their third room too. The second room and the main house planned to build a house with blue bricks and tiles. They sold lingji mushrooms and participated in wild boar hunting. Everyone in the village knew about it. Not only was the landlord showing off, but they also overheard what the second room was saying. Now, with the addition of large carts and pottery firing, the second household has become quite wealthy. Why am I not so lucky? The second household is rising rapidly, and old man Jiang is increasingly regretful about his foolish past decisions. Jiang did not say much. Instead, she tiptoed quietly to the yard, looking at the water in the basin that was soaking the saltpeter. Is it really ready? Jiang almost jumped with excitement. The water in the bucket hadn't frozen yet, but cool air was already coming out. She turned and ran. Let's go to Baisher Mountain to get more saltpeter, or else it'll be finished by the time we get there. Without waiting, she grabbed a sack and a shoulder pole, pulling Jiang along. Are we really going? That place is full of abandoned graves. Jiang hesitated. The sky was also getting late, and Jiang was reluctant. Jiang suddenly burst into laughter. Jiang, do you still think you're the boss? Your parents already gave up on you. Now our family is about to run out of rice. You don't need to raise children anymore, right? No need to live through hard days, right? Her repeated scolding made Jiang have to sheepishly follow her, because if they didn't go now, the abandoned graves would soon claim his place. He might even starve to death. Just as the third household's couple left the yard, Jiang Chang'an came out from behind the corner of the backyard. She saw Jiang's sneaky behavior, but it didn't matter because the ice-making method was now quite common. Jiang thought about selling ice soup, which showed some cleverness, hoping to make money. With that, The lives of the three brothers in the third household would improve, and the old master and lady could rest assured. On the icy plum drink, Jiang Chang'an and Yao cooked mint and glutinous rice water with sugar to make ice pops. After finishing, Jiang Chang'an went to the back. In the backyard, old man Jiang was holding a blueprint, boasting to a group of young students about how amazing carpentry was. He claimed to be the 101st generation descendant of Liu Ban and started talking about wood and tools. Once he started, he couldn't stop, giving a lively lecture like an old master. Old man Jiang enjoyed it very much. Few in the Jiang family wanted to listen to him talk about woodworking, except Jiang Chang'an. "I'm here. Is everyone ready? Let's start making it." "Chang'an, you're here?" They were surprised at how quickly she arrived. They still wanted to hear old man Jiang talk about Liu Ban's great inventions. Jiang Chang'an twitched her mouth. Did she come to the wrong place? They weren't making carts, but she still had to do it because she had already received money and materials from others. "Let's start now. Father, we will follow the drawings and make each part step by step. First, cut the wood to the specified sizes, then shape the wood panels, smooth them out, carve details, paint, and finally assemble. It's quite simple." All right, no need to talk much. Let's get started." Anyone can say that, but few truly know how to do it. The wood is large, and old man Jiang can't move it alone. He needs Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan to help. With their help, they gain strength, but their tools are not enough. Old man Jiang tries to saw a piece but can't cut through the wood, and he gets exhausted. It seems he will need to make 2 sets of woodworking tools. Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan find it much easier to work. One has good tools, and the other has strong internal power, which makes things much simpler. This is a modified cart. The wheels are not too thick, because thick wheels waste wood and take up space. Thin wheels are better, but they need to avoid cracking. Jiang Chang'an works quickly, explaining the principles as she goes. Whether others understand or not isn't her concern. Old man Jiang listens clearly because he's been a woodworker all his life. Things he once only understood now seem obvious. Li Shushan only understands part of it because he doesn't want to dig deeper. He doesn't need to. The older kids like Shen Shikong listen carefully and try to learn from Jiang Chang'an. However, when Jiang Chang'an pushes the plane, their hands get blisters. The wood panels are uneven and not smooth, so woodworking is still too hard for these children. Except for Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan, they can't keep up either. Gradually, the children lose interest. As evening approaches, they start to ask to go home. "Let's go back. Remember to ask my mother for some ice soup and ice cream. I still have work to do here because the cart is almost finished." Old man Jiang seems almost obsessed, refusing to stop working. "Okay, thank you, Chang'an. We'll come back tomorrow to see the cart." Some students run to the front yard to wash their hands and have soup. Suddenly, the yard erupts with cheers, probably because the ice treats are well received. "Are you not going?" Jiang Chang'an asks without stopping her work, turning to Li Shushan. Li Shushan slowly carves the wood, looks at Jiang Chang'an, and says, "Later. I'll help you." Even with his strength, doing such detailed and complicated work is tiring. But Jiang Chang'an didn't make a sound from beginning to end. She was too stubborn. Her success wasn't without reason. However, she's still a young girl carrying so much burden, which makes people feel sorry for her. After working together on a project and doing what they could, Li Shushan decided to help Jiang Chang'an. "Thank you." Others might not have minded, but Li Shushan was more skilled than her father, which made old Jiang angry and scold a lot. That's why woodworking also needs talent. Until sunset on the hill, Jiang Chang'an and the others finally assembled their first car. Old Jiang was the first to push it and immediately loved it. "Really good. Father, I want to try too. Let me have a turn." The father and son immediately started competing. "Let's go. Are you staying for dinner?" After helping so much, it was necessary to invite them for a meal. Jiang Chang'an blurted out,
"Sure."
Li Shushan had never eaten at Jiang's house before, but he liked the warm atmosphere there. They walked to the front yard, but surprisingly, Jiang Bao and the 2 children from the third family weren't there. "Mom, isn't brother back yet?" In the main kitchen, Yao Shi and old Jiang were busy cooking.
No, extranje.
It's so late. I'll go check. Yao Shi wiped her hands and ran outside, not letting Jiang Chang'an go because she still had Li Shushin as a guest. Just then, the 3 children from Jiang's family who studied in town finally returned, but they looked very dejected. Brother, what happened? Chang'an, you're famous now, but it's tough on us brothers. The teacher tested us all, and of course, we did badly. We were criticized for a long time and told to learn from you. Jiang Bao said gloomily. Yeah, Xinjin is really unreasonable. Studying depends on talent. How can everyone be so good? Jiang Wang was very unconvinced. He was never good at studying. The teacher wasn't just now discovering this. Why did they still scold them? Jiaxing Gij was also scolded? Everyone else studied at a private school in town, but Jiang's family studied at Jiang's private school. Jiang Xing's expression was dull as he nodded. He was severely scolded because he still had some connection with the Jiang family. The teacher not only scolded him, but also his parents, because they were relatives. Hey, it's not a big deal. Remember what I told you about the magic pill? I'll arrange it for you tonight. Next month's exam, I guarantee you'll get good grades and impress your teacher. Jiang Chang'an wanted to reveal the secret to the college entrance exam practice questions. Luckily, Li Shushin was here. He must know the question types. Really? 3 voices spoke in unison. Of course, go wash your hands and face. I made sour plum ice soup and ice cream, which are very refreshing. Jiang Chang'an couldn't wait to try them. In Jiang's yard, several children moved a large round table and some long benches. In the middle of the table was a bowl of sweet and sour ice soup, along with many small bamboo tubes. Everyone was eagerly watching. Jiang Bao was serving the soup to everyone. Li Shushin, being a guest, got the first bowl. He picked it up and took a sip, then another slowly. From his expression, it was hard to tell if he liked it. The waiting people couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Was it good or not? Just say so. Are they really waiting anxiously? Everyone was eager, including Jiang Chang'an. The second bowl was hers. The bowl was grayish-blue, filled with tea-colored sweet ice soup. It looked very beautiful. The rim was cool to the touch. Jiang Chang'an opened her mouth and took a big sip. Delicious. Sweet and sour, icy cold, very refreshing. Sure enough, summer needs ice.
Wow.
So tasty. Sister, should we make this every day from now on? Jiang Zherong said, then gulped down his bowl.
More.
This cool, tasty syrup was so enjoyable that he didn't mind drinking more. I won't make it every day. Sour plum soup is sweet and cold. Kids drinking too much might get upset stomachs. Zherong, you can only have 3 bowls. More than that isn't good. Really? But Andy made a lot. If I don't drink more, it'll go bad. How could they waste food? It was made with precious sugar, right? Zherong felt a bit regretful. How can it go bad? There are still several older brothers and sisters. Just as Jiang Chang'an finished speaking, the members of the main household entered the yard. Everyone from the main family had gone to work in the fields. Even when they came back, they didn't come empty-handed. Some carried wild vegetables, others carried firewood. They were all very hardworking. But working like this alone couldn't make life better. They worked under the hot sun every day, just enough to fill their stomachs. The future looked uncertain. Jiawenji, Sister Xing, Sister Tao, come quickly and drink some cold syrup. It's really good. The others didn't call out anymore. How could they ask for their father's approval? They weren't close enough to be considered brothers. Jiang Laoda saw Jiang Chang'an and didn't call him and immediately got angry. Cold water was so precious. Didn't he know to show respect to elders first? Now, even the eldest uncle was less important than outsiders? Before Jiang Zhaowen could reply, Jiang Laoda shouted fiercely, "Hurry up and start the fire to cook. What are you dawdling for?
Did I almost starve to death?
I spent so much effort raising you ungrateful children, disobedient ones." Any sensible person can see that old Master Jiang is criticizing behind people's backs, but Jiang Chang'an simply doesn't want to pay attention. Unexpectedly, old Madame Jiang ran out of the kitchen and started scolding, Yes, you're ungrateful, not supporting your parents, wasting the family's wealth, and even being close to enemies. This is more than just unfilial, you're a fool. When you cry, you big fool. Old Madame Jiang has never truly forgiven herself for raising this son.
Diovem, Xingar, Toar, Comhera.
Today, I won't cook. Let's see if he can starve to death. Don't worry, Grandma will take care of you. She won't hit or scold you. We'll send the boys to school and give the girls dowries. You foolish child, you've grown so big, and I and your father have scolded or beaten you. Sending you to school, but you studied wrong, and you've grown into a crooked little thing. You won't support your own brother, but you go around making friends with wolves and tigers. Just wait. You'll be eaten until there's nothing left. Old Madame Jiang's thoughts suddenly became very clear, and she pointed at Old Master Jiang's nose, scolding him fiercely. Old Master Jiang was full of anger, but didn't dare to argue with his mother, so he quietly went into the house. Of course, the meal for the main household was prepared by Madame Li. Following Grandma's instructions, the three siblings from the main house put down what they were holding, washed their hands, and then joined Jiang Chang'an. Seeing this, Old Madame Jiang huffed in frustration and went back to the kitchen, having already drunk her sugar water. Tao, come here. Xinger, this is yours. Brother Zhouan gave it to you. It's sweet and sour. Delicious, said Jiang Bao, handing over the prepared sugar water to the siblings of the main household. Delicious. Where did you get this ice water? Jiang Zhouan asked curiously. Has the second household become so wealthy? They can buy ice even in summer, or was it given by Li Shushan? Jiang Zhouan looked at Li Shushan. It's made from saltpeter, just that kind of stone. Crush it and add water, and it turns into ice. Jiang Chang'an pointed to the saltpeter stones in the corridor. Now, even Nama's sisters, Xing and Tao, looked on curiously. That white stone, wasn't it from the abandoned graves? The Xing and Tao sisters had indeed been to the abandoned graves. Others dared not go, but they had no choice. If they didn't gather enough wild vegetables, their father would get angry and hit them. The area had plenty of wild vegetables. No wonder. I saw Uncle San and Aunt San collecting a lot of these stones, and other villagers too, said Jiang Old Third. He had collected so many stones, so this was saltpeter? No wonder it was valuable. Really? Does that mean I can drink sugar water with ice every day from now on? The free ice water instantly revived Jiang Chang'an's energy. I don't think so. Jiang Chang'an smiled slightly but didn't say anything. There's still ice cream after the cold water. Come, one each. Jiang Chang'an poured out the ice cream from the bamboo tube and handed one to each person. Now we're finally going to talk about miracle medicines. The monthly exam is coming soon, so let's practice questions. What's practicing questions? Can that help us pass the exam? The students listened carefully, as miracle medicine sounded very impressive. It means we create questions and answer them ourselves. If you don't know, I can help by making questions for you. The more questions you do, the better you remember them. When the exam comes, you won't be afraid of similar questions. Actually, Jiang Chang'an didn't know how to make questions either, because the mountain school had never really had exams, not even monthly tests. So, what were the question types in ancient times? So that means we're taking exams every day? Jiang Zhuang wanted to cry. Studying is so hard. He thought it was some kind of miracle medicine, but it's actually more relaxing to have this bowl of cold water. Do it a few more times, and you'll want to do questions yourself. You'll wish the teacher tested you every day, because practicing questions can be addictive. Jiang Chang'an often couldn't stop himself. But what kind of questions should we make? They're students. How could they make questions as good as the teachers? Jiang Jaxing felt it was unlikely. Li Shushen, you summarize the question formats and categories. I can then make different questions based on the books and see your strengths and weaknesses, helping you improve your weak points. Isn't that like predicting exam questions? Jiang Chang'an also knew this trick. Only the wealthy in the capital liked to play such games. Because, unless you're very skilled, predicting exam questions isn't accurate, and it's expensive. Ordinary people usually can't afford it. Li Shushen quickly nodded and agreed. Okay, bring pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. He also wanted to see how Jiang Chang'an would do the question prediction. The format of the monthly exam papers was similar to the imperial exams. Usually, the teacher would assess based on the student's progress. Li Shushan quickly prepared a test paper. He had seen many of these in his previous life, so it was not difficult. While looking at the question types, Jiang Chang'an read the textbook content, combining the two to create questions. At the same time, he started from the simplest, using fun and lively methods to review the textbook knowledge with his brothers. The Jiang brothers suddenly had a great realization. They wondered why things that seemed so simple before felt so complicated. After hearing Sister Chang'an talk, they realized studying was actually quite easy. They quickly remembered everything. Old Mr. Jiang, tired of pushing the cart, finally decided to come out from the backyard. He was still excited and happy about making wheels for the cart. Back in the front yard, he saw his grandchildren with their heads close together, reading seriously. His old eyes filled with warmth. What a peaceful, happy scene. Everyone was happy, except Jiang Wen. He looked sad because he couldn't go to school anymore. After he found a way to learn, it felt so unfair that he couldn't continue. Old Mr. Jiang saw this and decided to talk to his eldest son after dinner. That night, old Mr. Jiang tried to persuade his eldest son. In the end, the old couple paid for Jiang Wen's schooling, so his eldest son agreed to let him keep studying at Jiang's private school. His eldest son almost got angry with old Mr. Jiang but ended up getting a scolding himself. No matter how it happened, Jiang Wen was very happy. He had found a way to learn from Chang'an, so he promised to work even harder. The next morning, he woke up early and went to school with his brothers. But even earlier than the brothers, the couple from the third household got up in the middle of the night. Jiang San was crushing saltpeter to make ice, and Mrs. Jiang was boiling sour plum soup. She also added a little glutinous rice flour to the soup, inspired by Chang'an's ice pops. The sour plum soup became smooth, sweet, cold, and delicious. It was very tasty. Mrs. Jiang, who was usually picky about food, showed her skill at this moment. By the time everything was ready, dawn was just breaking. The couple from the third household quietly carried 2 baskets. One was sent to Mrs. Jiang's family for sale, and the larger one was taken to the county town by the first ox cart, driven by the old ox. When Chang'an woke up, Jiang Er and old Mr. Jiang had already gone to the backyard to work on making the cart. With Chang'an's drawings and hands-on teaching, old Mr. Jiang had learned how to make a cart. Now he could do it alone. Jiang Er, if he didn't understand some difficult parts, could still make simpler parts. However, old Mr. Jiang's tools were not very good. They were old-fashioned, incomplete, and very inconvenient to use. They were also dull and rusty, so they couldn't be sharpened easily. After waking up, Jiang Chang'an went to the backyard to take a look. He decided to order some woodworking tools for the family so future carpentry work would be handled by his grandfather and father. As for pottery, he would leave that to his grandmother and mother. Grandma Jiang loved making pottery, and Yao was very clever, usually learning things quickly. Since she only occasionally made pottery, it wasn't too tiring. It was still early, so Jiang Chang'an planned to visit Jiang Fingshou's house to order some iron parts, since his father was a blacksmith. However, as he was returning to the front yard, Grandma Jiang blocked his way. She didn't say anything, but hesitated and seemed to be struggling internally. "What's wrong, Grandma?" he asked. Was something off? Had their second house upset her? "It's just that the third house seems to have learned your ice-making method. This morning, they apparently boiled ice water to sell," she said, with a mix of sour and sweet flavors drifting through the yard. Grandma Jiang immediately guessed what was happening. But the third house was struggling to farm their land and raise 3 children. It was quite difficult for them. Grandma Jiang also hoped they could earn some income, or life would become very hard. Still, Jiang Chang'an genuinely cared for his parents. After thinking for a long time, Grandma Jiang decided to tell him her suspicions to prevent the children from feeling hurt. Jiang Chang'an understood her concern. If she could change her mind, that would be good. He smiled lightly, saying it's okay. That's not stealing. Many people make ice. If they thought of boiling ice water to sell, that's their skill. I won't hold it against them. Jiang Chang'an actually hoped the third house could earn some money, so life for the three brothers would be easier. Grandma Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Jiang Chang'an didn't oppose, that was fine. Otherwise, that girl might cause trouble. Well, I'm off to work, she said quickly and left in a flash, fast and agile. Jiang Chang'an shook his head and smiled, carrying his bag to visit Jiang Fengshuo's house. But early in the morning, the Jiang family's yard was already in chaos. Blacksmith Jiang was chasing Jiang Fengshuo with a fire poker, hitting him, while Jiang Fengshuo ran very fast. Jiang Chang'an and Jiang Fengshuo were usually well-behaved. Why was he being beaten? Did the blacksmith have a habit of abusing children? Uncle Tai, Brother Fengshuo, he called. Though it was not the right time, he had something important to say. Hearing his voice, Jiang Fengshuo's eyes lit up. He ran straight to Jiang Chang'an. Chang'an, help! My dad is going to beat me to death. After chasing him all morning, finally there was hope. Jiang Fengshuo let out a big sigh of relief. But he underestimated his father's determination to discipline him. With a loud smack, his father hit him with a bamboo shoot stir-fried with meat. Ow! Dad, why are you still hitting me? I am a learned person. Do you think about my dignity when you hit me in front of my classmates? I was very surprised and should have slowed down. Jiang Fengshuo regrets it now. Classmate? Your sister is not a stranger. Besides, I don't need to consider my reputation when I hit my son. Look at what kind of nonsense you're doing. Jiang Taijian is still angry and wants to teach this kid a lesson. I just want to learn woodworking in Chang'an. Why can't I? Many people teach there, and what's the big deal about having one more student? My father just took out his tools and started hitting me. Jiang Taijian still hasn't calmed down and wants to punish the boy harshly. I only want to learn carpentry in Chang'an. Why is that a problem? Jiang Chang'an said. Many others teach there. Why not me? My father just took out his tools and started hitting me. Jiang Taijian is a good man. He was bullied by his family in the past, but old Jiang helped him, or he wouldn't have learned how to forge metal. That day, Zhang San came to Jiang's house looking for trouble, but he wasn't home. Otherwise, he would have helped old Jiang. Enough. Chang'an is here now. Can't we talk nicely? Why do you keep hitting him? Don't ruin my obedient grandson. Jiang Tiejian's wife came out of the house. Chang'an, go inside and sit. The blacksmith's wife and the two older girls didn't see what happened. Jiang Taijian finally stopped. He never disobeys his mother because she raised him alone after being widowed for many years. Usually, the old lady is very reasonable. Chang'an, this was Fengshuo's fault. Don't let him get away with it. Uncle Tai, you're mistaken about Fengshuo. I didn't hide my woodworking skills. I showed many classmates during the process. If Fengshuo wants to learn, I can teach him more. The Jiang family needs helpers and allies. If they build good relationships through teaching, maybe next time someone like Zhang San causes trouble, someone will help them. Yes, Jiang Chang'an is making friends, spreading kindness, and building connections. If he can help the whole village, will the family still be bullied? Chang'an, does your grandfather know about this? Old uncle isn't confused, right? Giving away your skills? Yes, he agrees. After all, we are classmates. Exactly. Chang'an even taught his classmates how to draw. Dad, wait until I learn to draw. I will make structural diagrams for your ironwork. Then, forging will be much easier. Fengshuo immediately saw how important structural diagrams are for craftsmanship. But Ironsmith rolled his eyes. He has been forging iron for over 10 years and has never seen detailed blueprints. He relies solely on experience to make things. That is what makes a qualified blacksmith master. Chang'an, what brings you here? Ironsmith no longer paid attention to Jiang Fengshuo. Since the Jiang family is happy with it, he has no choice. Jiang Chang'an took out a blueprint from his sleeve, opened it, and handed it to Ironsmith. Uncle Iron, I want to make a few sets of these parts, but I need to see the raw iron first. Any iron parts at home are not pure in iron content. Tools made from such iron quickly become dull, and it can't be sharpened properly, which makes them very hard to use. So Jiang Chang'an plans to check the raw iron. Ironsmith looked at the blueprint and was immediately amazed. Just a moment ago, he thought blueprints were useless. Now, seeing this drawing, he feels confident he can build a mech weapon. It turns out that blueprints are so amazing. No wonder his son wants to learn. Ironsmith, a rough man who can't read much, surprisingly understood Jiang Chang'an's blueprint. The various shapes of parts on the blueprint are clear at a glance, with all dimensions marked. Ironsmith recognizes numbers, so he is very confident he can make everything directly from the blueprint. Suddenly, he feels like a top expert in the industry. So impressive. Blueprints are really convenient. Unless it's something very common, when someone orders a blacksmith, they often spend a long time explaining what they want. Now, with this blueprint, Jiang Smith can just forge it directly without Jiang Chang'an explaining. Blueprints are really great. Chang'an, you're amazing. A little genius kid. Ironsmith exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, everything changed after Uncle Zhang's family was visited by Zhang San, or rather, after Jiang Chang'an passed his assessment and became #1. Things started to go well, and he became good at everything. Wild boar spirit mushrooms, ginseng, carts, pottery. Everything is outstanding. Now, with this blueprint, Zhang's family is destined for greatness. Oh no, Jiang Chang'an is just too amazing. His own son? Forget it. He's just a useless toy. He's not even worth tying his shoes, and he's just a classmate, a mere study companion. Want to see raw iron?
Come on.
Uncle just bought some from the government a few days ago because of the summer harvest. He plans to make some farm tools, maybe sell a few. Every year, their family earns some hard-earned money before harvest, enough to keep the household going.
Okay.
Jiang the blacksmith has a special room for forging iron, which is even sturdier than their house because it is an important place for earning a living. However, Jiang Chang'an saw that the raw iron was quite ordinary. His system scanned it, but the composition was almost unreadable. No wonder he couldn't make good things. Uncle Iron, I need to refine this iron further to improve its quality.
What?
This is already the best iron from the government, bought with a lot of money. It's the best for civilian use. Based on his many years of experience as a blacksmith, he believed there was no better iron available. If there was, it would be a secret imperial treasure used for making weapons. Hearing Jiang the blacksmith say this, Jiang Chang'an realized that ancient technology was quite basic. If Uncle Iron trusts me, I can help improve the furnace and the iron recipe to make better iron. But this must stay secret. I saw it in an old book, he added. Trust me. I will do it, Chang'an. Go ahead. Jiang the blacksmith quickly agreed before he finished speaking. Usually, Jiang Chang'an always kept his promises. If it could help their family, why not try? Once they had some profit, they could thank Chang'an properly. Jiang the blacksmith, however, fell into thought. Improving the furnace? Jiang Chang'an hit the point. Nothing is more important for forging iron than the furnace. A good furnace can produce hotter fires and better iron. But his furnace had been passed down through generations and had never been changed. He only maintained it carefully, but never dared to open it up to see how it was built, fearing he wouldn't be able to put it back together. No one else could repair their family's furnace either. If they couldn't fix it, their blacksmithing skills might be lost. It wasn't as simple as the young boy thought. After a few years of studying, his mind had wandered. But looking at the mysterious blueprints in his hand, Jiang the blacksmith felt a strange attraction. The furnace had already been leaking air, and the iron he produced was getting worse. He had long planned to open the furnace. He had also prepared 2 backup plans, sending his son to school, so if the furnace couldn't forge iron anymore, the boy would have another way out. Thinking of this, Jiang the blacksmith clenched his teeth. Let's do it. Even if it doesn't work, I won't blame Chang'an. After all, he had bought a few acres of land. Their family wouldn't go hungry. Jiang Chang'an didn't need to be so tragic. She was a trained professional in ironworking. It was just a small furnace. If she wasn't confident, she wouldn't have offered to help. She wasn't trying to ruin their livelihood. That would be creating enemies, not good relationships. Okay, let's go to school first. At noon, send the blueprint for the stove and some recipes. When Uncle Tai sees them, he'll understand and can start working on it himself. So she only needs to use her brain. You all go ahead, Jiang Taijian sighed in relief. It's okay. He can take a good look at the stove and prepare himself mentally for any failures. Jiang Chang'an and Jiang Fingshou went to the mountain private school, but unexpectedly, Teacher Song was busy practicing drawing. You can study by yourselves, and if you have free time, you can help with chores at home. There is no teacher more relaxed than Teacher Song. He teaches whatever he feels like, whenever he feels like it, and doesn't teach when he's not in the mood. Usually, some students would be upset about this. At least Shen Shikong would think Teacher Song is neglecting his duties. But upon reflection, Teacher Song has taught many profound things. He can take time to understand them again, which benefits him a lot. Jiang Chang'an was quite happy because she had something to do. What do you plan to do? Li Shushan surprisingly saw a spark of excitement on her usually expressionless face. I'm going up the mountain to find some or make some fine tools and create something interesting to give to Teacher Song as a gift, like a reward for his efforts as we agreed before. Teacher Song has presbyopia, and Jiang Chang'an noticed he was struggling to read. She decided to buy him a pair of reading glasses, which she believed he would like. Li Shushan raised an eyebrow, curious about what Jiang Chang'an said. Who knows, she always has some strange and wonderful ideas. Chang'an, I want to go too, Jiang Fingshou exclaimed, surprised. Mining? That must be illegal to do privately, right? It could get him in big trouble, but Chang'an was doing it for his father. So Jiang Fingshou decided to risk everything to accompany her. I want to go too, Zhang Zuji eagerly followed. But after seeing how boring woodworking was, the other classmates decided they didn't want to join the fun anymore. They'd rather go home and study because after the exams, they also had the county's monthly test coming up. Let's go then. We just need to grab some sacks and head out, maybe near Baisher Mountain. The abandoned graveyard. If you're not afraid, you can come along. Not afraid at all. Now, there are many people on the mountain. Some are boiling salt, others are collecting nitrate for ice making, and some are chopping wood. It's lively. Perhaps because of this, wild boars haven't come down from the mountains to damage the crops yet. The villagers are very happy, and this year's harvest might be even better. Jiang Chong and Li Shushan exchanged a quick look. It's better when there are more people. No one suspects what's inside the cave, and it's not necessarily the villagers from the mountain who took it, because no sound was heard. The biggest commotion was at Jiang Chang'an's house, where they earned money from reishi mushrooms, ginseng, carts, and pottery. They weren't worried about others investigating. Maybe the forces searching for the 100 Ghost Talisman discovered something? Anyway, their plan to empty the jade was temporarily safe. Chang'an, the monthly exam is coming soon. Are you ready? Zhang Zhuzi still cares a lot about studying. If Jiang Chang'an is prepared, he might learn some useful methods from him. Almost. I have some questions. If you're interested, you can copy them and practice more, Jiang Chang'an said. He also thought the song teacher was really laid back. Teacher Song, it's your fault. You gave us sketches and drawings at critical moments. Who's to blame? All right. I'll borrow a copy later. Did Shun Shu also copy it? If the top student copied it too, Zhang Zhuzi would feel more confident. He didn't copy because he made the questions himself.
I
want one too. Chang'an, can you give me a copy?
Sure.
There were indeed many people on the mountain. After Jiang Chang'an's experiments and Teacher Song's promotion, villagers eagerly went up the mountain to burn salt. Although they couldn't sell the salt made from wild salt, they could give it to others. No one minded having extra. To prevent chaos from fighting over resources, Hong Lijing divided the land for each household directly on the mountain. Of course, they had to pay a fixed fee, which was like buying that piece of wasteland. The price was low, but if the salt production increased and someone secretly sold it, it could harm others in the village. This was also Teacher Song's idea. Otherwise, Hong Lijing wouldn't dare let villagers openly burn salt because it was public property, and salt flues couldn't be sold without a license. Now, buying land to burn salt for personal use was an illegal gray area. If the court asked, they might get into trouble. Luckily, there were many people, so they weren't afraid of severe punishment. Anyway, Zhang's family had bought some land because the alkali soil produced fine salt, which was tastier and better than market salt. They temporarily ignored Bai Shi Mountain because ice wasn't a daily necessity. People who didn't need it wouldn't bother making ice, saving sugar, which was very precious and not affordable for every household. Jiang Chang'an and a few classmates went to Bai Shi Mountain. Along the way, many people greeted her kindly. Everyone used to laugh at this child for being silly, but now they've been proven wrong. He's quick and fierce, like a tornado. Jiang Chang'an can make salt, ice, pottery, and woodwork. He's also good at studying. When people used to mock him, didn't his eyes seem more like those of a fool? Jiang's family became successful because of this simple-minded boy. The Jiang clan is now regretting it and secretly planning some big move. But can they still compete with Jiang Chang'an this time? He can even handle a constable without trouble. Some villagers have seen it secretly, and news spreads quietly. Now, no one dares to provoke Jiang Chang'an. Even the students in the mountain school are skilled in martial arts. Jiang Chang'an doesn't realize how much influence she has now. Her goal is the mineral ore. Once their basic needs are met and life is stable, they will have the leisure to think about love. Is this the mineral ore? Why isn't it red? All the minerals in the books are said to be red. Jiang Fingshou asked with doubt. They are now picking up yellow stones. Are those also minerals? He hasn't heard of such before. There are many types of minerals. Of course, there is hematite, pyrite, and titanium ore. This one is titanium ore, which resists rust and is very useful. As long as you add it to the main mineral, it can change form and become a stronger, refined iron, used for making eyeglass frames. Jiang Fingshou doesn't understand what she's talking about. It seems like his family is the one forging iron. Nearby Shi Mountain, there are some titanium ores in grayish-blue, but not many. Still, it's enough for Jiang Chang'an to use. She only picked a small bag and headed back. Can you refine it? She asked. What kind of world was she from? Why does a girl know how to refine iron and even mention metals he's never heard of? Li Shuwen became more curious about Jiang Chang'an. I'm not very good at it, just trying for the first time. She has a certification system. If there's a need, there's nothing Jiang Chang'an wouldn't try. After all, the cost is very low.
Huh.
Is that even possible? Then let's see how she changes her magic. A few people carried the minerals and headed straight to Jiang Fingshou's house. Jiang Chang'an threw a handful of minerals to Li Shuwen. Help me crush this. I'll go find Uncle Tai to modify the furnace. The kind of furnace that can smelt iron and forge metal. Jiang Chang'an has prepared even the cement calcination materials, so she can definitely raise the furnace temperature to its maximum capacity. Li Shuwen was stunned. Has Jiang Chang'an become used to her ways? She's really quite straightforward. Jiang Fingshou's house is in the most remote part of the mountain village. The nearby neighbors are quite far apart because the noise from forging iron is too loud and disruptive. Master Jiang the blacksmith didn't expect Jiang Chang'an to return so quickly, and he even brought materials. So, there's no need to wait, just get to work. A group of people, led by Jiang Chang'an, immediately started busying themselves. The scene was lively and bustling, full of energy. Once the furnace was ready, they ignited it. Jiang Chang'an followed the instructions given to Master Jiang, working step by step to refine the iron, produce titanium, and make several glass mirrors. The titanium was used for eyeglass frames, and the glass was made into lenses, including clear reading glasses. When the finished products appeared, everyone was stunned. It was so amazing. Using dull-looking materials, they could craft such fine items. Some called it magic, but since everyone involved in the forging process contributed, it couldn't be just pretend. This is skill, but honestly, they only watched from the sidelines. They knew how to look, but not how to make glass mirrors. Jiang the blacksmith knew how to forge iron, so he could use that skill in the future. Such sharp tools, capable of cutting hair, are rare in the world today. They are incredibly valuable. Chang'an, maybe you shouldn't refine the iron to such high precision. It might cause trouble, said Master Jiang, who was very perceptive and modest. He understood his own status and what quality of goods he could produce. Extremely fine items were not suitable for him. Jiang Chang'an was busy installing the lenses and replied without looking up, "It's fine. If you add less titanium, the furnace can be modified so that even without titanium, you can produce even purer iron. It's enough for farming tools." But her woodworking tools were different. The saws had to be very hard, sharp, and durable. Jiang Chang'an didn't want her grandfather and father to work too hard. "I won't tell anyone, but Uncle Jiang, could you make a sharper pig-killing knife and a bow and arrow for my father? Hunting in the mountains is dangerous. If they had sharp weapons, who would still fear wolves or tigers?" Zhang Zhuzi was very tempted. "There are extra materials here. Uncle will make them for you. Since you helped today, I won't charge you." Chang'an's items are free, and she even shares her earnings regularly. Does Shuan want anything? Uncle can also make something for him. Master Jiang was in a very good mood. He thought his days of blacksmithing were almost over, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chang'an helped revive their family. He was very grateful to this girl. "No need. If I want something, I will ask Chang'an to make it," said Li Shuwen. He needed a soft sword and wondered if Jiang Linger had the skills. He looked at Jiang Chang'an with eager eyes. "Uncle Tai doesn't need to share the profits with me. Given our good relationship, this small matter isn't important. But if I want to do something in the future, I hope Uncle can help me out. Making iron takes a lot of effort, and ordinary farmers can't usually afford such expenses, so blacksmith Jiang has been very kind." Knowing he couldn't compete with Jiang Chang'an, Jiang Tai didn't mind. Anyway, he always said Jiang Tai's family is welcome to come anytime. This is the second time he has shown kindness to Jiang Chang'an's family, and he definitely intends to repay it. Jiang Chang'an made a mirror about the size of 4 palms, with her own piece being the largest, about the size of 2 adult hands. In the end, she divided it into 2 pieces, one for each of them. "This is a glass mirror. Don't show it to outsiders for now. Keep it for your own use," she specifically told them when giving the mirror.
"Got it, don't worry. We won't tell anyone," they replied.
Jiang Chang'an nodded, tidied up her things, and then went to find Teacher Song. Li Shushan went with her, while Zhang Zizi was still waiting for Jiang the blacksmith to make bows and arrows for their family. It was already noon. Li Shushan was still following Jiang Chang'an. "Aren't you going home for lunch? Does this person have too much free time? Now I'm going to the private school." "Teacher Song has food," she replied. It didn't really matter what they ate. Li Shushan mainly didn't want to go back to his family. He was planning to leave the Li family, but since he was still young, he needed a guardian like Teacher Song. Do you have a grudge against Teacher Song? Otherwise, why would he be so eager to think about their food? "I have a grudge against the Li family. I want to apprentice with the teacher. What do you think?" Li Shushan was very open about it. Jiang Chang'an was a good person to confide in. Jiang Chang'an paused. "So he really has a grudge. Honestly, this child doesn't look much like the Li family. He's too delicate and doesn't resemble the Li people at all, not even his biological mother, as she heard from the village gossip. Do you want to leave the Li family? Otherwise, why would he want to find a teacher to control him? In ancient times, a teacher's status was as high as a father.
Yes.
There's no need to pretend to be friendly with enemies, especially since he no longer needs to rely on others. Well, if you don't hate them too much, you should act carefully so as not to leave any flaws. You plan to enter official service in the future, Jiang Chang'an reminded him, knowing how important political examinations were in this era.
Yes.
What do you think I should give Teacher Song, so he will accept me? Your glass? Li Shushan couldn't think of anything special he had. Jiang Chang'an rolled his eyes. You dislike my glass mirror? When giving gifts, sincerity is the most important. We have a lot of jade. Maybe you can carve something yourself to give to Master Song. Why did Li Shushan seek out Master Song? Of course, Master Song is clever. Facing such a wise person, how could you not put in genuine effort? All right, I'll make up for the gift later. Today, I want to talk to Master Song. Will you come too? If he doesn't agree, you can be my mediator then. I know Master Song's background. The last regent king, the secret ruler of the Song dynasty, but He rarely appears in public. Most officials don't know him, let alone common people. Do you want to become his disciple too? Li Shushan, with his hands behind his back, looked calm, as if the regent king wasn't a very important person. But Jiang Chang'an frowned. Are you planning this with some hidden purpose? Honest relationships are the best, especially for such important matters. If things get too complicated, life won't be comfortable. Can't we live more simply? That's not called scheming. My background might be a bit humble, but I have skills. I'm worthy of being Master Song's disciple, and it benefits both of us. It's worth noting that later, Master Song's situation wasn't looking good. He was caught up in the struggle for power among the 9 dragons, and in the end, he died. Facing the same fate, Li Shushan's eyes turned cold. I won't become his disciple. Anyway, you should keep your boundaries. If you go too far, I might not let it slide. Li Shushan, we are partners. We must be honest. No betrayal allowed. What do you think? After all, the stakes were too high. If conflicts arose, the losses could be huge. Let's see how it goes, Jiang Chang'an said simply. Li Shushan didn't say more. The two quickly arrived at the mountain school. Sure enough, the mute butler was serving food, and Master Song was still busy inside. Master, I've prepared the gift for you, Jiang Chang'an called out loudly.
Oh?
So soon? Master Song turned his head to look at the two coming, speaking dismissively. It was obvious he wasn't very interested in Jiang Chang'an's gift. His full attention was on his painting. His eyesight wasn't very good. When he got close, he couldn't see clearly. When he looked from afar, he couldn't paint well. He was quite troubled. Master Song looked at his painting from all sides and was very dissatisfied. Chang'an, come see how my painting looks, he said. The double image is too faint. You probably can't see it clearly, Master. Here, put on your reading glasses, and you'll be able to paint perfectly. Jiang Chang'an eagerly handed the glasses to Master Song, as if offering a treasure. Master Song was surprised. Such a fine item? What could it be? Hey, are these glasses? Master Song exclaimed, noticing how much they resembled the description in the Empress's notes. He had to admit, he was quite perceptive. Exactly. According to your notes, I was firing pottery the other day and accidentally made something similar to glass. That reminded me of your notes, and I managed to make them myself. Master, please try them on and see if they really work, Jiang Chang'an said eagerly, opening the bent frame and placing it gently on Master Song's nose. Li Shushan looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, this little devil said that people should be honest in their relationships, yet here she was, claiming that the recipe was written in Master Song's book when she was at Zhang's house. But in front of Master Song, she claimed it was the result of practice. Could it really be her skill from her past life? What a little liar.
Wow.
The effect is really good. It fits perfectly, and I can see things clearly within normal range. Amazing, wonderful, just wonderful. Master Song looked down, and then lifted his head happily, having fun. That's great. It really works. Can I use my family's allowance to pay you back, Master? Jiang Chang'an's true goal was here. Master Song had generously accepted Zhang's family honor, but he couldn't let him be at a loss. Hey, kid, don't be so polite. Even if I didn't accept the family honor, I would still take Zhang's honor. That boy is honest. But I really like the glasses you gave me. However, Chang'an, you can't tell others about this for now, understand? This glass, at the moment, no one in the Great Song dynasty can make it, let alone glasses. I see the frame is quite special, made of iron, copper, silver, and gold, something quite unique. These things, once you enter official service, you can reveal them, Master Song warned carefully, concerned about Jiang Chang'an's safety. Understood, Master. The frame was actually made by the blacksmith uncle, but they all know not to spread the word, Jiang Chang'an replied honestly. Master Song chuckled, forgetting that Jiang Chang'an was good at hiding his talents. He nodded with satisfaction. This young one was truly promising. He felt a little moved. At this moment, Li Shushan suddenly knelt down with a loud thud before Master Song. Hey, what mischief did you get into now? Master Song was startled. Li Shushan, usually so rebellious, actually kneeling, What serious matter was she asking for help with? Master, I want to ask you to be my teacher, Li Shushan said sincerely, straightforwardly. Master Song's eyes flickered with interest. He wasn't in a hurry anymore. He sat down slowly. And why is that? Your father asked you to come? He's been out for so long, and this is the first time someone wants to become his disciple. It can't be exposed, right? Because I have no father.
Wow.
Is Lord Li dead? Then why isn't he at home, wearing mourning clothes? Tell me properly. Of course, he's not dead. The main reason is that this child has some issues. What big problem could it be that even his father doesn't want him? Yes, sir. Sometimes I get to know the truth. I am not Lord Li's son with his first wife, Sunday. Actually, Sun's eldest daughter was a girl, but she was sold by her younger sister, Xiao Sun, who is now Lord Li's wife. Xiao Sun actually caused Sun's eldest daughter's death, aiming to keep me close and have me raised by her, so she could marry into the Li family. But in fact, Xiao Sun only wants to watch over me. She dare not harm me directly, maybe because of my background. Recently, Xiao Sun keeps causing accidents around me and even placed slow-acting poison incense in my room. I wonder if something has changed with my identity. Sir, I want to leave the Li family and find my roots. Maybe my real parents are suffering somewhere. But in reality, I have never met my mother in my past life. She passed away early. Li Shushan's expression darkened. Oh my! Jiang Chang'an was also surprised. Li Shushan's background is so complicated and full of twists. Luckily, he has an adult's mindset. Otherwise, an 8-year-old child enduring such tragic pain would be too pitiful. I just don't know what Li Shushan's true situation is. He looks very indifferent, as if he doesn't care about the Li family at all. Those who are entrusted with great responsibilities by heaven must first endure hardships of the mind. Jiang Chang'an could only comfort him like this. Li Shushan knelt in front of Master Song, bowing his head silently. How do you know about these things? No wonder Li Shushan has become much quieter recently and more sensible. During class, he knows to study well and no longer causes trouble. It turns out that such family troubles have happened. Li Shushan has always been very calm and knows how to plan for his situation. He is truly a strong and clever child. When Master Song asked, Li Shushan took out several letters from his sleeve and handed them to him. Jiang Chang'an also curiously tiptoed and stretched his neck to look. The letters were correspondence between Xiao Sun and her mother, some new, some old. The old letter begins with a story of how young Sun successfully swapped Li landlord's child in the delivery room. Her mother personally fed Sun a herbal blood-activating soup with saffron, which caused her to bleed heavily after childbirth and die. The girl born to Sun was sold to a passing merchant. Sun's mother seems to either be reminiscing about the exciting and dangerous day or showing off her clever way of secretly killing and swapping babies. She finally complains about her own daughter, saying she had to send her far away to marry Li Shushan, so he wouldn't be exposed. She plans to keep watching the family's movements and, when the time is right, get rid of Li Shushan so Sun can live happily. She also warns her daughter not to teach Li Shushan too well, to avoid him discovering the truth and seeking revenge later. Sun, who married into the Li family and replaced her sister, writes back to comfort her mother. She says she will be careful and uses the tricks of a wealthy household to pamper Li Shushan in front of outsiders. In reality, she is secretly controlling him, spending some money but gaining a good reputation. She also claims she doesn't like Li Shushan at all. As a child, she used to poke him with needles, starve him, or feed him for fun, none of which anyone noticed. Finally, she reassures her mother that marrying Li landlord was worth it because he is rich, handsome, kind to her, and especially skilled in bed. She claims he makes her feel dizzy with pleasure multiple times a night. At this point, suddenly, Master Song quickly closes the letter, his face turning red with either embarrassment or anger. His beard twitches, showing his agitation. Clearly, he finds the letter too explicit, even too shameful for his own mother to see, so he didn't send it. Looking at the old paper, it's obvious it was written many years ago. Indeed, Women can be the most cunning and vicious. But this is evidence, and Master Song must read it all. This time, he doesn't let Jiang Chang'an see it, worried the child might learn bad things. Luckily, Chang'an is still young and can't understand it anyway. Jiang Chang'an looks up at the sky. Actually, she not only understands the letter's content, but also finished reading it before Master Song. She doesn't believe Li Landlord is that powerful. He's too fat, and fat people are often weak. Weakness in the kidneys means he can't possibly have 10 times a night. Even the donkeys in the production team aren't that capable. Suddenly, Jiang Chang'an's head is tapped. She turns around and sees, who else but Li Shushan. The dog was not only beaten, but also glared at with angry eyes. What's the problem? You dare to write and not let her see? What kind of logic is that? Also, this kind of excuse is too childish. He probably hasn't read any spicy stories, has he? The description is really poor. Yes, others might not notice, but Jiang Chang'an has a system. With a quick scan, he knew that the second letter written by Xiao Sun was fake. It was just made to look old, with mimicked handwriting, making it seem real. But it was fake and not interesting. Jiang Chang'an immediately flipped off Li Shushan with a deep look in his eyes. Li Shushan deeply felt the contempt. He pressed his tongue against his teeth and thought, I'll deal with you later. The last letter was recent. It mentioned that after the person fell off a cliff, Li Shushan's hunter father also disappeared. The main family's old house had been sold, and no one cared about that person anymore. So, Li Shushan didn't have to worry. Let Xiao Sun handle it. Whether to kill or sell, it's up to her. This is outrageous. Killing people like that is so terrible. Master Song pounded his desk loudly, almost breaking it. It must be said, old Zhang's table wasn't very even, but it was quite sturdy. Good kid, get up quickly. The master has agreed to take you as a disciple, and Chang'an will come too.
Huh? Why?
Isn't it usual to buy one get one free when accepting disciples? Jiang Chang'an was stunned. Jiang family members are her relatives, an unbreakable responsibility. It's unavoidable. Luckily, the Jiang family is very open-minded, so Chang'an can be free. But Master Song, Jiang Chang'an really doesn't understand. If this person is truly the former Regent King, the secret emperor of the Desong dynasty, he must be very powerful, right? Just his status could cause huge trouble. She's just an ordinary commoner. She really can't handle this. Maybe she should think about it again? Chang'an, do you dislike having me as your master? Suddenly, Master Song looked very sad, almost crying. The great scholar seemed about to turn into a little child.
No.
Good, then it's settled. I think choosing a date is unnecessary. Let's do it today. You too, offer tea and bow to your master. Servant, bring the tea. Bowing to a master? To what master? Master. Master. I also want to bow. No, my son Konger also wants to become your disciple. Please, you must accept him. Master Shin suddenly appeared, pulling Shin Shirkong, catching everyone off guard. Master Song rubbed his forehead. He was careless. Looks like today isn't a good day for accepting disciples. But now, he was in a difficult position and had to accept. Dad. Shin Shirkong, who was eager to rush forward, would have been ashamed of his father before. But now, he only felt full of sadness. The old father only begs others for his future, but if he were a bit stronger, he wouldn't have to lower himself and do embarrassing things. So, Shin Shirkong couldn't bring himself to refuse. He couldn't reject his father's kindness. Master Song nodded at this. The boy had become humble and sincere, and was growing quickly. Then, accept him. From today, the three of you will be my disciples under my door. In my lifetime, I will only have these 3 students. I will teach you all my skills and help you with your studies and careers. I hope you study hard, be kind-hearted, work diligently, and act fairly. Yes, teacher. Please accept my respect. Shin Shirkong immediately knelt down, very excited, standing to the left of Li Shushan. It's wonderful to share a master with Li Shushan and Jiang Chang'an. Jiang Chang'an was stunned. She hadn't agreed yet, so how could there be another master?
2. Hey.
Why are you still standing there, silly? Kneel down quickly. Don't miss this chance. Opportunities like this don't come twice. Shun Ditua eagerly stepped forward and pushed Jiang Chang'an down. Master Song is a very important person with secret guards. How can you dislike having him as your teacher? Are you foolish? Shun Ditua looked at Jiang Chang'an with a bit of disappointment. Jiang Chang'an was pushed unexpectedly and fell to her knees in front of Master Song. He nodded with satisfaction and burst into hearty laughter. Haha, good, good, good. You're all good children. From now on, you'll be classmates and siblings in the same school. Shin Shikong will be the senior brother, Li Shushan the second senior brother, and Jiang Chang'an the junior sister. You must respect each other, help each other, and move forward together. Shun Shikong, take care of your younger siblings, Li Shushan, also help your brothers and sisters. Chang'an, you're sensible, so I trust you with anything. If something happens, remember to discuss it with everyone. All right, let's serve tea. Master Song felt lucky. Li Shushan and Jiang Chang'an were excellent students, just what he wanted. Shin Shikong might not look like it now, but he could also be trained. Yes, teacher. At this point, Jiang Chang'an could only sincerely accept her master, bow, and serve tea to Master Song.
Ha ha ha.
Wonderful. My child has a teacher now. That's the greatest happiness. Teacher, I want to set up dozens of tables in the village to celebrate with everyone. What do you think? His frequent visits to Professor Song were truly worth it. Shun landlord's heart immediately lifted, and he wished he could host a grand feast for 3 days to show off, but he thought it might be too showy. No, this is too time-consuming and wasteful. We just need to announce the news openly. Also, this is a gift from the teacher for your apprenticeship. The jade pendant not only symbolizes status, but also has other uses. You must keep it safe. Later, you'll understand its purpose. You can wear it discreetly on your body. After speaking, Professor Song handed each person a jade pendant from Abo. Of course, the jade was good quality. There's no time to prepare today. Later, I will give you the formulas for the 4 treasures of the study. This was the most practical thing at the moment.
Thank you, teacher.
We will also prepare a proper gift to thank you. Jiang Chang'an felt helpless and almost cried. The reading glasses she had spent a long time making were her gift for the master, and now she owed another gift. It was too difficult. It's okay. As long as you study hard and become successful in the future, contributing to the great Song dynasty, that will be the best gift for the teacher. This was Professor Song's highest hope for the 3 of them. Yes, teacher. All right, let's go to Li Shuan's house now. We can't delay any longer. Otherwise, Li Shuan's life might be in danger from the treacherous woman in the back house. Professor Song's expression grew serious. Why are we going to old Li's house? Landlord Shun looked suspicious. There was no need to formally notify them, right? After all, it was Li landlord visiting Professor Song. Later, you'll see. Xiao Shen, please go call Hong Lijing to Li's house. Abo, go invite Shin Lengzhong too. Professor Song, with his hands behind his back, led the way out first. Going to Li's house now was to catch Little Sun's wife off guard, so she wouldn't have a chance to argue, especially about the slow-acting poison in Shin Shuan's house. I'll go find Hong Lijing right away. Things seemed off, and it looked serious. Landlord Shin hurriedly ran out. When Professor Song and the others arrived at Li's house, the family was eating. They were surprised by the sudden visit. Li landlord quickly got up to greet them. Professor Song, why are you here? Did Shuan cause trouble again? Shun Shuan often caused trouble, but visitors were usually parents of children. It was the first time Professor Song visited Li's house. Li landlord was quite surprised but didn't think it was a big deal. Nonsense. Shuan is just a child. What trouble could he cause? It's just some childish play. Sun's wife immediately refuted Li landlord. No matter how absurd the matter, Shin Shuan was always considered innocent. Old Mr. Li and Mrs. Li nodded in agreement. Exactly, Shuan is well behaved. That's right. What could be wrong with their eldest grandson? He's just a child after all, and he even knows to look for Lingji and dig ginseng at home. Little Sun was proud and lowered her head to hide her slightly raised lips, seemingly pleased that her flattery was working. Maybe she wouldn't even need to do anything herself. She thought she was hiding her feelings well, but Teacher Song saw everything clearly. Landlord Lee, let's go to Shuan's room to talk in detail first. Only after getting the evidence would they consider other matters. Really? What's so secretive about this?
All right.
Teacher Song's request was given some respect. The Lee family led Teacher Song and his group to Lee Shuan's bedroom. It was a large, tidy room filled with many shiny decorations. But upon closer look, they were all showy but useless items, not worth much, just a collection of fake treasures. Has Li Shuan also developed such tastes? Jiang Chang'an secretly glanced at Li Shuan. He was looking down the whole time, and no one knew what he was thinking. When they entered the bedroom, Li Shuan headed straight for the flower in the middle of the table. This made Little Sun's heart skip a beat, and she immediately felt uneasy, about to step forward. But Li Shuan was faster and handed the flower to Jiang Chang'an, then walked toward the bed, grabbed the bedsheet, and turned around. Oh, child, what are you doing? Your husband is here. That's impolite. Quickly give the bed sheet to mother. Little Sun said, trying to the sheet from Li Shuan. Of course, Li Shuan dodged and ran behind Teacher Song to hide. Shuan? Landlord Li looked displeased. In front of outsiders, what was this child trying to do? At this moment, Dr. Shin was brought in by the mute uncle, along with Shen Dashun. Landlord Li, stay calm. Dr. Shin, take a look at these two items and see if there's anything wrong. Teacher Song also stopped Little Sunday. Dr. Shin was confused but still examined the flower and the bed sheet. This is a harmonious flower, which has a strong fragrance during its blooming period. People who smell it too much may have trouble sleeping or feel chest tightness, but in small amounts, it's harmless. The bed sheet contains musk, a common spice. But long-term use can cause insomnia and vivid dreams, which are bad for health. Is there a problem? Dr. Shen was unsure what Teacher Song wanted to do. What if these two items are kept in the same room? Teacher Song asked. He had heard of this method in Beijing, but he only wanted Dr. Shen to confirm it so everyone would believe him. Keep in the same room? Shen the doctor approached holding two objects, and immediately a strange smell appeared. No longer the original pleasant fragrance.
Ah,
I understand now. This mixed scent is a type of poison, a slow-acting toxin. Over time, it causes dizziness, difficulty breathing, hair loss, and can eventually lead to heart failure and death. But doctors often cannot find the cause of the illness. Shen was deeply shocked. How is this possible? Even if my daughter-in-law isn't a close relative of Xu Shen, she's his aunt and wouldn't harm him. It must have been accidental. Good grandson, don't be afraid. Your mother didn't do it on purpose. Think about it. Over the years, the person who has cared for you the most is her. Little Sun's wife loved Xu Shen so much that many in the family were jealous. She was truly sincere, caring for him more than her own son. Sniff, yes, exactly. How could this happen? Dr. Shen, maybe you saw it wrong? I spent a lot of money to buy these flowers and scents. The doctor in town said they were good for health. Everyone's room has them, and Xu Shen is especially sensitive. Since he's my sister's child, I couldn't neglect him. That's why I gave him the 2 cents, hoping he'd be happy and grow up healthy. Little Sun's wife quickly tried to explain, even calling Shen the doctor, flattering him greatly. Yes, Dr. Shen, Mr. Song, maybe there's a mistake or misunderstanding. Anyway, Landlord Li didn't believe it. Xu Shen was clearly Little Sun's beloved child. He couldn't possibly have harmful intentions. Clearly, the lovely illusion Little Sun's wife created left a deep impression, and no one believed the facts. But what if Xu Shen isn't Li's child? Mr. Song suddenly revealed a shocking statement. Mr. Song's words caused a huge stir. Xu Shen was not a Li family member? Hong Li just entered and heard this, so he asked Mr. Song what's going on. However, Xu Shen indeed looked different from the Li family, and also from the Sun family. It's impossible. Xu Shun is definitely from our Li family. He's my eldest grandson. Grandma Li jumped up and tried to grab Xu Shun's hand, holding him tightly so he wouldn't run away. Xu Shun had been mischievous since childhood, but he was very handsome, and wherever he went, people praised his good looks, which made the adults proud. He is also very good at studying, so he will definitely pass the imperial exam and become a scholar, which means he is destined for a government job. Recently, he has been gathering things like lingji and ginseng from home, clearly a lucky child. Yet, such a child claims not to be from the Li family? They have painstakingly raised him for over 8 years, so how could they have no feelings? The old master and the old lady of the Li family clearly cannot accept this. However, Li Shushin did not let the old lady catch him. When the truth comes out, their attitudes will change. The old lady just hasn't believed the facts yet. Li Dusho stares steadily at Li Shushin in silence. He often feels something is wrong. On the surface, he is generous to Li Shushin, but he cannot truly get close to his son. All these years of feelings have been kept alive by little son's mediation. The village chief just arrived with evidence. "Here, take a look," said Master Song. He took a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Hong Lijing. When little son saw the familiar letter, her face suddenly changed, and her heart was overwhelmed with shock.
No.
She must not look. Without thinking, she rushed toward Hong Lijing. Mute Bo quickly stepped aside and twisted her to control her. "What are you doing? Let me go. Please let me go. Head of the household, that letter cannot be seen. It must not be shown to others. They are slandering me, and they will make you lose everything." Little son struggled hysterically and shouted, still threatening Li Dusho. Li Dusho immediately frowned. What does this mean? Even if Li Shushen is not his son, how could he possibly lose everything? Did son's family do something extraordinary again? Is this related to him? Suddenly, Li Dusho remembered little son's weaving formula and his other 2 children. He raised his foot, intending to go to Hong Lijing to stop him. But at that moment, Mute Bo reached out slightly, and suddenly little son could not make a sound, even though she desperately shouted. It was clearly a pressure point, a martial arts expert skill. Li Dusho was terrified, and he dared not move anymore. Master Song was prepared. Let's see what exactly is happening. Anyway, the Li family never does anything that harms heaven or morality. Meanwhile, Hong Lijing looked at the letter, but the more he read, the more shocked he became. His hands trembled. If he weren't experienced and knowledgeable, his face would have already collapsed. It's too terrifying, truly the most poisonous heart of a woman. This is correspondence between little son and her mother. The words clearly state that Li Shushen is not from the Li family. If this letter is real, little son also took part in planning to harm big son, and the baby girl from the Li family had already been sold. According to the law, little son should be arrested and handed over to the county magistrate. They were shocked to find such a wicked person in Shangshang village. Just thinking about it was frightening. Hong Lijing looked serious. When he said this, everyone present was stunned and frightened. Instinctively staying away from little Sunday killing is bad enough, but she also married the victim's husband and sold her daughter. How deep is the hatred between little son and big son? If they had no real conflict, it would be even more terrifying. For profit, anyone could harm others. Is there still humanity? Take a look yourself. Hong Lijing handed the letter to Li Zhu. In the past, villagers envied Li Zhu for marrying a wealthy and beautiful sister, but no one thought these sisters could be so poisonous. No, not poisonous, more like snakes. Li Zhu's mind was buzzing. He numbingly looked at the letter, which confirmed what Hong village had said. Li Shushen was indeed not his son, and his first wife had actually given birth to a daughter, but she was swapped and sold. Li Zhu felt confused and tried to remember. Now, he could only vaguely recall Big Son's dignity and kindness, but even her face was blurry. Most of his memories were of little Son's charm, beauty, and gentle kindness. But now he realized all of that was fake. His mind became fuzzy and unclear. At this moment, Little Sun suddenly broke free from the silence and snatched the letter. Before everyone could react, she tore it into pieces. She looked proud and stared at everyone, especially Li Shushen. She really wanted to bite him on the spot, if not for Song Fuzi protecting him.
Hey,
What's this? The evidence was gone. Hong Lijing's hand froze in midair, unable to save it. Li Zhu saw Little Sun's fierce face and suddenly shivered. The words, "nothing left," flashed through his mind. He blurted out faster than he thought, "That's false. That's not true." Without the letter Little Sun wrote herself, Li Zhu might have felt a little comforted. He could say Little Sun only framed Big Sun to marry him. But that wasn't true. Little Sun only wanted to take Li Shushen away from that place. She even indirectly killed her own family sister and casually sold her newborn child. Over the years, Little Sun had already taken control of the Li family's business. That's enough. Such a strict and harsh woman, yet he, her husband, is willing to lower himself, show tenderness, serve her in many ways, and give her joy and comfort in their private chamber, as well as respect outside. Rather than being afraid of Little Sun's wife, Li Master is used to her and has given in. Master Song saw this and shook his head in disappointment. He thought Li Shushen truly couldn't stay in such a family. Sooner or later, he would ruin the children. The facts are clear, and the letter is real. We even copied a copy. If we follow the clues above, it will be easy to find the evidence against those who tried to harm Big Sun's wife and switch the children. The evidence against Shushen's attempt to harm him is right here. What is there to argue about? Anyway, Li Shushen has now been accepted as my disciple. From now on, he will leave the Li family. We will also use official channels to investigate his background. Little Sun's wife, we will see each other in court. Master Song finished speaking and bowed to Hong Lijing. Please don't. Shushen and Big Sunday old lady, Li was reluctant. What's going on? Is it true that Big Sun's wife is not part of the Li family? She doesn't believe it. She usually loved her grandson the most. Old man Li grabbed his wife and kept his lips tight, glaring at Li Shushen. It was obvious he no longer considered him part of the Li family, but a wolf cub who had a grudge against them, working with outsiders to destroy the family. This ungrateful wolf. Little Sun's wife married into the Li family, caused the death of the previous daughter-in-law, and sold her own daughter, but she was just a young girl. Blame should only fall on her mother, Big Sun's wife, for not being strong enough and falling for Little Sun's tricks. But all these grudges have nothing to do with Li Shushen. The Li family raised him for 8 years. Even if Little Sun's wife sometimes hurt him, the old couple truly loved this grandson. And now, Li Shushen didn't even say a word before teaming up with outsiders to try to ruin the Li family. Why didn't he first find his father or discuss it with the old couple before making such a decision? They could come up with a perfect solution. After all, Li Shushen is still part of the Li family because of the kindness they showed him. But Li Shushen did not give the Li family any chance. He brought teachers, officials, and Shun Dizhu, his opponents, to attack the Li family. This young kid is cold and ruthless, never treating them as family or considering their feelings. If he had just thought a little for the Li family, things wouldn't have escalated to the point of going to court. With Li Shushen's clever mind, wouldn't he realize how much harm this does to the Li family? If they don't consider the elders, what will happen when the young granddaughter is taken to court? He's not your grandson, not from the old Li family. Old Li gritted his teeth, instantly hating Li Shushen. Li Shushen kept his head down and said nothing. In a place where no one could see, he secretly curled his lips in a sarcastic smile. He was indifferent. He had seen too many of these double standards and ugly faces in his past life. He had repaid the Li family's kindness with Lingji and ginseng. Did they expect him to feel emotional? In this world, only interests matter. Where's the love? If he had no value, would old Li even like him? Not to mention true feelings. When his background was exposed in his past life, his status rose, but the Li family still didn't treat him like family. They hated him just as much because when Sun's family got into trouble, her children's futures were also ruined. The Li family blamed everything on him. At that moment, someone held his hand inside his sleeve. Li Shushan turned his head and saw Jiang Chang'an winking playfully at him. Her eyes showed no sympathy. Sure enough, the person who understood him best was Jiang Linger. Li Shushan, how can you be so clueless? Even if you're scared of being secretly harmed and want to hide, you shouldn't tell the teacher. You're just a junior. If the elders want you dead, why don't you just obediently die? Jiang Chang'an's eyes were wide with confusion and a look of innocent innocence, but her small face was full of sarcasm. It was like saying, if someone hits you on the left cheek, why not turn to give them a punch on the right? You're so naive. When Jiang Chang'an spoke so innocently, the scene suddenly went quiet. Old Li's face turned red. Was that what he meant? Was it too much for Li Shushan to just discuss things with his own family in advance? How could he just tell him to die? The old man completely forgot that Sun's family had arranged for Li Shushan to be slowly poisoned. Li Shushan almost burst out laughing at Jiang Chang'an's antics. What kind of mischievous tricks was she playing now? Was she just being petty? Human nature is inherently selfish. The wounds from the past life still hurt. Li Shushan doesn't want to see the ugly faces of the Li family again and prefers to end things cleanly. Even people like his former wife and granddaughter can be ignored, so what's the point of arguing? It's better to part peacefully. He only wants to seek revenge on Xiao Sun and avoid involving the Li family, so Xiao Sun's children can continue to live freely. Isn't that good? That's fine. I'll leave it to the teacher now. Shuwen, you will stay with the teacher from now on. Do you have anything important here? We'll take it now. Xiao Sun can deny knowing about the poison, and the original letter was destroyed. Her crime is stealing Li Shuwen, and to punish her, evidence must be found. Another crime of plotting against the eldest granddaughter also requires the Sun family to step in. If they don't pursue it, Xiao Sun might get away without any trouble. Fortunately, Li Shuwen's goal is only to cut ties with the Li family and find his roots. There's no need to get involved with Xiao Sun anymore. Regarding Li Shuwen's background, Xiao Sun knows everything from the letter, and the rest depends on questioning Xiao Sun's mother. Master Song understands as well, so he doesn't want to continue entangling with the Li family. Taking the items? The Li family members immediately became nervous. He wouldn't want to take the spiritual mushrooms and ginseng, right? No, teacher, Li Shuwen replied, and the Li family members relaxed. The spiritual mushrooms and ginseng I took a few days ago are worth 100 taels. Consider it as a thank you for the 8 years of raising from the Li family. The items must be returned openly. Li Shuwen didn't say much more. He wouldn't want anything from the Li family, not even a needle or a thread. Of course, some of his books had already been moved to the private school. Let's go then, Hong Lijing. We'll handle the formalities. Silent servant, go buy some daily necessities for Shuwen. The group hurriedly arrived and left, seemingly ordinary, but they brought great change to the Li family. Shuwen, don't be sad. Without the Li family, you still have your teacher and senior brothers. If anything happens, just find your senior brother. Shen Duju was very enthusiastic.
Oh.
He almost laughed to death. Does Li Duju know what he's missing? A powerful master and a future promising adopted son. Such opportunities shouldn't be missed, but everything was ruined by a woman. The Li family's success and failure depend on women. So, women with shallow knowledge are unreliable. How shallow? The funniest part is, the richest person in Mountain Village will soon be him.
Ha ha ha.
Shen Duju almost couldn't hold back his pride and burst out laughing. Shen Shikong touched his forehead. Was his father's gloating too obvious? But my father has no other intention. If you need anything, you can come to me anytime. However, Li Shushan didn't seem to need help at all. Just as Shen Shikong was thinking this, he heard Li Shushan say to Jiang Chang'an, I've become completely broke and homeless. Looking like the most pitiful person in the world, shouldn't you offer some support? Yes, you're really pitiful. But I can't be your parent and give you a home, Jiang Chang'an shrugged, showing she was powerless. Shen Shikong's mouth twitched. What kind of words are those? Fine, keep ignoring me. But I am the senior brother. I am generous. He patted Li Shushan's shoulder and took his father away. Shushan, have you and the master become disciples? Shin Das-hun immediately envied. As for Li Shushan not being part of the Li family, it didn't matter. Anyway, he didn't need the Li family support. Who made that family want to harm him? Yes, you should also go and apprentice, he said. After all, Master Song would treat all students well in the end. Okay, once the master is free, I'll ask my father to inquire, said Shin Das-hun. He gave Shin's family a diagram of human anatomy. This inheritance could only be accepted through apprenticeship. After everyone parted ways, Li Shushan paused. Jiang Chang'an knew he was up to something again. Going to find Sun's family? Jiang Chang'an didn't know much about Li Shushan, but she knew he was not someone who would swallow his anger. Besides, didn't little Sun drink his when he was a child? Has little Sun decided how to die? Let him accept the fury of the little king of... Are you going? Li Shushan's eyes flickered. Jiang Chang'an hesitated. She was curious about what Li Shushan wanted to do, but she wasn't a pervert who liked watching others suffer, even if the victim was a demon. Watching was painful. Forget it. Seeing all the fighting and killing, I'd rather go home for dinner. I'll leave now. Do as you like. I saw nothing. Li Shushan needed to vent his inner frustrations. He probably didn't want others to see his dark side. Everyone wants to maintain a bright, noble image. Just give him some privacy. Li Shushan raised an eyebrow. No, I help you deal with Zhang San. If we're hungry together. If we're going to fall, we fall together. Li Shushan was not shy about Jiang Chang'an. Jiang Chang'an immediately looked distressed. The kid was a bit mischievous. Sigh. Since we're partners, let's risk our lives together. The two avoided the crowd and ran off quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Secretly sneaking back into the Li family's backyard, Li Shushan was carrying Jiang Chang'an, jumping across rooftops like two eagles. Jiang Chang'an was stunned. Light skills? Can people really walk on walls and fly? It was even more incredible than her certification system. Can you teach me your light skills? Jiang Chang'an was very jealous and eager. Sure, Li Shushan replied happily. As partners, shouldn't there be sincerity? At the Li family, everyone was separated. Maybe they couldn't accept the maliciousness of the young lady for a while and didn't want to face her. The young lady was still in Li Shushan's old room, but the broken things on the ground showed she had vented her anger fiercely. Now she was staring grimly, thinking about some evil plan. Li Shushan and Jiang Chang'an quietly appeared. They didn't make a sound until Jiang Chang'an suddenly spoke. I think she's planning something against you. Jiang Chang'an looked mysterious. The young lady suddenly turned around and saw Li Shushan and Jiang Chang'an, the two children. She immediately ran forward angrily, raising her hand to hit them. But Li Shushan was faster. He gently flicked a small stone, hitting her acupoint. She immediately froze and couldn't move, still trying to run and hit. Moreover, the silent acupoint she was previously struck on hadn't been released. She couldn't speak or move, and her eyes widened in fear. Wow! Amazing! Is this the art of acupoint pressing? Can I learn it? Jiang Chang'an clapped excitedly. In modern times, some ancient martial families also knew light skills and acupoint pressing, but none were as superb as Li Shushan. Jiang Chang'an was deeply jealous. In ancient times, when laws were weak and lives were cheap, having real martial skills was very important. The skills she knew were only basic punches and kicks. Compared to Li Shushan's skills, they were just amateur moves. Are there many people as powerful as Li Shushan? Jiang Chang'an suddenly felt threatened. She was too behind, and being behind meant she would be beaten. Li Shushan, you must teach me, or you'll lose your partner easily, which isn't good for future development, she said. Free like a bird, graceful like a god, just like Li Shushan now. Don't rush. Once you join the master school, the teacher will naturally teach you. You and Shin Shikong are the same. For now, let me show you a demonstration, so you can see the effect. When you learn it, you'll be motivated. After Li Shushan finished speaking, he threw another small stone, hitting another acupoint on little Sun's body. Immediately, The muscles on little Sun's forehead tensed up as if enduring great pain, and tears started to stream down her face. Just as she was about to recover from the pain, Li Shushin threw another stone. Little Sun's body trembled again, and she was overwhelmed with pain, going crazy but unable to speak or move. Now, not only her eyes, but also her nose started to run uncontrollably. "What is this acupoint? Is it that painful?" Jiang Chang'an asked curiously, feeling sympathy for little Sunday.
No.
This woman once fed Li Shushin. She was a baby. She had no heart. Otherwise, how could she do such things? Sure, acupoint, spread all over the body, is the most open point. As long as there is internal energy, you can hit anywhere you want. It can make someone suffer intense pain without others noticing, Li Shushin said coldly, staring at little Sun with a cruel smile.
Wow.
That's so powerful. Jiang Chang'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. Teach me, teach me. This is an essential skill for wandering fighters. So cool. Of course. This is the torture method used by the secret guards of the Imperial Palace to interrogate criminals, Li Shushin said with a malicious smile. Isn't it an honor to be able to use such advanced torture? Are you planning to make her die from pain? Jiang Chang'an asked. Li Shushin kept throwing stones, one after another. Little Sun's mind broke down, her eyes full of resignation and begging for mercy. She was terrified inside. Why does Li Shushin have such powerful skills? She had always been under her watch. Could she have learned it from Master Song? She used to think Master Song was a coward, always lazy, just playing with children. When Li Shushin studied under him, little Sun secretly laughed in pride for a long time. But it was all a lie. Master Song was hiding his true strength, and he secretly trained Li Shushin into a powerful little devil who had no conscience. Such a twisted person. How could she provoke him? Li Shushin threw another stone, finally releasing little Sun from the silent acupoint. In the next moment, she gasped for air, exhausted, as if she had just gone through a fierce battle, trembling with fatigue. Little Sun looked at Li Shushin with a look of relief, mixed with caution. What do you want to do? She could no longer see him as just a normal child. This was a little wolf cub, so clever he understood everything, so cruel he dared to do anything. He was a demon. He could really kill her. So little Sun dared not make a sound. She suspected that her entire family couldn't handle this little brat. What do I want to do? That's none of your business. However, you could tell me about my parents' origins and whereabouts. If you speak well, maybe I will let you go. But she revealed a secret, and she didn't know if her master would forgive her. Anyway, in her previous life, little Sun was executed for conspiracy. But now, things are different. Others don't know that her real mother is actually a princess. Little Sun only took away a wealthy lady's daughter who was not favored and had a child with a rough man. If the Sun family doesn't pursue the matter of little Sun harming the eldest daughter, her crime won't be considered so serious. Offering some silver, the officials would likely forgive her. All of this doesn't matter because, in this life, Li Shushin doesn't want that princess's child's broken identity. As long as she finds her real parents, that's enough. Jiang Chang'an felt the wave of disgust. Was Li Shushin really turning evil? Or was he already evil? His darkness was mixed with some twisted traits, which was frightening. Little Sun thought, isn't that right? She hadn't done much to Li Shushin publicly. The wolf cub hadn't been hurt or starved. There was still a chance to fix her mistake. She didn't deserve death. I'll tell you everything I know. Li Shushin's mother was called Lu Shi. She was the daughter of a high-ranking official from the Lu family in the capital, but she was born in the Yang family of the Zhennan Marquis residence. On that day, the Yang family had 3 children born. One was a princess born to Yang Guifei, another was Lu Shi, born to Xiao Chen, and the third was the third young lady born to the main wife, De Chen. Things went wrong because Xiao Chen's child was a twin, but the other twin was suffocated in the, nearly causing little Sun to die with her. Lu Shi not only caused her twin sister to die on the day she was born, but also caused the old master of the household to pass away. It was a cursed fate, born unlucky and strong-willed. Rumors also said that Lu Shi was feared to be competing for the princess and the third young lady's luck, so under pressure from various forces, she was sent back to her family home in Wuzhou Prefecture, in the Yuqi County. She was left there for 16 years without anyone paying attention. Suddenly, one day, a letter from the capital arrived, telling little son's mother, Qian Xiaotao, to marry off the eldest lady, but not to a good match, to avoid affecting the luck of the two young ladies in the capital. So, Qian Xiaotao arranged for the eldest lady to marry a 26-year-old old hunter living in the mountains, whose family name was Li. More than a year later, Lu Shi gave birth to Li Shushan. But then another letter came saying Lu Shi couldn't have a son, as it would affect others' luck. It ordered Qian Xiaotao to take the child away, but not to kill her. Qian Xiaotao obeyed orders and, while the old hunter was away, took the newborn Li Shushan. When Lu Zai went out to find the child, she fell off a cliff. The old hunter was quite capable, but Qian Xiaotao was afraid of being found, so she sent her daughter away to marry far away with the child. This led to later events, such as the murder of granddaughter Shi and switching the baby of landlord Li. In fact, Lu Shi is the real princess. The fake princess in the palace is the daughter of De Qinshi, and the third young lady of Chen's family is the daughter of Xiao Qinshi, the true Lu Shi. All these schemes and plots were created by De Qinshi, who was afraid that if the truth came out, the royal family would hold her responsible. So, she didn't kill the real princess directly, which could have been irreparable. Instead, she used these ghostly tricks to torment the real princess and suppress her growth. The main reason was that De Qinshi hated her younger sister Yang Guifei. She sent her daughter into the palace to enjoy wealth and power, while also playing tricks on Yang Guifei's daughter. Later, she probably thought Yang Guifei didn't truly love the fake princess and married her off to the wrong person, causing her suffering. Yang Guifei didn't help her, which made De Qinshi angry. She even wanted to kill the real princess, not sparing her own child either. These things were uncovered by the previous emperor's grandfather, mainly to deal with the increasingly powerful Marquis of Zhannan and to control her own useful officials. Little Sun Shi didn't know all this. She only said it was orders from above and didn't dare tell the truth about Lu Shi falling off the cliff. Actually, Li Shushan knew all the reasons behind these events. He just wanted to make sure everything was on track. Fortunately, everything was normal. The only abnormal thing was the appearance of Jiang Chang'an, this little demon. "Let's go," Li Shushan said, no longer caring about Sun Shi. Killing her would only dirty his hands. Someone else would do that. He also didn't want to kill anyone in front of Jiang Chang'an. Don't think he didn't notice. This little demon is honest and kind-hearted. She only talks about fighting and killing on the surface. In Jiang Chang'an's eyes, Li Shushan saw her respect for life and her fairness in dealing with others.
Huh?
Are you just going to let her go? I think her mother's fall might be related to them. Shouldn't evil people be brought to justice? Li Shushan raised an eyebrow, admitting that Jiang Chang'an was very sharp. She understood things quickly, seeing the bigger picture from just a small clue, almost guessing the truth. We're just kids. Why bother doing it ourselves? Oh, I understand now. Bad people often do more than one bad thing. I saw her fight with a single man in the village. She was dressed in rags, her hair messy, being pushed down and beaten.
It was so painful, she cried.
She must have a grudge against that man. Otherwise, why would they often fight? Let the single man deal with that wicked woman. This is true. In the past, Jiang Chang'an liked to sit quietly and daydream alone. While she was lost in her thoughts, others paid her no mind. There were many scenes happening in front of her, scenes of intimacy, or rather, rolling in the haystack, not just between Miss Sun and the single man. She felt helpless about it. Jiang Chang'an shook her head and sighed. Li Shushan was silent. Why would she want to watch such embarrassing things? Isn't she afraid of getting an eye infection? Seeing the shadow in the corner of the wall, Li Shushan knew Jiang Chang'an was saying this on purpose for her sake, and it was also true. Little monsters don't lie. You're right. We shouldn't interfere in other people's affairs. But since my two younger siblings have called me Big Brother for many years, and considering Father Li and our grandparents, let her go this time. Jiang Chang'an immediately rolled her eyes. Is that really mercy? Mentioning Li's 2 children. Wouldn't the landlord in that corner think more? Miss Sun is not faithful to her marriage. Who knows if those 2 children are Li's? Even if they are, Miss Sun has already been involved with another man. I don't believe the landlord Li doesn't have doubts. Li the landlord, no, he wanted to kill Miss Sun but was afraid to do so. Li Shushan grabbed Jiang Chang'an and jumped out of Li's house. Should we stop caring about Miss Sun? How long do we have to stay stuck here? Let her die. Anyway, the acupuncture points will naturally resolve in an hour. Li Shushan snorted coldly. What are your plans next? Can you stop watching those messy things in the future? Both spoke at the same time, then glared at each other. Jiang Chang'an understood immediately. Wasn't that just about wild intimacy? But now isn't the time to care about that.
Besides, I was naive back then.
They performed in front of me. Why should I give up my territory to those reckless lovers? I won't tolerate such bad behavior. She thought naive people didn't deserve respect. Li Shushan, you're quite confident, aren't you? Are those dirty things suitable for children to watch? Anyway, remember to stay away from those dirty things in the future. She was so annoyed, perhaps because she was worried Jiang Chang'an might be led astray. Oh, I get it.
I'm starving.
I want to go home and eat. Are you coming? Who's still a pervert, liking to watch real-life romantic scenes? Jiang Chang'an just wants to eat now. Go ahead, the teacher and Hong Lijing are busy, and Abo is not at the private school. He went back alone to eat cold rice, but he was not happy about it. Instead, he decided to go to the Jiang family to get a free meal. I want to find my father, and also the place where my mother fell off the cliff. Maybe my mother is still alive? Li Shushan still holds some hope and fantasy. Having lived a lonely life in the past and now starting over, he wants to make up for the regrets of his previous life, make his life complete, and have a family, parents, and a home. When should we go? We still need to expand our business and recover the 100 ghost guards. These are not small matters. They're only 7 or 8 years old now. Is it really suitable for them? Li Shushan also thought deeply. Will you go with us? First, we will take over the 100 ghost guards as our own power. Then we can expand the business or find family members and have helpers. What do you think? With Li Shushan's current skills, who in this world can match him? He's not afraid of failing the 100 ghost guards test. They have a mountain of jade worth a fortune. With knowledge from his past life, whether in literature or martial arts, Li Shushan is confident and steady. That sounds good. The summer harvest is coming soon, and the school will have a holiday. We can take the opportunity to go for a walk. Jiang Chang'an also wants to go out, see more of the world, and plan for the future. Li Shushan finally smiled. He unexpectedly found a little monster. With this long journey ahead, he probably won't be lonely anymore.
Mom.
Is there anything to eat?
I'm starving.
Jiang Chang'an arrived before his voice, which drew everyone's attention in the Jiang family.
Lingair?
Why are you so late coming back? I was about to go look for you. What have you been doing, running all over the mountain? Jiang Er had finished his meal early and was tired from woodworking. He couldn't wait for Jiang Chang'an to return so they could eat together. Dad, I found Uncle Tai and made 2 sets of woodworking tools for you and Grandpa. They're very convenient and will save a lot of effort. Jiang Chang'an proudly took out 2 sets of tools from his bag. Hearing the noise, Zhang Laotu didn't stop working and hurried over. New tools? Let me see. Oh, they look very professional, brand new and sharp. Such good tools it feels a bit sad to use them. Zhang Laotu exclaimed in amazement. Don't worry, Grandpa. I used new iron, which is very hard to wear out. You can use it with confidence. Zhang Laotu's face lit up with a smile. Good, good, I'll try the new tools later.
These tools are made by Lao Tai.
They won't affect your dinner. How can you not take care of your health? Jiang Er muttered to himself. Father, I also helped with iron smelting and assisted teacher Song. Oh, now he's a teacher. I made a pair of old-fashioned glasses as a gift for the family to honor the teacher. Father, grandfather, teacher Song accepted me, Li Shushan, and Shen Shikong as his students. Remember to prepare a gift to thank the teacher. Really? That's wonderful. We must thank teacher Song properly. Old Second Jeong was very happy and excited. Having a teacher is a big difference. It means Jeong Chang'an's studies are now secure. But why would teacher Song take you as students? Did he see that you all have special talent? Are your parents hopeful that you can become successful scholars? Old Jeong's eyes looked hopeful. Because of Li Shushan. He's not the son of the Li landlord. Jeong Chang'an explained the story clearly and lively. He even attracted Yao and Grandma Jeong, who were moved by Li Shushan's sad background and started crying. Women are always very emotional. Good child, don't be afraid. Now you are also Linger's senior brother. Our Jeong family is your family too. Don't be shy. Yao gently wiped her tears and kindly told Li Shushan. This child's background is very similar to hers, which made Yao feel a deep connection. Thank you, Aunt Jeong. Actually, Li Shushan has benefited from the Jeong family more than once. A few years ago, he almost drowned after falling into the river, and it was Grandpa Jeong who saved him, right? But instead of gratitude, the Jeong family's clan took all the credit. Talking about Li Shushan's benefactor, Grandma Jeong still felt upset. That's right. The place where you fell into the river was at the mouth of the new river, where the water flows the strongest. Grandpa's hand was injured at that time, and you two almost couldn't get ashore. Finally, we saved you, but the clan's old scoundrel took you away and went to the Li family to boast. They didn't even mention Grandpa's life-saving effort. They took all the benefits for themselves. It's really shameless. They couldn't just go and argue with them. It wasn't for reward that they saved him. Grandpa Jeong was just that kind of person. It's been so many years. Why bring it up now? Li Shushan is doing well now. Also, last time he was in the county town, he saved Chang'an too. It's fate. We should just look forward and keep going. In the future, if you face any difficulties, just come to the Jeong family. Right now, you are siblings in the martial arts school, and this is fate. We should help each other so that our paths can go further. Old Jeong spoke with great righteousness, not caring about small favors or petty disputes. But in fact, he was furious back then. Now, it's too late to say anything. Li Shushan is no longer in the Li family. How can he repay him? Instead, he hopes Li Shushan will take good care of Jeong Chang'an in the future. Thank you, Grandpa Jeong, for your advice. Shushan knows what to do now. Li Shushan finally bowed deeply to old Jeong, a debt he owed. All right, we're starving. Mom, what did you cook at home? Children shouldn't go hungry. It affects their growth. Jeong Chang'an headed straight to the kitchen in the main house. There's rice and meat. Wash your hands quickly. I'll bring the food to the hall, Yao said, and headed to the kitchen. Hurry up, Jeong Chang'an said without hesitation, pulling Li Shushan and running. Old Jeong and Old Second also didn't rest. They grabbed new woodworking tools and headed to the backyard to make a cart quickly, as people had already paid deposits and the summer harvest was coming soon. Grandmother Jeong and Yao also went to the backyard to make pottery. Everyone was busy. The main house had no one. The third house's Jiarong was also not home, probably out playing since there were no classes today. Jeong family's meals are usually simple: a plate of vegetables, a plate of stir-fried meat, and sweet potato rice. Have you never had such simple meals before? Jeong Chang'an saw Li Shushan eating slowly, looking not very hungry. It's easy to imagine that even if he was imprisoned, his life wasn't bad. Compared to himself, Jeong Chang'an was about to cry. She was reborn, yet her environment was lacking food and drink. Even though Li Shushan was adopted by enemies, he was still very rich and never went hungry or cold. The emperor's favored children are just like that. Isn't it good? Better than eating poison or drinking, Li Shushan said while eating without slowing down, which was quite unpleasant to hear. Jeong Chang'an really wanted to slap the food into his face. It's disgusting enough, and he's just stating the truth. Anyone with a conscience would be wary, right? Could he really say, "Oh, maybe even yours has been fed to you. How tragic." Li Shushan, your sharp tongue will make you lose friends. Chang'an rarely saw him praise others. Usually, he would criticize people until they were completely defeated, making everyone feel like he was suffering inside, like a hedgehog. Friends? Are they used to betray themselves? Sure enough, this person had been mistreated. Hey, what's with the pretentious attitude? Everyone has some unhappy moments in life. Complaining about the world only makes you feel worse. Besides, aren't we friends? She was honest with Li Shushan, not hiding her feelings, but very open. How come they aren't even at the friendship level? Is Li Shushan's heart like a dirty stone in a cesspit? Stinky and hard. Jiang Chang'an pouted in displeasure. What kind of friends? Boyfriend and girlfriend?
Achoo.
Jiang Chang'an was shocked by Li Shushan's calm and casual words, which sounded like a bomb. How careless. Spitting during a meal? Are you a 3-year-old? Li Shushan didn't stay indifferent. He stood up and poured her a glass of water.
Ah.
She deserved it. Her self-control isn't good enough. Jiang Chang'an choked, her eyes turning red, and she looked at Li Shushan with deep resentment. All right, I was joking. We are friends, partners, the closest secret confidants, inseparable halves. Li Shushan's mouth moved as he spoke, saying things that could be misunderstood. Jiang Chang'an was stunned. Was this guy hinting at her? Has he never seen a car chase before? But, given her age, she couldn't say anything now. It was hard for her to hold back. Otherwise, she would have given him a good punch. Shut up, you little pervert. Jiang Chang'an yelled angrily.
Huh.
Jiang Linger, are you thinking the wrong way? Are you? What are you thinking?
Can you tell me?
Li Shushan smiled happily, feeling excited. Watch your back. I think I'll hit you, Jiang Chang'an said, ready to attack. Li Shushan sneered and suddenly disappeared with a whoosh, out of her reach. She couldn't even grab his sleeve. Wow, teach me some light skills, she said, jealous. Didn't you want to hit me? If I teach you, you'll hit me back? Do I look like I have a mental problem? Jiang Chang'an chased after him, but Li Shushan kept moving, always staying just out of reach. It was quite nerve-wracking. Jiang Chang'an was fast, and her attacks were sharp and tricky. He, of course not. You are a mighty lord, a knowledgeable master, a handsome senior brother, my closest partner. We are inseparable. Teaching me some light skills isn't too much, right? Jiang Chang'an suddenly changed her expression, smiling sweetly to flatter him. This time, Li Shushan was stunned and couldn't help but feel her ears heat up and turn red. What a shameless little demon. Is she a young lady? Such blunt words coming from her are smoother than from a man? That's too much. Li Shushan froze in place, pointing at Jiang Chang'an for a long time without saying a word.
Ha!
Little rascal, you can't handle me? Jiang Chang'an mischievously curled his lips and suddenly pounced, pressing down on Li Shushan. Thud. Both of them fell to the ground. Finally caught you, little rascal.
Tell me.
Do you teach me light skills? Or else, I'll use this severe punishment. Jiang Chang'an pressed on Li Shushan with all his strength, one hand already on his waist. As soon as Li Shushan refused, she would scratch. Not giving up, Li Shushan stiffened completely. The little demon had too much strength. If he used his internal energy to push her away, he might hurt her. I'm scared of you. I give up, okay? You're so fierce. Be careful you won't find a husband later. Humph. Li Shushan awkwardly turned her head to the other side.
Tise.
Do I look like someone who needs to get married? Besides, I have you. If I got married, we'd have to part ways. All the property would be mine, because I have space, haha. Jiang Chang'an smiled proudly, not forgetting to pinch Li Shushan's face, teasing her like a mischievous kid flirting with a good girl. Only then was he satisfied, and got up. Li Shushan, as if her nerves had been touched, suddenly seriously considered Jiang Chang'an's words. It made sense. Jiang Chang'an's realization made Li Shushan very happy. It's right to establish such a close relationship, intimate and inseparable. Brother Jiang, something bad has happened. Your third brother and his wife have been caught, and the county magistrate is taking them to Baishir Mountain. The person was Han Lijing, running breathlessly, with a head full of sweat, showing how urgent the situation was. Grandpa Lijing, what happened? Jiang Chang'an was also startled. Weren't the third brother and his wife selling ice? Now they're being taken to Baisher Mountain. Could it be related to saltpeter? And jadeite, Li Shushin whispered softly.
Yes.
Baisher Mountain not only has saltpeter, but also jadeite in the caves. But Magistrate Chin would never be able to find jadeite again, no matter how hard he tried, because it was all stored in Jiang Chang'an's space. Besides, he didn't dare to look openly. Those jadeites couldn't be seen by others. No worries, it's fine. Don't be afraid. The teacher is here, Li Shushin confidently said. Jiang Chang'an thought, that might be true. Master Song was the former regent king, so he's not afraid of a small county magistrate. But in struggles like this, there are always casualties. I can't let the people of the third house get into trouble, or my three brothers will be pitiful. Meanwhile, Hong Lijing was also anxious and worried. Finally, the political fight began. The substance called sulfur could only be used for making ice, so it wasn't very useful. But the salt-making formula was rare. If not handled properly, the whole village could suffer. Hong Lijing didn't know Master Song's identity, or he wouldn't be so worried. He also didn't know about the jade, or even Master Song might not be able to save their village. Hong Lijing was eager to find old Jiang to help. To him, even if the family split, Jiang San was still his son. Chang'an, where's your grandfather? Hurry and let him see. Your third uncle and aunt were taken by the officials to Baisher Mountain. Something serious has happened. Recently, the Jiang family seemed to have been touched by either gods or ghosts. When unlucky, they were very miserable. When lucky, they made a lot of money. Their good and bad luck was clearly shown in the family. Jiang Chang'an also felt sad about the bad luck of the third house. But it was truly unfair. Jiang San and Jiang's wife only wanted to support the family. Why did they offend anyone? Yet the county magistrate used them as a target. Grandpa is in the backyard. What did third uncle do? Being taken to Baisher Mountain, are they going to be beheaded? That place was a graveyard. Being taken by officials there would leave a deep shadow in their hearts. You go find your grandfather first. Hong Lijing was in a hurry and didn't want to say much. Besides, it was useless to look for Jiang Chang'an, a child. But he didn't need to look. Old Jiang and others were attracted by Hong Lijing's urgent voice and happened to hear Jiang Chang'an say, "Third uncle is going to be beheaded." His body suddenly shook, almost fainting. But old Jiang's mother couldn't handle it. She couldn't bear it and fainted, rolling her eyes and collapsing. Mother? Mother, don't be anxious. You heard wrong. Third uncle hasn't been beheaded yet. Jiang Er hurriedly supported his mother, but his words sounded unthoughtful. It was truly inconsiderate. Jiang Chang'an shrank his neck, looking like he had done something wrong. He didn't mean to. Really, he just wanted to get Hong Lijing's attention. Who knew the old lady would come so quickly? During the most dangerous time, old man Jiang still hoped to get his son's help. Brother Jiang, don't worry. Master Song has gone ahead, and he definitely won't let anything happen to your third son. Hong Lijing quickly comforted him, because Master Song had told him the same. He even personally ran to Jiang's house to deliver the news. At this moment, Jiang's eldest son, Rong, limped back, covered in mud, and looking very messy. Sir, the eldest uncle is drinking at the clan leader's house. Should I go call him back? Jiang's Rong heard old man Jiang's words from afar and knew that their parents had been taken by the officials. He was also returning home to bring help. Old man Jiang felt even worse when he heard this and helplessly waved his hand. Forget it. Let's hurry to Baisher Mountain. After such a big commotion, Jiang's eldest son would surely have received news. Whether he helps or not depends on him. Forcing him won't work. A father who betrays his own family is a tricky thing. The group hurried to Baisher Mountain. On the way, they saw many villagers, all being driven up the mountain by the guards. The county magistrate had given a strict order. All residents must go to watch. But this time, people's faces were no longer numb like before. Most were worried about Jiang's family, and many were comforting old man Jiang. Over time, Zhang's family had gained some support in the mountain village. At Baishir Mountain, Zhang's third son and his wife were kneeling on the ground with dirt on their faces. Behind them stood Master Song, as if defending the couple. County Magistrate Chen was farther away, constantly scanning the surroundings, but no one knew what he was thinking. Many guards and city defenders had also arrived, all spread out around to observe the situation. The large scene made the villagers anxious and afraid to get close. Until Old Man Jiang and Hong Lijing arrived, bringing some villagers who supported Zhang's family, like Landlord Shen, Blacksmith Jiang, and Hunter Zhang. Zhang's third son finally saw his father and shouted loudly, "Dad!
Dad!
You finally came. Please tell the officials I didn't do anything bad. I was just selling ice water. I didn't know that saltpeter was a mineral belonging to the court. Many villagers make ice, not just me, Dad. Please save me. Help me plead with the magistrate." Indeed, making money was very hard. He had worked early and late to sell ice water in the county town, earning quite a few coins. But not long after, the officials came and arrested him. Even the magistrate personally took action. The key point is that he clearly told everything he knew, yet he still got beaten and kicked by the officials. Zhang's wife was also harassed and molested. If the county magistrate hadn't been busy with urgent matters, he might have been severely harmed or worse. The couple was so frightened they froze. Old Third Jiang had never felt so powerless before. He suddenly understood the despair and fear when his second brother was bullied by Zhang San and no one helped. Therefore, Old Third Jiang did not reveal that the ice-making method came from Jiang Chang'an. It turned out his approach was correct because Master Song, seeing Jiang Chang'an's contribution, immediately sided with him and offered strong support. Old Jiang wanted to kneel before the county magistrate, but Jiang Chang'an quickly pulled him back. "Sir, I don't know what crime my third uncle has committed. Can't you make ice from nitrate?" Hearing Jiang Chang'an's innocent voice, Magistrate Chen finally turned to look at him directly. But his gaze was very cold, impatient, and almost murderous. "Who told you that nitrate can be used to make ice?" Magistrate Chen asked sharply.
Me.
"Is there a problem? Every summer, I come here to collect nitrate to make ice. But nitrate isn't a mineral. I don't understand why you're detaining our villagers." Master Song finally spoke. Magistrate Chen looked at him with a serious expression. The old man looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Not only did he know the advanced method of making ice from nitrate, but even his own forces couldn't find out where this person came from. It was a bit difficult to deal with. But if the stuff in the cave disappeared, not even the gods could help. If the commotion at Baishir Mountain was so big, would his jade be safe? When he saw the extra ice water on this hot summer day, he immediately felt a bad premonition. Only the mountain village within 100 miles of Chang County had nitrate, and his things were stored there. So Magistrate Chen immediately gathered his men and headed straight to Baishir Mountain. Old Third Jiang was just an excuse for him to openly search the mountain. If he had no use, he would kill him to prevent these lowly villagers from causing trouble or daring to think about Baishir Mountain. Nitrate isn't exactly a mineral, but unknown things belong to the court. Your illegal mining is a crime and should be punished by death. As soon as Magistrate Chen finished speaking, Old Third Jiang and his wife were so frightened they collapsed. Their eyes widened in shock. Selling ice could get them beheaded? What kind of law was this? It seemed there was no way for ordinary people to survive. Mr. Song has never heard of such a law. Besides, we haven't mined anything. We were just picking up stones on the ground. Could it be that you don't want villagers to go up the mountain to gather firewood? Is this the Chin family's law? Mr. Song no longer looked cheerful. He asked a question with a commanding presence, radiating authority. County Magistrate Chun frowned deeply. Facing the overwhelming pressure, he broke out in a light sweat on his forehead. "Who is this old man?" "Sir, this is not unclaimed land. Xu Shen already bought this mountain earlier," Li Xu Shen sneered, pulling out a clear land deed. County Magistrate Chen's pupils shrank. The deed for Whitestone Mountain on the mountain was his. He bought it for jade, registered under his mistress's name. Why does this kid have his deed? Or is the one in his hand a fake? Mr. Song raised an eyebrow and smiled. This kid is hiding quite well. How could he have the deed for White Stone Mountain? So, this isn't unclaimed land. The nitrate, that isn't a mineral, belongs to the owner. As long as the owner agrees, anyone can open it for mining. So, what crime do the villagers commit? Mr. Song took Li Shushin's deed and looked at it. The most prominent mark was the official red seal. He directly handed the deed to County Magistrate Chen. After taking it, the magistrate immediately saw whether the deed was real or fake. Even the faint seal he had accidentally made on it was clear. The deed was genuine. But why did it appear in Li Shushin's possession? Did he know something? The magistrate suddenly broke out in cold sweat. The people in the private school on the mountain are truly strange one after another. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Magistrate Chen dared not make any big moves. In the end, he had to obediently return the deed to Li Shushin. This series of twists and turns excited Jiang Chang'an greatly. Li Shushin is clever. When did he get the deed? Could it be that he forged and aged it again? Li Shushin smugly curled his lips at Jiang Chang'an. Yes, the deed is fake. He personally made it look old. Even Magistrate Chen couldn't tell. Who told him that this deed belonged to him in a past life? He was very familiar with it. Of course, it was after Magistrate Chen fell from power that he got his hands on it. Magistrate Chen's face looked very bad. He couldn't understand why the deed, which should have been in his mistress's hands, appeared here, in the hands of someone he didn't know at all. If he thought his mistress was colluding with others, he didn't believe it. That woman didn't have the guts for that. Another possibility was that every move he made was under someone else's surveillance. Are they aware of the jadeite matter? If they are, how much do they know? I have never heard of such a mysterious force in Lixiang County. Could it be the group that recently appeared around Mountain Village? Those people have military tokens, which force Magistrate Chen to give in and cooperate. But why do these people have connections with the native Li family in Mountain Village? Or with a private school teacher who has been around for 5 or 6 years? Magistrate Chen thought a lot about how to handle these people. Should he let them go easily? That would damage his authority. Or should he punish them severely? He looked at Jiang Chang'an and the others, feeling secretive and worried about causing a bigger problem. Perhaps this kid was threatening him? Li Shushin didn't avoid Magistrate Chen's gaze. Yes, he was threatening him. If this corrupt official refused to compromise, he had bigger tricks up his sleeve and could make him lose his position immediately. But, since Magistrate Chen and he had no personal grudge, Li Shushin didn't want to dirty his hands. If this place has an owner and the owner doesn't mind, then let it go, Magistrate Chen said reluctantly. The couple, Lao Sanjiang and his wife, finally relaxed and collapsed on the ground, overwhelmed with relief and tears of gratitude. But at this moment, someone said, however, the ice making is fine, but what about salt? Ice is only useful in summer, but salt is essential for daily life. Otherwise, the court wouldn't control salt production. Magistrate Chen looked expressionless and questioned sternly, glaring at Hong Lijing. The court strictly forbids private salt making. You're openly breaking the law. Do you want to be exiled? Hearing this, the villagers backed away in fear. Not allowing salt making? Exile? Their belongings might be confiscated and their lives threatened. They would lose everything just for making salt. What about those selling illegal salt? Sir, please understand. The court forbids private salt trading. Our villagers only make salt for ourselves and don't sell the excess. Each household has limited land and can't produce much salt. Please don't worry, Hong Lijing explained nervously, trying to hide his panic. Magistrate Chen's face darkened further. So, they're even trading salt land? What's worse, the village head actually has the authority to buy and sell land. How can Hong Lijing handle this? Yes, I have already reported to the heavens and shared the salt-making recipe with the court. Chun County Magistrate should receive the new order soon. Master Song confidently shut him down, implying he had the authority to do so and dismissing the small county magistrate as insignificant. Chun County Magistrate suddenly felt a surge of anger, as no one had challenged him in years. These stubborn villagers were truly disrespectful. Humph. We must wait for the official orders before acting. Guards, arrest these villagers for illegal salt-making, give them 50 strokes, and imprison them. Afterward, decide their fate. This was Chun County Magistrate's usual tactic. Ordinary people are always afraid. When chaos erupts, what can Master Song do? Sure enough, as soon as Chun Magistrate spoke, the villagers panicked and tried to run away. Well-trained guards with knives forced them back. The White Stone Mountain was in chaos, with shouts ringing through the air. I didn't make salt. You can't arrest me. Please let me go. I also didn't make salt. Please let me go. However, Chun County Magistrate calmly produced a list, clearly prepared in advance. The origin of this list was quite suspicious. He thought he could easily control the village by forcing the villagers to make salt for him, gaining more income. But he didn't expect these bold villagers to seize the salt fields for themselves, reckless and daring. Master Song's methods even ruined Chun Magistrate's plans. The salt fields, which could have belonged to him, now belonged to the court. How could he accept this? Not giving these disrespectful people a lesson was simply unacceptable.
Stop.
Chun County Magistrate, are you abusing private punishment on good citizens? Do you no longer want to serve as an official? Master Song sternly shouted, standing firm and unmoved. If Chun Magistrate dared to act today, he wouldn't let it go. At this moment, Li Shushan took something out of his sleeve, a letter. The envelope bore only the character Chun, but its design was quite unusual. Lord Chun, it's best for you to hold back, the letter read. This letter was evidence of Chun County Magistrate's treason. Since his last evaluation, Li Shushan had been preparing it, ready for the day he might face the man named Chun. Of course, Li Shushan had forged it himself, so realistic it could deceive anyone. It was a crucial piece of evidence to bring down the previous magistrate. When Chun Magistrate saw the letter, his pupils shrank suddenly. He struggled to steady himself, recognizing immediately what Li Shushan held. You little brat, you must die. Come, arrest him, kill. Magistrate Chun did not know who Li Shushan really was, nor did he want to know where his letters and land deeds came from. Now, he only wanted to kill Li Shushan, otherwise, he would be the one to die in the end. Fortunately, the villagers here were all harmless, and old Mr. Song and young Li Shushan were just ordinary people. What could they do? Magistrate Chun finally revealed a cruel and fierce expression. However, before the soldiers could react, Li Shushan moved first. He kicked at Magistrate Chun's knee joint, causing him to fall to his knees with a thud. In the next moment, a sharp object pressed against Chun's neck, Li Shushan's hairpin. Don't move. Do you think I dare not kill a magistrate? A traitor and a man on the verge of downfall. Will the court blame me? Li Shushan licked his lips as if he enjoyed doing this. Of course, he whispered the last words into Chen's ear, very quietly, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. His look was truly crazy. Magistrate Chen froze, unable to move. He dared not question Li Shushan's words. Having encountered many people, Chun could sense the dangerous aura emanating from Li Shushan. He was clearly a dangerous little madman who saw human lives as insignificant. In this world, everything depended on whether he was willing or not. There was no question of daring or not daring. They were the same kind of person, and this person was less than 10 years old. Thinking about it made him shiver. A cold sweat spread through Magistrate Chen's body. Stop, stop. All of you stop. If he didn't stop now, his neck might really be cut open, as blood was already flowing. Li Shushan, so young yet so skilled? How did Mr. Song manage to train such an outstanding talent in just 5 or 6 years? Mr. Song was also surprised, but he was calm and had not shown any signs of weakness. Who exactly was Li Shushan? His martial arts seemed even better than Mr. Song's, and his internal strength appeared very deep. In fact, this child didn't really need a master. He just needed to detach himself from the Li family. On Jiang Chong'an's side, she was the first to protect her family. She wouldn't let herself be beaten without resistance. Of course, her fighting was swift and decisive, and for a moment, the soldiers couldn't do anything to her family. Fortunately, Li Shushan quickly controlled Magistrate Chen, so the soldiers didn't have time to act. How about it? Does Magistrate Chen refuse to accept this? Do you think that after working in Changxian for many years and earning enough money to last several lifetimes, you shouldn't be subordinate to others? Are you thinking about how to kill me? Or perhaps relying on your powerful backer, the one who supplies your troops? I didn't expect that after so many years in government service, Lord Chen would still be so naive. Are you sure your backer can be trusted? Or is he the real culprit behind your troubles? Lord Chen, I know what you've done behind that person's back. Guess what? Has your backer heard about it? If he finds out, what will he do to you? Actually, we have no grudge against Lord Chen. We just want to stay out of trouble and live peacefully. There's no need for us to be enemies. It's just some private salt, with low production and little value. Lord Chen, you don't need to make such a fuss over it. And I won't tell anyone about your affairs because it has nothing to do with me. I didn't say anything before, I won't say anything now, and I definitely won't in the future, unless you provoke me. How will you choose, Lord Chen? Li Shushan's words were spoken quietly, only heard by the two of them, but they still made Magistrate Chen's hair stand on end. He thought Li Shushan only knew about his contacts with outsiders, but he didn't expect that even his backer was known. That's a sword hanging over his head. Humph. Do I have any choice? Now, he could only temporarily compromise. Otherwise, fighting would be useless. What else could he do? And those three constables, Zhang San and the others, had almost ruined the Jiang family just days ago. Now, here he was, a county magistrate, powerless against these common people. It seems this matter needs to be considered carefully over time. The days are long, and we'll see what happens. Li Shushan heard Magistrate Chen's words and chuckled softly. He took back his hairpin, the tip blood-stained, and wiped it on Magistrate Chen's clothes. His disdain was obvious. Then, with a slight shake of his hand, the letter in his palm turned into dust in an instant, a clear warning. Magistrate Chen, of course, was both angry and scared. He had never seen such skill before. He looked deeply at Li Shushan, then casually glanced at the cave. His men must have checked inside, but he didn't know what they found. Anyway, today's matter couldn't continue. Let's go. I advise you all to behave. If I catch anyone selling illegal salt, they'll be executed on the spot. Magistrate Chen flicked his sleeve and led his men down the mountain. The villagers finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. And now they can make salt.
Haha.
Once the county magistrate left, the villagers happily danced and cheered. Such things shouldn't be spoken about openly, but they could talk about it for a lifetime. Jiang Chang'an approached the eccentric expert, asking, "Where do you think the list the county magistrate has came from?" It couldn't be from Hong Lijing, could it? Their village had a traitor, and Li Shushan, being well-informed, might know about it. "I'll tell you if you promise not to be scared," he said. But actually, he didn't know. There was no such story in his previous life. Still, Li Shushan was deliberately teasing Jiang Chang'an to keep him curious. Who would have thought? Today, their mountain village managed to defeat a high-ranking official like the county magistrate. It was almost unbelievable, mainly thanks to Master Song and Li Shushan. It's said this child isn't from the Li landlord's family. He was just kicked out of the Li household. What does the landlord think? They raised him for years, so surely they have feelings. Plus, the child is talented. Why don't they want him? Maybe the child doesn't want to stay with the Li family. If I had such a talented child, I'd want him. The landlord might be regretting it now. Li landlord, no, he was busy hitting his wife and had no time to care about other people's children. Villagers gathered in small groups, discussing the big events of the day. Meanwhile, Old Man Jiang and Second Old Man Jiang untied Old Third and his wife. A group of people, along with Hong Lijing, was walking toward Master Song. They overheard Jiang Chang'an talking to Li Shushan. Old Man Jiang's heart raced. "Old Third, did you leak the salt field list? If so, he would surely be beaten by the villagers.
Father, I don't have time.
We left before dawn for the county town. I don't know who bought the salt fields, and I never said that Chang'an came up with the ice-making recipe. Old Third Jiang smiled politely at Jiang Chang'an. He still trusted his niece. If it weren't for her today, he might have been killed by the magistrate. Not only Old Third, but also Jiang Shi was grateful to the second branch of the family. Old Man Jiang thought, maybe it's true. It's better if it's not Old Third Jiang. He sighed in relief. At this moment Hong Lijing spoke. I checked around. Only the Jiang clan's house and Old Big Jiang's family didn't come. Why didn't they come? Probably because they knew the magistrate was up to something and were afraid of being caught in the middle. How did they know the magistrate would cause trouble? Because these two families reported the warning. Of course, this was just Hong Lijing's guess, but the villagers weren't fools. They quickly understood Hong Lijing's meaning, and their faces turned grim. They almost died at the hands of the soldiers, all because of those two traitor families. Otherwise, they could have waited until the new order was issued to report to the officials, which was what Master Song and Hong Lijing originally planned. Who knew the county magistrate arrived early? If Li Shushan hadn't been so capable, blood might have been shed all over Whitestone Mountain. The villagers were very angry, but they knew this had nothing to do with the second branch of the Jiang family. The third branch was just an unlucky scapegoat. If Jiang Chang'an hadn't acted quickly, the couple would have been cut down. The brutality of the soldiers and constables was still fresh in everyone's memory. Old Jiang was stunned. He didn't expect the matter to be connected to Jiang Da. That man was educated, so he couldn't be reckless, right? Hong Lijing sighed and patted old Jiang's shoulder to comfort him. But if it was true that those two families betrayed the entire village, they would definitely be ostracized. They wouldn't dare do anything to them directly, since those families might be protected by the county magistrate. Still, being hated by the villagers was enough to cause trouble. Jiang Chang'an didn't expect the matter to involve Jiang Da. Her goal was simply to find the traitor and stay alert so she wouldn't be betrayed again. If the real culprit was the main family, she would have to be more careful at home and watch her steps. Well, it's a problem we'll have to face sooner or later. The current situation isn't too bad. We don't need to worry constantly anymore. Everyone get to work, make ice if you need to, make salt if you need to. Master Song said, then led Li Shushan down the mountain. His words made the villagers cheer up immediately. Thank you, Master Song. If it weren't for you today, the village's problems wouldn't have been solved. Yes. Master Song, you won't need to make or buy salt anymore. Our village will handle it. That's right. And if Shushan needs anything, he can come to the village. You're a hero to us all. Don't be polite. The villagers chattered excitedly, and Master Song quickly responded politely. Old Jiang and his wife exchanged glances, then regained their spirits. They pushed through the crowd until they reached Li Shushan. Shushan, look at how close you are to Chang'an. Can we use the saltpeter from Whitestone Mountain? This kid was so lucky. He bought a piece of land with saltpeter on a deserted hill. It was such a good deal. Feel free. Anyway, this thing isn't really theirs, so Li Shushan shrugged casually.
Thanks, and about the price.
Hee Chang'an. Old Third Jiang shamelessly smiled at Jiang Chang'an, hoping to buy the saltpeter cheaply. Jiang Chang'an guessed that the third household probably made some money today. Otherwise, after being caught once, they wouldn't dare to do it again. The county seat is under the county magistrate's control. Who knows when the magistrate might be in a bad mood and come after them. Only enough profit can make both of them brave enough to take risks.
Why are you looking at me?
Saltpeter isn't mine anyway. Jiang Chang'an didn't care. She wouldn't forgive the couple from the third household easily because they were too disgusting. The man was spying on his sister-in-law, and the woman was spying on her uncle. It's just perverted. They shouldn't be so close, so she needed to build her own house and move out. That way, she wouldn't have to see them every day. Old Third Jiang was disappointed. Didn't the little girl just save him? Why is she holding a grudge now? Alright, you guys can sell the ice you make, but you must give some money. Just give it directly to the village. What do you think, teacher? Li Shushan quickly tried to distract Master Song. The old man was probably suspicious of his skills, especially since he showed the land deed and letters. He must be very curious about where they came from. But Li Shushan didn't want to lie to his teacher, and he didn't know how to explain. It was a bit embarrassing. If only he didn't have to dig into the details. He pitifully pulled Jiang Chang'an and asked her to help him think of a way. Jiang Chang'an, the crazy yet mighty little Li, suddenly disappeared. It was a bit unsettling. Was this person mentally unstable? However, Jiang Chang'an thought Master Song was very open-minded. If he didn't ask, he probably wouldn't insist on knowing everything. Master Song looked amused at the two kids whispering and guessing. He probably guessed some things, but he was indeed quite broad-minded. Everyone has secrets after all. As long as the elders protect the children, they don't need to interfere much. When the children want him to know something, they will tell him naturally. Shu Shan is right. Let's leave this to Hong Lijing. Don't worry, the villagers in our village won't sell at high prices. The money we earn will be used to repair the ancestral hall, build bridges and roads, and help the lonely and elderly villagers, as well as children who can't take care of themselves. Hong Lijing was confident. These goals were actually proposed earlier by Master Song. If the village's income increased, they could carry them out. Thank you, Uncle Lijing, and thank you, Master Song. Of course, special thanks to Shu Shun and my eldest niece. Old Man Zhang grinned widely and laughed.
Ha!
The villagers probably don't know how good cold water is to sell in summer. Anyway, they made a lot of money today. Even if they lost some bowls and wooden buckets, they still earned a lot. And the money was kept close to Zhang's body. Otherwise, the guards might have taken it.
But now, who cares about that?
A few squeezes kept the boss's money safe. Even a fool could do that. The issue with salt and ice is almost settled. Since Mr. Song has the ability to hear directly from heaven, he is very capable and smart. Hong Lijing prefers to talk with him about village development and building projects. Salt is a good thing. People need salt to be strong. I think today's harvest should be easier. But the weather has been sunny for too long. Based on experience, it might rain during summer harvest and the grains could get moldy. Our mountain village just upset the county magistrate. During tax collection, he won't be gentle. In the past, he often took harsh measures. If families didn't pay enough taxes, they were sent to do forced labor. That labor is very hard. Many people got exhausted or even died from overwork. That's how the county magistrate in Chang'an rules, very strict and harsh. Haha, think positively. Pressure gives us motivation. Everyone can do better in summer harvest. We have the big wool carts from Chang'an, which save a lot of effort. Sigh, summer harvest isn't so simple. From the start, the crops need to be dried in the sun for at least a few days. Only after threshing can they be taken home. Then comes winnowing, which is very tiring. If the sun doesn't shine well, the grains won't be properly threshed. After winnowing, the grains need to be dried again. Our small fields can't finish drying in less than 3 or 5 days. If not dried properly, the grains will mold. Throughout this process, at least 10 days are needed for a good summer harvest. Everyone knows the process, but Hong Lijing couldn't help but keep talking. Farmers' hearts are so heavy. It's exhausting, but they also lose more than half of the grains they harvest. In Chang'an County, they have to pay 60% in taxes. That's too heavy. Mr. Song can hear directly from heaven. Maybe he can complain and help reduce the taxes. Such a long time? Jiang Chang'an was surprised. A few acres of land, with many family members, and a day's work should be enough to finish harvesting, right? That's right. Often, the sickles are so dull that even after cutting the rice, they haven't finished harvesting yet, Tai Goe said. His family has only a few sickles, which makes them wealthy, but there's still a lot of work. I can make a special sickle that won't get dull no matter how much rice I cut. How strong can rice stalks be? I can only say that the current iron tools are not powerful enough, and the sickles made are too poor in quality. Moreover, they are all thick and heavy sickles like chopping tools. Really? Can Chang'an do it now? The summer harvest is coming soon. Hong Li looked at Jiang Chang'an expectantly. This kid is so clever, isn't he? Yes, I can try to make a few threshing machines. Don't ask too much now. Once they are made, everyone will see if they work well or not. Although Jiang Chang'an is confident he can make them, there's always a chance of failure, so he doesn't want others to have too high hopes. All right, Chang'an, thank you for your effort. Since Chang'an is busy, you don't need to attend private school these days. Just focus on doing what you want. Song Fuzi stroked his beard, giving Jiang Chang'an time to work. Anyway, this child does well in school. If he can succeed with the tools, it will also help his future career. That's a good thing. Okay, thank you, sir. That's really great. The family has many things to do, and these days they can finish them together, like the cart, pottery, house, and the threshing machine they just promised to make. Teacher, I'll go help. Li Shushen has already decided to move into Zhang's house. It's better to stay away from Song Fuzi for now. Yes, go ahead.
Go, do what you think is right.
Everyone finally returned to Zhang's house. Old Zhang, who used to dislike the shabby, broken house, now feels very warm and nostalgic, with tears in his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. A restless heart finally calmed down. His life was saved, and in the future, they could even use ice to make money. That's the most important thing, and all of this was thanks to the second house. He used to be blinded by foolishness, doing things that hurt the second house. He was worse than a pig or dog. It was hard for old second to forgive him, but he still came to save their family. Thinking of this, when old Jiang returned to the main room, he knelt directly in front of old second Jiang. Second brother, I was wrong about the past. I swear I didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive us. We will change from now on. Thank you for your help today. From now on, we will still be good brothers and family. After speaking, old Jiang kowtowed loudly to old second Jiang, showing how much he was willing to give up face. Today's events caused a big fuss. The biggest benefactor on the mountain is Li Shushen, but the Jiang family's third branch is most grateful to Jiang Chang'an. During the time the constables were fighting, Jiang Chang'an stepped forward and saved the couple from the third household who were. However, second brother Jiang was ungrateful.
Bah!
Who do you think you are? Linger and I only acted because our parents asked us to. Otherwise, who would care about you? As soon as second brother mentioned his mother, Jiang old madam looked pale and was helped inside by Mrs. Yao. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law safe at home, she was overwhelmed with joy and tears. It's good you're back. It's really good. Even though her son was often troublesome, she loved him deeply and couldn't bear to part with him. Second brother Jiang smirked sarcastically. Their second household was different. In the past, old Madame Jiang had wanted to beat them to death, which made her feel very cold inside. Now, their relationship was just for appearances, kept only out of respect for the old master. Mother, it's my fault. I'm sorry to have made you worry. From now on, don't go selling ice water anymore. We shouldn't take that risk to make money. Just focus on farming and live a steady life. If it happened again, old Madame Jiang thought she might really faint from fear. No, Mother, don't worry. The government no longer controls our ice making. As long as we pay a small fee for materials, we can make ice freely. You don't know, sugar water sells really well. Not counting my maternal family, today we earned over a silver tael in the county town. It costs almost nothing to make and we make good money. This business is quite profitable, at least for now, so Mrs. Jiang really doesn't want to give it up. Yes, Mother. Our third household owns land, so we definitely need to do business. And it's all thanks to the second household that we have such a good opportunity. Child's mother, quickly take out some money to thank the second household and your parents. Second brother Jiang didn't mind if they didn't acknowledge him as a brother, as long as he could help them in critical moments. But gratitude isn't just words, they need to give real benefits. Yes, that's right. Thank you, parents. Thank you, second brother and sister-in-law. Mrs. Jiang said as she grabbed some copper coins and placed them on the tables of both people. Old Madame Jiang hurriedly pushed the money away. This is your hard-earned money. The third household earned their money through hard work, and old Madame Jiang didn't want to accept it. But old Master Jiang stopped her. Then thank you for your filial piety. He signaled for old Madame Jiang to accept the money. They accepted money from the second household, and of course, they also took some from the third household. No matter how little, they had to accept it. This was the rule. They couldn't refuse just because the third household earned less than the second. Otherwise, the second wife would have objections. It is hard for parents to be completely fair, but they try to treat everyone equally so that the children don't feel too upset. No one wants to be taken advantage of. Old second Jiang was even more straightforward, directly putting the coins into his pocket. Even dozens of coins are money, and they're also what the second household deserves. There's no need to be polite. It was still early, and since there was nothing to say to the third household, old second Jiang took the money and led his family home. Dad, are the carpentry tools good? How's the car coming along? If it weren't for Jiang Third's matter interrupting, the second household would definitely be busy making cars and heating devices now. They're very good, especially sharp. Your grandfather used to struggle to cut big wood, but now he can do it quickly himself. The tools that couldn't make certain structures before, with the right size, are now easy to use. It's really very convenient. Daughter, you're so amazing. Some tools even old carpenters like your grandfather wouldn't know how to use. You must teach us well. Now that they had these two powerful tools, they believed their craftsmanship in the Jiang family could improve even more. That's great if they work well. Let's finish all the cars today, Jiang Chang'an said confidently because she had a system cheat and the help of the expert Li Shushan. Moving wood and doing other tasks was really easy now. At this moment, Mrs. Yao also came to help.
There were 4 of them now.
Soon after, old Jiang and Grandma Jiang also arrived, clearly tired of listening to the third household's bragging. Since there were so many people, Jiang Chang'an decided to work step by step, making one part at a time. For those without much skill, this made things much simpler. When Jiang's children returning from school in town arrived, Jiang Chang'an had already led everyone to finish all the parts, ready for assembly. For her, assembling was even easier. She directed everyone to bring the parts, and with a series of quick knocks, they soon built a large cart. The new wooden cart was much better than her first simple one. It was stronger, easier to operate, and used less wood. Old Jiang looked at the 2/3 of leftover wood and didn't know what to say for a moment. Some of it was paid for with money or grain, which made Jiang Chang'an's business seem to be making a lot of money. All this wood was enough for building a new house, so they didn't need to buy any more. It was very cost-effective. Don't we need to buy wood for the beams and windows for the new house? Old Jiang asked, worried that Jiang Chang'an might not know. Yes, you don't need to buy it anymore, but I still need it tomorrow to make the frame for the threshing machine. However, I probably won't use it much. Also, they might collect more money or supplies for the threshing machine later. Since creativity has always been endless wealth, Jiang Chang'an was used to it in his past life, and now he can still use his skills to succeed. What does the threshing machine look like, and how does it work? Old Jiang, who has been a carpenter all his life, couldn't imagine what Jiang Chang'an described. So, reading is useful, but only his youngest granddaughter and Li Shushan know how to use the knowledge from books skillfully. Ultimately, Master Song is very learned, and Rome from the third family was sent to a private school on the mountain by Chang'an. Thinking of this, old Jiang felt very happy. It's based on the principle of rolling bearings, similar to a wheel. When I make it, I will explain it to Grandpa slowly.
Don't worry.
Good. Now, let's deliver the carts to those families. What if they need them urgently? Old Jiang couldn't wait to deliver the carts, mainly hoping to receive some praise from others. Old Jiang and second Jiang pushed the newly made carts to the villagers one by one, bragging about how they worked overtime and how hard they worked just to not delay the summer harvest and other tasks. When the villagers received the large wool carts, they found them better, sturdier, and more attractive than the ones Jiang Chang'an brought out from the mountain. They paid the remaining balance happily and wanted to order more threshing machines. They blindly trusted Jiang Chang'an, even without seeing the actual machine. However, second Jiang shook his head firmly and hesitated to accept the orders. Threshing machines are different. They need iron parts, which are very precious. Selling them too cheaply would hurt our Jiang family, but selling them too high would be unfair to the villagers. So I need my daughter to finish making the real thing first, see how much it costs, and then set the price. The villagers can decide whether to buy or not. Nonsense. The large wool carts are indeed useful, but they are made of wood and often pushed with cargo, so they wear out easily. Jiangchong'an's prices are not high at all, but threshing machines are different. They cost more, are more durable, and can last for generations if well maintained. When Jiang Chong'an explained this, old Jiang knew how to handle it. This was a very valuable item, and he warned second Jiang to be careful and not to easily sell the threshing machine slots. Of course, the Jiang family received another wave of praise from honest people. The second household of the Jiang family harvested a good amount of money, wood, grains, and pottery. They're just waiting for tonight's kiln firing to dry the ceramics. Tomorrow, they can deliver the goods and earn more income. Of course, half of this credit belongs to the elderly couple, but old Jiang insists on taking only 30%, showing his love and care for the younger generation. The third household makes ice and sells sweet drinks, also earning money. Mrs. Jiang is excited, using her simple stove to create new flavors of sweet drinks, adding red dates or even ice water that isn't too cold. She also makes refreshing mung bean soup, which tastes very good. She plans to work hard again tomorrow. At this moment, old Jiang, drunk and in a good mood, has returned. He is no longer scolding his wife and children and even praises Jiangwen. When he sees his father, he greets him as if he doesn't remember the harsh words from last night. However, old Jiang's face darkens because his foolish son might be secretly working with the clan or being used as a tool by others to report the village's secrets to the officials. The situation hasn't settled yet, and he's already drinking freely. The more he thinks about it, the colder old Jiang feels. It's important to remember that alcohol is a luxury for farming families. When they don't have enough grain to eat, who would waste their vital food on brewing alcohol? Only during festivals, after worshipping gods, or at weddings and funerals do men usually drink a little wine at banquets. Old Jiang's eldest son is drunk now. How much did he drink? Or what bad things did he do to deserve being bought off with precious wine by the clan? Where have you been? Do you know what happened at home? Your brother almost got executed by the officials. As the eldest son, don't you care? The more old Jiang thinks about it, the colder he feels. His brows furrow tightly. He can't understand how he raised such a son, so different from his ideal eldest son. Old Jiang's eldest son chuckled bitterly. Father, you're just making things difficult for me. The second and third households did illegal things. Are you asking your eldest son to disobey the county magistrate's orders and go rescue those criminals? You really see me as just a farmhand, using me like a donkey to support those fools, idiots, and cold-hearted villains. I won't serve anyone else. I am the eldest son, and I must protect myself to keep the Jiang family's lineage alive. If you think old Jiang's eldest son is drunk, his words are surprisingly clear. It's just that his resentment runs deep, and this is a fixed idea in his mind. Old Jiang staggered to his feet. Could it really be that his son went to the county office to report the news? He betrayed the village, or else how could he say that the second and third houses committed crimes? In fact, only the couple in the third house was caught. If not for Mr. Song and Li Shushan today, would their Jiang family's second house also suffer? For example, Jiang Chong'an, whether it's ice or salt, was actually her doing. Old Jiang was freezing all over. He never expected that his eldest son, who used to just watch coldly, would now even frame people. That's his own niece and brother. Seeing old Jiang so shocked, his second son didn't bother to comfort him. This old man seemed to enjoy suffering. Anyway, he had given up on the eldest. As long as they didn't harm their second house, he was fine with whatever they did. But if they truly hurt his family, he would fight back. His second son didn't care about the father and son's little quarrel and went straight to the main house for dinner. Old Jiang didn't feel happy about earning money, but the people in the second house still thought it was very good. In the main house, all the children gathered to eat. Old Jiang called them together because she now made money and wanted to give her grandchildren some good food. She didn't care about her son and daughter-in-law. The meal was rich. Old Jiang was cooking while bringing food into the dining hall. Meanwhile, some children were discussing homework with Jiang Chang'an. Every night, Jiang Chang'an taught them a summary, then asked them to do practice questions or memorize key points. She herself was drawing blueprints, with Li Shushen helping beside her. First, she drew a sickle, wavy, thin, curved, very different from the traditional heavy sickle. Li Shushen immediately saw the key point. "Are you using improved refined iron?" he asked. Because if it was rough iron, the teeth would break easily. Yes, after the Fengshu family's furnace was modified, the iron is much better. It should meet the requirements. Jiang Chang'an confidently replied about the technical details. This formula is different. You should tell the teacher, Li Shushen said. If this new iron was used for weapons, it could boost the army of the Great Song Dynasty. The emperor would want to control it, or he wouldn't feel at ease. Jiang Chang'an also knew she might be targeted by others with bad intentions. "Oh, I'll just give the formula and blueprints to the teacher," Li Shushen said. She had her reasons for being cautious. Jiang Chang'an listened but didn't think the technology was that impressive. After finishing the sickle, Jiang Chang'an drew gears and bearings for a threshing machine, which was more complicated. She planned to do the assembly herself tomorrow. Jiang Chang'an had her own logical system and a certificate system to look up information. Soon, she finished drawing the threshing machine blueprints, including detailed measurements. This smooth move was so easy, it was like eating a meal for ordinary people. Even the proud Li Shushen had to admit it. "I'm very curious about the little monster's background. When will they fully reveal their secrets to each other?" After dinner at the Jiang family, Li Shushen went back, of course, to the mountain school. Before leaving, he looked deeply at Jiang Chang'an, but didn't say anything and simply left. Some time after dinner, Jiang Chang'an taught the family simple martial arts, basic fighting moves that are quick and effective. Both children and adults could learn, except for the two elderly people. The elderly farmers work all day, so there's no need to worry about them not exercising. As long as they don't overexert themselves, it's fine. The second couple in the family also learned martial arts, mainly for self-defense. The other children liked it just because they enjoyed learning. However, the sisters Xing and Tao didn't dare to try, as they felt that the way girls moved was too revealing and not proper. So, they just watched from the side. After practicing martial arts, everyone was ready to sleep, but Jiang Chang'an quietly left the Jiang family again. The night was long, and she hadn't reached a worry-free state yet, so she arranged some activities for the night. Not to mention controlling the entire mountain village, but they still needed to understand the Jiang family members. Were there others with bad intentions? People should always be prepared for trouble, so Jiang Chang'an quietly walked around the village, using her system's vision to see what others were doing. But late at night, besides sleeping or lying in bed, there weren't many active people. Even cats were more lively. At the crossroads near the Jiang clan leader's house, Jiang Chang'an encountered a familiar small figure. That wasn't Li Shushen, was it? What are you doing here? Even if she wanted to keep an eye on him, shouldn't he be watching the Li family? Today, he just gave Li the eye drops. Doesn't he want to know what happens next? Li Shushen crossed his arms and said casually, "Aren't you here to check out this place? Didn't we agree on that?" Old Jiang was worried about Jiang the Elder. Jiang the Second couldn't help much, but Jiang Chang'an definitely wouldn't ignore it. She had to find out what Jiang the Elder was planning. To understand someone, you usually do it at night. People with bad intentions often prefer to operate under the cover of darkness. It's just like closing your ears to steal a bell. Especially for Jiang Chang'an, who can see through things, and Li Shushen, who has night vision as long as they want, they can uncover all the secrets in the world. Jiang Chang'an was confused. When did she make plans with this person? She didn't even know herself. But having someone to keep her company and swat mosquitoes was quite nice. Just as she thought this, Li Shushen casually flicked some white powder into Jiang Chang'an's clothes. "Did you give me poison?" It was colorless and tasteless, which was quite frightening. Jiang Chang'an felt weak and dizzy. Li Shushen rolled his eyes and acted dramatic. "I poisoned the mosquitoes. I'm just worried they'll all your blood, and my treasure will be gone." "Oh, I didn't realize you're such a caring guy. Your future wife will be lucky," Jiang Chang'an casually praised. But this powder was too powerful. The mosquitoes buzzing around her immediately flew away. Did this really not harm people? Li Shushan was stunned. It was the first time someone called him caring. Caring? When he was a kid, people called him a troublemaker. When he grew up, he was a big troublemaker. If kindness was 100 points, he would barely get 1. When had he ever done anything for others? Only Jiang Chang'an, this silly girl, paid attention to details and was easily satisfied with small things. Someone is coming out, Jiang Chang'an whispered urgently, pulling Li Shushan into the shadows and silencing herself. Soon, they saw Jiang's clan leader walking out of his yard with his hands behind his back, but they didn't know what he was planning to do. Recently, there had been a long drought. Many villagers went to the fields at night to water their crops because it was hard to do during the day. Maybe the old man was doing the same, as his direction was toward the fields. Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan quietly followed behind the clan leader at a distance. However, Jiang Chang'an had overestimated him. The old man went into the widow's house at the end of the village. Jiang Chang'an was stunned. It was late at night. Even if he was an old man, what could he possibly be doing in a widow's house? The Red Widow was only in her 30s, gentle and fragile. Anyone speaking loudly to her could scare her to tears, and she would go crying to complain. Her husband was a hunter who was killed by a wild boar, leaving her alone to raise their son. They had sold their land to save her injured husband, and she usually made a living by sewing or embroidery while raising her child. Her son was almost 20, and their family was poor. He couldn't even find a wife and worked in the county most of the year without returning home. So, just right, giving the Red Widow a chance to start a side business? Li Shushan couldn't see what the two were doing inside, but he knew it wasn't anything good. Let's go. Watching this will only give me a headache. Li Shushan was very reluctant and didn't want Jiang Chang'an to learn bad habits. Don't go yet, they're getting to the main point, someone said. You might not want to watch, but at least listen, right? The poor thatched hut had poor soundproofing, and since they weren't far away, you could hear their whispers clearly outside the yard. Do you want to watch them operate the whole time?
What's so interesting about that?
Li Shushan pulled Jiang Chang'an to leave. But of course, he couldn't pull him away. What operation? I'm just listening to their talk, Jiang Chang'an replied, though his voice was a bit broken. Inside the hut, old Jiang arrived, paid the fee, and the Red Widow immediately blew out the lamp, twisting her waist to get to the main topic. Since it was still early, she had another deal to attend to. Old Jiang wasn't a first-timer, so the Red Widow knew how to flirt and still had energy to discuss business matters. As expected of my uncle, people in the village guess you reported the salt and ice secrets to the officials. Everyone's trying to trouble you. Aren't you afraid of dying? Old Jiang was generous. He always paid the most and in the shortest time, making things very convenient. So, the Red Widow was happy to see him, but if he was ostracized by the village and couldn't come anymore, that would be a pity.
Oh.
What's there to be afraid of? I'm the clan leader. I didn't do it, but I definitely took the most money. Those fools can't compete with me. It was no good years ago, and it's still the same now. Old Jiang said confidently, feeling very comfortable being served. Half of his income went to the Red Widow. Are you sure? Did you really blame that fool Jiang Laoda? If something goes wrong, I might lose my man, she said, genuinely reluctant about her benefactor. And Jiang Laoda couldn't attract her, so she turned to Jiang Chang'an. Don't worry, sweetheart. Nothing will happen. Tomorrow I'll release the news, and I also got their new pottery formula. We'll make a lot of money then.
So, you better take good care of me.
Your grandpa won't mistreat you, Jiang Chang'an said proudly, confident he could handle anything he wanted. Really? Jiang's pottery is beautiful, but they sell it cheaply. How much profit can you make? If you're serious about making it, sell it at a high price. But Jiang Laoda wouldn't be that foolish, would he? He has that pottery recipe, so why doesn't he make it himself? Or is my grandfather more clever? The old man is very cunning, and the Red Widow has always known this. She's just using the topic to praise him. Because every time she praises him happily, she can also receive some reward money afterward. Haha, of course. After training a dog for many years, how could it not obey? I have plenty of ways.
Oh,
But Jiang Chang'an couldn't hear more because Li Shushan, being shameless and not getting to the main point after hearing what he wanted to hear, directly carried the person away. Jiang Chang'an sighed helplessly. She had no intention of listening further. Truly, a tree of pear blossoms presses down on a begonia. The voice isn't professional, and it's old. Kind of disgusting. Won't setting a fire attract the crowd? Jiang Chang'an really wanted to see how unlucky Jiang Zuchang would be. Humph. You're asking a question. You feel sorry for that widow, right? Li Shushan still understood Jiang Chang'an a bit. The Red Widow is weak, and Jiang Chang'an has a very strong temper. She looks down on bullying the weak. How hard is it for women in ancient times to survive without a husband? Most people can't imagine. The Red Widow was also forced into it many times. In the end, she went along with it and started doing the flesh trade. Does Hongli know about this? If he does, he should give her a way out, right? Especially since in this era, brothels are legal. Men visit them, it's harmless, and it's even called romantic. But this rogue is old now. But, even old, he's still a rogue. How could Jiang Chang'an not seek revenge? Li Shushan carried Jiang Chang'an far away before finally setting her down. But he still looked very angry. Just an old farmer. You can't handle him? Is it necessary to sacrifice so much? Is it really necessary to listen to an old man and a widow whispering? What kind of hobby is that? Anyway, Li Shushan thought it was very dirty. Jiang Chang'an didn't see it that way. Do you have some misunderstanding about sacrifice? We're just gathering information. Anything useless will automatically be blocked. Going to watch a show and getting involved, your feelings are really strong. Shouldn't people be more honest? Accept beautiful things, face ugly and dirty things directly. Otherwise, isn't that just avoiding reality? So why am I the one running away, instead of those who do shameful things feeling ashamed? Li Shushan, you've got it all mixed up, haven't you? If they dare to do it, what are they afraid of? Li Shushan was speechless. She was very composed, as if she had seen many big scenes. No matter what happened, she could explain it logically. It made me look like a fool. We're all reborn, so why is he so different? But whenever it comes to crimes like murder and robbery, he can stay calm. Yet, he can't handle the dirtiest things in the world, like collusion. Is he trying to make me? Or is he just making himself sick? So, what do you plan to do? Someone is trying to harm your family and even stole your pottery recipe. You need to be careful. Our business hasn't grown yet. They are all waiting for the right moment. The first step is to bring the 100 ghost guards under control so they have enough people to start the next plan. Jiang Chang'an also feels worried. What can she do? She's just a child. How can she manage her big uncle? Plus, Jiang Dazhang is very stubborn. He can't see the truth clearly. Didn't the head of the Jiang family say that after years of training, he wouldn't wake up overnight? He'll only turn back after hitting a wall. So, they have to wait until he is hurt badly before he remembers the pain. Whether he turns back or not doesn't matter to Jiang Chang'an. Family love is better left to fate. You participated in the whole pottery process. What do you think is the most important step? If technology could be copied easily, it would be a blessing of the times. Seeing Jiang Chang'an so confident, Li Shushan suddenly understood. The key to pottery is in the materials and the kiln. Jiang Dazhang can't have learned the craft perfectly, and Jiang family head certainly can't learn the pottery skills just from a few words from Dazhang. At best, he might make something that looks like pottery, but isn't quite right. Meanwhile, Jiang family had already fallen out with Dazhang over the betrayal, which is exactly what Jiang Chang'an wanted, to expose his greed. Dazhang, who was outside and suffered setbacks, might return to Jiang's family. That depends on whether the Jiang siblings, Wen, Xian, and others, are lucky enough. What if they insist on going down a dead end? No one can stop them. If there was a way, Dazhang would have already done it. In the end, Jiang family had gained nothing, and his reputation worsened. It was a win-win. No need for Jiang Chang'an to act. The bad people and their crimes would be exposed and face the consequences on their own. The only question is whether the 70-year-old Jiang family head can handle the shock. Maybe he can, since he was seeking excitement that night anyway. Go back and rest. Because the worried person had been following them all along, it wouldn't be right to overwork them. At the fork in the road, Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan parted ways, each heading back as they came. Yes, I will go to Jiang's house early tomorrow to help. Li Shushan knew that someone was following them, and their skills were quite good. If it weren't for his higher inner strength, no one would have noticed. It was probably Yabo, who followed out of concern for himself. Sure enough, when they returned to the private school, Li Shushan saw Yabo reporting to Master Song. Yabo, Master Song's servant, can speak, but his voice is hoarse and unpleasant, sounding like an old ghost, so he rarely speaks in front of others. However, in front of Master Song, he had no worries and happily shared his observations from the journey, which was quite impressive. Master Song was also surprised. He thought, these two young ones are quite clever, knowing how to plan and control everything. They are still so young but already so talented. He told them let them be. Keep an eye on them when you have free time to avoid danger. Yes, sir, Yabo replied and quickly stepped back. Li Shushan listened to all of this. Although he was familiar with the teacher, he never fully trusted anyone. When Jiang Chang'an returned home, his second wife and her family had already prepared everything needed for tomorrow's house construction. At dawn, Li Shenmeng arrived on time with his tools, while old Jiang and second Jiang had already prepared the supplies. They brought sacrificial animals, fruits, snacks, wine, and other offerings. They also had materials for laying the foundation, such as drawing powder, hose, measuring ropes, and so on. The family of Jiang Chang'an, along with the elderly couple from the main house, all went, and old Jiang's third son's family also came. They were worried they might not be helpful, but hoped to impress the second family a little. The third siblings from the main house also arrived, but Jiang Laoda and his wife were not there. It was still gray and dark outside, with adults busy working while children watched from the sidelines. When the sun rose, Li Shushan recited blessings, and second Jiang worshipped the ancestors. Jiang's treasure was told to light firecrackers. Amid the crackling sounds, old Jiang raised his and dug the first shovelful of earth. The new house construction officially started. By daylight, some familiar elders who received news came to help, and there was a feast at noon. The first to arrive was Jiang the blacksmith, then Hunter Zhang, old Niu, and Master Song. There was no need to bring gifts, but each carried a because they came to help. However, when they saw Jiang Chang'an's house plan, a group of grown men couldn't move their feet. Oh my goodness! Is this the house you want to build? Hong Li was amazed. The blueprint in his hand suggested that if the construction could be realized, it would be more than an ordinary house. It would be a beautiful piece of art, with pavilions, terraces, rock gardens, and landscape features typical of wealthy families. Although the area might not be large, it was fully equipped and well-designed, despite its small size. Wow, this looks so beautiful. How much would it cost to build? There are also many carved wooden decorations. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to have this skill. Was it because the villagers couldn't afford it before? No, this is a drawing from Chang'an. I just followed her design. It's actually quite simple. Of course, this blueprint was very valuable and couldn't be given away casually. But these people were close friends of the Jiang family. Old Jiang felt a bit distressed but also proud. His granddaughter drew this. It was much better than his master's drawings and had a completely different style. Thank you so much, Master Song. Chang'an has learned so well. I don't know how to thank you enough. Master Song was also very proud. In fact, he hadn't contributed much. Most of the skills were developed by Jiang Chang'an himself. It's the child's own effort. I've benefited from it too, Master Song replied to old Jiang while studying Jiang Chang'an's drawings. He had been learning to draw recently, but still lacked many skills. Maybe it was because his calculations weren't precise, so his drawings weren't perfect. Haha, actually our family doesn't have that much silver. The wood came from leftover materials when we built the big carts. We plan to try firing bricks and tiles ourselves later. The decorative windows and roof edges we'll have to craft ourselves. It shouldn't cost too much. When busy, they might hire some workers. Jiang Chang'an had already budgeted. The 2 connected villas with gardens would cost less than a few dozen taels of silver. But it was better not to say this aloud, to avoid making others jealous. Old Jiang's words sparked hope among everyone. The mountain village didn't have a brick-making workshop, so they would have to transport bricks from far away, which was very expensive. But if the mountain village had its own brick kiln, it would be much cheaper. Hong Li was immediately interested. Firing bricks and tiles? Can we make more and exchange some for work or money? Maybe even build new houses. He thought Jiang's family only had money after selling the spiritual herbs, which was why they wanted to build houses. But it turned out their building costs weren't high at all. Truly skilled artisans, so talented and convenient. This is still such a beautiful house, a 2-story one. It's so tempting. I wish I could have one right now. If someone had a house like this in their life, it would be the peak of achievement, the greatest success, and they would have no regrets when they pass away. Okay, if anyone wants bricks and tiles, just tell me how many you need, and I will plan accordingly. For Jiang Chang'an, this was no problem at all, just building an extra kiln. With Jiang Chang'an's promise, many people felt hopeful, and they worked harder when helping Jiang's family. Jiang Chang'an was in charge of marking the foundation lines, drawing the shape and size with lime. Then a group of people dug along her lines. It made the work much easier. It was a simple task, but the workers had never thought of doing it this way before. They usually relied on experience, so their speed was slower. In Jiang's backyard, everyone was busy. Jiang's 3rd son initially helped dig a few shovels of dirt, but then went to work on his own business. He wanted to earn more money so his family could build a sturdy, beautiful house with blue bricks and tiles like this. Meanwhile, Jiang's eldest son looked serious, watched for a while by the corner of the wall, then carried his and went to work in the fields. No matter how good a business is, valuable things like salt-making recipes are bound to be stolen. County Magistrate Chen wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Jiang's eldest son didn't know how the Jiang family and the village managed to avoid disaster, but he knew it wouldn't end there. It's better to understand your own strength and stick to farming. At this time, the rice was in the critical stage of filling and ripening, and water was essential. Without enough water, the grains wouldn't fill properly, and the harvest would be much smaller. Yesterday, their main house had just finished removing the last of the weeds. Now, as long as they watched the water in the fields, they could wait for a good harvest. Like usual, Jiang's eldest son was filling his field from the neighbor's water channel. But today, as he just opened the inlet, the water hadn't yet flowed into his field. Suddenly, it was cut off. When he looked up, he saw that the owner had blocked the water flow. Zhang Bangzi, what are you doing?
J'agnais celle d'est son front net, en gris.
What do you think I'm doing? Didn't you see? Zhang Bangzi, also around 30, looked at Zhang's family's land. The small water channel actually belonged to his family, but it was used for irrigation, so he left 2 water inlets for his own fields. Usually, Zhang's family borrowed water from others. But now, Zhang Bangzi not only blocked the inlet, but also dismantled the channel. Wouldn't it be better to plant a few rows of rice in the extra space? Why do they bother watering those ungrateful people? Zhang Bangzi is very angry. Each time he lifts his, it's like he's about to fight his enemies to the death. Are you crazy? What are you trying to do? If you tear down the channels, how will my fields get water? Without water, there's no harvest. Do you want me to starve? Old Jiang hurriedly ran over to argue with him. Whether you starve or not is none of my business. Zhang Bangzi completely ignores old Jiang. Yesterday, when the soldiers were chasing and hitting him, was that dog just sitting there drinking wine? Who's the real fool here? That shiny sword was less than a centimeter from cutting off his hand. Zhang Bangzi almost peed himself with fear. Luckily, Jiang Chang'an stepped in just in time. Otherwise, he would have killed that dog. He suffered so much because of them, and now they want to use his water?
Dream on.
Zhang Bangzi spat at old Jiang. Why are you doing this? In previous years, you always let water flow to my house. Do you look down on me? Are you trying to curry favor with Jiang Erzi? Old Jiang's face turned dark red with anger. Seeing the rising scene at the second house made him very uncomfortable. He was furious inside. Now, anyone outside can bully him? How can he swallow this insult? Hearing this, Zhang Bangzi cursed it. This dog is blaming me now? Is he crazy? I've harmed the whole village, and I'm in the wrong? Who spoiled this fool? I just don't like you. If you're brave enough, go complain. You want to ruin the village? Who do you think you are? If you're so powerful, why don't you fly to the sky? Exactly. These selfish dogs should be driven out of the mountain village to keep them from harming the town, said nearby villagers, their faces full of resentment. So what if they do? They have the county magistrate backing them. Who dares to chase them out of the village? Their tone was full of sarcasm. Anyway, they're untrustworthy dogs. Don't bother with them. If they bother us, just beat them to death. That gives us a reason and an excuse. Even if the county magistrate comes, he won't dare do anything to us. Hey, you all think too highly of him. It's just a report. The magistrate doesn't even know who he is. And didn't the magistrate fail before? Maybe he'll blame the messenger later, and he'll suffer for it. The villagers rushed forward, shouting and criticizing Brother Jiang, but no one dared to strike him. This was because Hong Lijing had warned them not to act first, to avoid being at fault. For the first time, so many people criticized him, and Brother Jiang's face turned pale. Who said I was the one who leaked the secret? I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Who would have told on him? Wasn't it supposed to be kept secret? They even checked his background. No one knew if he had gone to the street or the government office. So, why did everyone believe he was the one who betrayed them? Brother Jiang was panicked. The whole village was against him. What future did he have now? Brother Jiang kept denying it desperately. He insisted he didn't leak the secret, but his cowardly look only made the villagers more angry and contemptuous. Zhang Bangzi raised his, ready to hit Brother Jiang, but someone nearby stopped him. Don't be mad at him. He's always been like this, bold but not responsible. Remember when he watched his brother get beaten and didn't say a word? Seeing that no one dared to hit him, Brother Jiang felt braver. Yes, who would dare to kill someone openly in broad daylight? He sneered, haha, you all are so brave and kind. Why didn't you step up then to help Brother Jiang's family? It's because back then, Brother Jiang was useless and broke. Now he's learned woodworking and pottery, and you all rush to flatter him. Humph. Just a bunch of opportunists, quick to criticize later. But it was too late. Brother Jiang held a grudge. He wouldn't give you any benefits. You all wasted your efforts. Brother Jiang scolded the villagers in return.
Who do you look down on?
Everyone is the same. Back then, who knew Brother Jiang was innocent? If we had known, we wouldn't have just stood by and done nothing. Outsiders might be excused, but among brothers, Brother Jiang's indifference was too much.
Exactly.
We didn't try to flatter Brother Jiang. The carts and pottery we bought were paid for with money or supplies. We're not like those ungrateful people.
What are you talking about?
Do you think he has any conscience? We're sure he went to the county office to betray us. That's the truth. Brother Jiang is our enemy in this mountain village. That's right. Don't waste words with him. He almost caused our village to be wiped out by the officials. In the future, he better not cross us. Zhang Bangzi, we support you. Destroy that channel quickly and don't feed those ingrates anymore. With that, the villagers worked together to block the channel, ending the discussion. Master Jiang only realized how serious the situation was at this moment. He almost got killed by the officials. He thought he would only be fined or have his plans and salt fields confiscated at most. Where did things go wrong? It's not me, really, it's not me. He had only written a letter of complaint, and it was the clan leader who went to the officials. So, he only received a small reward, while the clan leader got most of the benefit. Who else could it be if not you? Even your clan leader from the Jiang family has pointed to you. The evidence is clear. Why are you still arguing? Jiangda, don't treat everyone like fools. Impossible. You're lying. The clan leader would never accuse me. Jiangda couldn't believe it because the mastermind was the clan leader himself. Why would he risk exposing himself? No one is that stupid. When they mentioned the clan leader, someone arrived. Everyone make way. Let clan leader Jiang speak for himself, so he doesn't accuse others of being greedy and poor. Clan leader Jiang hurried over, his beard raised, looking very upset and worried. Jiangda, why don't you know when to stop? You've caused trouble for everyone and gained benefits yourself. Why don't you show some respect to others? You're too greedy. Even if I'm your uncle, I can't protect you anymore. You're forcing everyone's hand, so I have to step in, said clan leader Jiang with a look of deep concern. Then, he carefully took out a piece of paper from his pocket. It was just a report, not something official needed by the officials. This paper was a trap set by clan leader Jiang to gather evidence against Jiangda. Everyone look. This is the complaint Jiangda submitted to the officials. He showed it off yesterday when he came to my house for drinks. To keep it secret, he even transferred the land and his family to my name because he earned a large reward from the county magistrate and no longer cared about those few acres. As for the reward, it was in clan leader Jiang's hands, quite a generous one. County Magistrate Chen encouraged such reports to help him grow his wealth. There was more, documents like land deeds and transfer papers, all signed and stamped. Jiangda immediately recognized these items. The complaint was written by him, and the land deed was his most precious possession. Clan leader Jiang said no one could trust anyone, so he must carry it with him to feel secure. Because their big family owned a lot of land, if the second or third branches were unhappy, they might steal it someday. But now, why was the land deed in clan leader Jiang's hands? And why did it have his signature on the transfer paper? Jiangda's eyes widened in shock. He hurried forward to take back his land deed, but was pushed aside by the men of clan leader Jiang's family. Master Jiang, your conduct has fallen short and you do not deserve to own the Jiang family's land. These should be kept safe by the clan, but I must reveal your crimes publicly. Otherwise, it will be us who shelter you, who are expelled from the village. You must understand, sir. Even if things go well, the head of the Jiang clan still acts as if he is forced. It was the same when dealing with Jiang Huaixing before, and now with his son. He has used these tricks so often that he is no longer surprised by them. Unfortunately, the Jiang family members are all quite naive, each more easily fooled than the last. This makes him feel no pride. Sir, are you joking? Old Jiang was in a daze, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Shermu, I have no choice. I can't just watch you go down a dark path. If I do, your life will be in danger, and our family will be broken, said the clan leader seriously, all for Jiang's good. It was a necessary act for justice. You're lying. His words woke him up. The land is gone, and without other survival skills, how can he live? Old Jiang was angry and very scared. I didn't write the documents, but I never went to the official office you brought in. I didn't transfer the land to you, you old fool. You're harming me. No, give the land back, or I'll go to the officials and report you. Looking around, old Jiang saw that everyone was with the clan leader. He couldn't fight alone, so he could only shout loudly. But the clan leader clearly didn't care about him. You still insult your elders? You're stubborn. If you go to complain, I want to see if the county magistrate believes your lies or trusts my evidence. Old Jiang didn't dare go to the officials because he lacked the courage to face the punishment. Besides, Magistrate Chen was never a good man. He had evidence, and important people didn't bother with such petty matters. Only then did old Jiang realize he had been tricked. His opponent had prepared well, probably already arranged connections in the official office. What did he have? Feeling the weight of this realization, old Jiang staggered, deeply hurt. That's not how it is, sir. We are both from the main family. To keep our bloodline safe, you must leave a way out for your nephew. Your nephew, I am teaching you how to be a good person. Don't you understand my good intentions? Your father was fooled before, and now you try again. Are you too clever, or is your opponent just too foolish? I don't understand, I don't want to understand, and I shouldn't understand. Return my land deed, or else I'll die to show you. Jiang the Elder cried uncontrollably. The villagers didn't expect that the two tattling parties would turn against each other, and Jiang the Elder was so miserable, he lost even his farmland. Whether he truly received a reward from the county magistrate is unknown. However, an old man saw right away that Jiang the Elder was tricked. This was a common trick used by the Jiang clan leader. But was Jiang the Elder innocent? He had foolishly gone to be deceived. Who could be blamed? Still, some believed it was all a staged act by both sides to gain sympathy. In the end, no one paid attention to Jiang the Elder. The channels of Zhang Bangzi's family were also destroyed. No matter who owns the land in the future, the irrigation water can't flow from his fields, or it will wash away his nutrients. Disputes in the fields continued. When Jiang the Elder was anxious, he rushed forward to fight, but he obviously couldn't win and was beaten badly by others. Just you wait. I'll go home and tell my father, my brothers, and my niece. Jiang the Elder finally remembered his family. Yes, he had a very capable niece. Whether it was the constables or the county magistrate, she wasn't afraid. Could she not handle a small Jiang family? Jiang the Elder staggered back home. The clan leader of the Jiang family shook his head helplessly, but inside he was secretly proud, sneering with contempt. Even if the Jiang family reported everything to the heavens, it wouldn't matter. Who had proof? Ha ha ha. The clan leader felt confident, having bullied the village for years, especially within his own clan, almost everyone he could. But why was he still the clan leader? Because every time he seized loot, he shared it with his allies. For example, this time, he took 5 acres of Jiang the Elder's land but only gave away 2 acres. Even if not directly land, at least equivalent value was shared. Others valued even more the pottery-making skills that the clan leader had secretly learned from the Jiang family. That skill was priceless, so the Jiang clan members were eager to support the clan leader. Shermu, I must thank you for sharing the pottery craft, the clan leader called out loudly behind Jiang the Elder. With such internal betrayal, do you think Jiang Chang'an would still help Jiang the Elder? Because of this relationship, the clan leader was not afraid and brazenly bullied the abandoned Jiang family. Old Jiang felt dizzy again after hearing this, and he fell straight into the rice field. He was drunk yesterday. What exactly did he do? He has no memory at all. Did he ruin his own land? Did he tell the family about his pottery skills? How can he explain this to the second household? Old Jiang finally felt a deep sense of despair. In the past, Jiang's family's kindness seemed fake, just a way to get him to give up his land, then take it all back easily. It was a trap, a web set long ago, waiting for him to walk right into it. Old Jiang had told him about this many times, but he chose to ignore it. Now he regrets it, but it seems too late. The second household won't forgive him, and the old man might even hit him to death. Old Jiang seemed lost, wandering home in a daze. He didn't dare go to the backyard, went straight inside, and saw Li Shi sitting there, numb, sewing clothes. He had no close friends. Usually, he mingled with the family members, but everyone had their own purpose. Until today's big trouble, he had no one to talk to or seek help from. Helpless, Jiang cried loudly, holding Li Shi, not knowing what to do. He couldn't understand how he ended up like this. He was the eldest son. He got the most land, and life should be better for him than his brothers. But the opposite was true. Wife, we have no land left. The family tricked us and took it all. What should we do now? To Jiang, Li Shi was just a tool for bearing children, a servant in life. She could hit or scold him whenever she wanted. He never thought he'd cry and complain to a woman. All his shame was gone. Li Shi slowly looked up, her eyes empty but serious as she examined her husband. For the first time, she saw that he was truly ugly and useless. He was just a scholar, not impressive at all. He couldn't even farm better than a simple peasant. He was old and nothing special. And her life, she realized, was just wasted on this weak man. Li Shi suddenly slapped him hard, making Jiang stare in shock. Did she really hit him? It felt so unreal. Seeing he didn't react, she slapped him again, then a third time. Are you crazy? She yelled. How dare this woman hit him? Jiang pushed Li Shi out in anger. In Li's eyes, there was excitement and redness. It turned out that hitting someone felt so satisfying. No wonder the dead man always hit her. Li suddenly attacked like she had been injected with chicken blood, punching and kicking at Jiang Laoda. Of course, Jiang Laoda didn't just stand there and watch. He fought back instinctively, both of them fighting fiercely at the same time. Strangely, Jiang Laoda, a man, couldn't defeat the thin and bony Li. She seemed possessed, very fierce, and incredibly strong, as if she was venting all the suffering she had endured over the years. Finally, just about to kill Jiang Laoda on the spot, Li stopped. She wasn't unscathed either, but at least she could still move. Coward, fool, useless thing, Li spat, spitting at Jiang Laoda. Men weren't so impressive after all. Dead woman. I will divorce you. Jiang Laoda, who never expected Li to resist, looked equally crazy.
Li chuckled wildly. Divorce me?
Go ahead. Hee.
Ha.
What was there to fear?
At worst, it was just her life.
Li went crazy, smashing everything in the room to the ground before stomping out of the house with a limp. Jiang Laoda thought it was over and wanted to climb back onto the bed to rest and regain strength before dealing with that dead woman. But unexpectedly, Li returned quickly, carrying different whips in her arms. She picked the thickest one and, without hesitation, swung it at Jiang Laoda.
Ah!
What are you trying to do? Was Li really crazy? Useless. Hurry up and clean up the house. She kept hitting, not holding back at all, leaving Jiang Laoda with cuts and bruises, fighting as if her life depended on it, similar to how Jiang Laoda usually beat her and the other women. Li's mind was filled with the image of Jiang Laoda's madness and torment, so she used the same moves to strike back. Jiang Laoda was terrified and shouted for help. Are you crazy? Get to work. Hurry up. What's the use of you, useless thing? You can't even guard the fields.
Go eat. Goody.
Men are supposed to be a woman's sky?
No.
Men are garbage, a disaster for women. Help. Dad.
Ugh.
Today was a good day, but for the second household of the Jiang family, it was a day of suffering. Today was a happy day for the second household of the Jiang family. In the backyard, the men were busy working. Jiang Chang'an, who was helping lay the wires, also joined in digging the foundation. With Li Shushan's help, the two children far surpassed the adults, and today they expected to finish digging the foundation. Even according to Jiang Chang'an's request, the foundation had to be dug very deep. Usually, the brick and tile houses of wealthy families didn't have such deep foundations, but since Jiang was building a two-story house, everyone could understand. In the main kitchen, 2 large stoves burned continuously, and 2 large pots of water were filled to the brim. The women of the Jiang family were busy and couldn't sit still. Actually, only Grandma Jiang, Yao from the second household, and the sisters Xingtao from the main household helped out. At noon, there would be a feast with at least 3 tables of wine. Only 2 adults were busy, so it was a bit rushed. Li's daughter, with her dull mind, stayed inside the house and wouldn't come out to help unless called. She was better off than the 2 young girls, Xingtao and her sister. But Li's stubborn personality was actually shaped by Jiang Laoda, and Grandma Jiang didn't say much about it. They could teach her again, but it was better to let them do as they pleased. However, this leniency didn't last long. Not long after, a loud commotion broke out inside the main house, and the noise was so loud that it could be heard clearly from the kitchen. The Xingtao sisters immediately trembled with fear, wishing they could hide inside the stove and turn to ashes. Living was too terrifying, especially with such a cruel father. Grandma Jiang suddenly threw down her cooking spatula into the wooden bucket, furious, and ran toward the main house, cursing even before she arrived. Jiang Shimu, you're really something. All day long, you do nothing but hit your wife. Are you trying to get rich or make others laugh at your wealth? Since she didn't care about her reputation, she decided to expose everything. Grandma Jiang kicked open the door of the main house. What she saw was Li holding a stick, not a whip, but a stick, beating Jiang Laoda. At this moment, Jiang Laoda looked like a dying dog, weakly crying out for help, calling mother, father, save me. Grandma Jiang was stunned. Her way of opening the door was a bit wrong, so she saw hallucination. Was the role of the husband and wife reversed? Li was fiercely beating like a ghost, as if possessed. Could she really be possessed? Grandma Jiang hurriedly retreated, rushing to the backyard. Old man! Old man! Something strange is happening, come back quickly. No, she should be shouting for help. Come quickly. Someone in the main house is in danger. Grandma Jiang should have been crying in panic since her son was almost beaten to death. But her shock was greater than her sadness or fear. Li was completely mad. Old man Jiang quickly threw down his and hurried back, worriedly asking what happened. Did the eldest son hit his wife again? Seeing the second wife's lively mood, he was upset and accidentally caused Li Shi's death. What should we do now? With such a father, the future of the children in the main household is ruined. When they heard about a possible death, Hong Lijing and others couldn't ignore it. They followed old man Jiang quickly to the main house.
Oh no, it's not that.
The eldest son almost beat his wife to death, someone said. Can you believe that? Sure enough, old man Jiang looked at old lady Jiang with a shocked expression, slowing down his pace. Are you talking nonsense? Li Shi was always timid and liked the eldest son. Even when she was beaten before, she did it willingly. The couple couldn't stop her. She had been married to the eldest son for over 10 years. She never spoke back or argued. How could she have hit anyone? Oh, you should go see for yourself, old lady Jiang said anxiously. Old man Jiang thought, if it was true, then the eldest son must have done something terrible to force his honest wife to hit him. His face turned serious, and he quickly led a group to the main house. They saw Li Shi sitting on the ground like a puppet, her body covered in wounds, clothes torn, clearly exhausted. This scene was shocking, and old man Jiang didn't know what to say at first. Jiang Chang'an was also surprised. Li Shi had turned from a servant into someone who could fight back. She must have held deep resentment to beat her usually kind husband so badly. So, this woman also had a limit? Jiang Chang'an thought this eldest daughter-in-law was already like a walking corpse. Mother? What's wrong? Mother, I'm scared. The sisters Xingtao and Taotao stepped forward, each holding Li Shi. Even though Jiang Dazhu was lying on the ground, they cared more about their mother than him. Anyone who's been beaten for years wouldn't see their father as the attacker.
Xingar, Tawar, kom quickly.
Let's beat this monster to avenge ourselves. We won't live much longer anyway. The fields are gone, and we'll starve. After the family split, Jiang Dazhu and their mother ate rice and drank soup with some wild vegetables, barely surviving. Now, with no rice soup left, how can they live? Mrs. Li was pulling her 2 daughters along, laughing foolishly, but her voice was full of anger and despair. She kept giving in, never thinking about her children, only caring about her eldest son because a husband is a woman's sky. But suddenly, one day, she realized that this family's sky couldn't even protect the land they had, and her son could only cry loudly while holding her. Mrs. Li suddenly understood. What sky? That's just a pile of. When dealing with useless things, what should the eldest son do? Oh, hit him. Hit him hard. What did you say? Old Mrs. Jiang rushed forward quickly, grabbing Mrs. Li's shoulders tightly, asking her. Mrs. Li stiffly turned her head, her eyes full of sadness, and looked at old Mrs. Jiang. I said, you 2 old folks have worked hard all your lives, saving and struggling, but your eldest son handed everything over to others. That was a good piece of land, worth about 8 taels of silver per acre, and 5 acres would be 40 taels. That was probably earned by old Mr. Jiang working early and late, cutting countless pieces of wood. But once it reached the hands of the eldest son, it was gone in just a few days. Old Mr. Jiang staggered and fainted immediately. Even though they now had money from their granddaughter, it was not the same as those initial 5 acres of land. That land was his lifelong achievement and glory. Dad? Grandpa? Second son Jiang and Chang'an hurried forward to support him, but old Mr. Jiang was too shocked and had already lost consciousness. Chang'an, go call Dr. Shen, said second son Jiang quickly, then carried the old man to the main house. Okay, Chang'an responded, knowing he couldn't delay. The old man was easily prone to after such a shock, and they didn't want him to end up with a crooked mouth or paralysis on one side. Seeing Chang'an's worried and pale face, Li Shushan followed. "It's not your fault," she said, afraid this girl was too kind-hearted and would take all the blame herself. She knew that she had already known about Zhang's actions, but she let it go to teach the eldest son a lesson. Who knew the old man couldn't bear the shock and fainted? This was beyond Chang'an's expectations. After all, humans can't outsmart heaven. "I understand. I will make sure they get the punishment they deserve," he said. Dr. Shin quickly arrived at the Jiang family. After giving an injection, old Mr. Jiang woke up soon, but he was stiff and couldn't move. He couldn't speak at all, only making sounds like ah, but couldn't say a complete sentence. Dr. Shin sighed, shook his head, and said, "He's been greatly shocked and had resulting in paralysis.
I'm helpless."
You can take this to Dr. Bien and see if there is any improvement. However, you must not be stimulated again, or it could be life-threatening. Yes, there has been some improvement, but not a cure. I've never heard of anyone fully curing A. Dr. Shin didn't even prescribe medicine and left feeling sorry. Of course, at this moment, no one wants to bother with old General Jiang, who is covered in injuries.
Wah.
It's so unfair. We've been honest all our lives, and now such a troublemaker is born? Why do honest people always get bullied? Village chief, I can't go on like this. Our ancestors' land was taken by force, but back then, to leave the Jiang family, we accepted it. But now, the two families have no connection, so why are they still scheming against us? It's lawless and unjust. Old Lady Jiang suddenly slapped her thigh and cried loudly in pain. Hong Village Chief could only sigh, "I'll go find out what's going on." But based on experience, the land probably can't be reclaimed. Old Jiang often dealt with such matters, and with his experience, he wouldn't leave any flaws or clues. Old Jiang, lying on the bed, was still very agitated, tears streaming down his face. He looked like he wanted to go to the clan to fight, but couldn't move at all. He looked truly pitiful. Could it be a brain hemorrhage? Old Jiang and quickly stepped forward to comfort him. "Grandpa, don't be so upset. I have a way to get the land back." After saying that, he struck old Jiang on the head with a hand knife, knocking him out. If he kept getting so worked up, someone might get hurt or worse. "I'm serious. I have a plan. Right now, the most important thing is to take Grandpa to the county town to see a doctor. I might be treatable with acupuncture, right?" Dr. Bien once warned that old Jiang shouldn't be stimulated or overworked. His condition was almost cured, but after a heavy from old General Jiang, it worsened. It's all her fault. She's too soft-hearted, which gave enemies a chance to cause irreversible damage. "I'll go find a car to pick him up," old Second Jiang said, looking very upset. Old Big Jiang, that deliberately caused trouble on the day he started building his house. He's determined to ruin him later. "Go ahead. We'll handle the house. The most urgent thing is Grandpa's health. If you need anything else, just tell us." "Don't be polite," Zhang the hunter said loyally, patting old Second Jiang's shoulder. Old Second Jiang nodded gratefully. "Thanks, brother," then ran out to borrow a car. Everyone inside the house was angry and sighing. "Chang'an, do you really think you can get the land back? The clan leader's people are simply like bandits. Is there any way to deal with them? I also want to help." Jiang the blacksmith is also someone who has been bullied by the clan. He hates those people in the clan very much and usually refuses to sell them iron tools. "Okay, I will ask you if I need anything, uncle." "Teacher, do you have any human anatomy diagrams? I want to copy one to give to Dr. Bien. Maybe it will help with Grandpa's illness." With the diagrams, Dr. Bien will find it easier to perform acupuncture. Perhaps there will be a surprise in the end. Jiang Chang'an's promise and organized plan made the atmosphere in the house much more relaxed. "Yes, I will have the mute uncle bring it to you. I will also watch over the house construction for you." Building a house, Jiang Chang'an sighed deeply. Actually, Grandpa is the main force, but now he is paralyzed and can't help. Unless they find a good construction team, the house can't be built anytime soon. It's because he's too busy. Sigh. Why are things always so difficult? Could it be that the timing of laying the foundation was unlucky? Or was it disturbed? Jiang Chang'an suspiciously looked at Li the fortune teller. Li the fortune teller raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding Jiang Chang'an's look, but he proudly said, "That's just part of the process. Don't worry, it's just a false alarm." Really? Jiang Chang'an's eyes lit up. If that's true, then she can relax and do her work. Although she doesn't believe in superstition, Li's words gave Jiang Chang'an more confidence about Grandpa's illness. The key might be the human anatomy diagram, so she must copy it carefully. Unfortunately, the system doesn't have such diagrams. It does have furniture and machinery plans, but she never studied medicine. If she had known, she should have gotten her medical license back then. But having Song the scholar's help was also lucky. Jiang Lauer quickly borrowed a cart, still the big cart from the Shun Shirkong family. Now that they are siblings, borrowing the cart is easier. Moreover, Lord Shun also brought Shun Shirkong to visit. Since the Jiang family had such a big incident, they are naturally concerned. When everyone gathered, Shun Shirkong didn't know what to say. Was it because his family hadn't experienced much hardship? Jiang Chang'an's father had just had an accident a few days ago, and now Grandpa is also in trouble. Li Shushen is even more impressive. He suddenly lost his parents. They say that without hardships, one cannot develop a strong heart. So, heaven will entrust great responsibilities to those who are capable. Just bear it well, Shun Shirkong comforted Jiang Chang'an. Jiang Chang'an's mouth twitched. This phrase sounded very familiar. Wasn't it what she had said to comfort Li Shushen before? Yes, thank you, senior brother, for the ride. I need to take my grandfather to see a doctor first. Abo also brought a human anatomy chart. Jiang Chang'an took it, along with some pen, ink, and paper. She wanted to finish drawing the human body diagram before reaching the county town. Li Shushen went to the county town, while Shun Shirkong was called away by Song Fu to look at the house structure diagram Jiang Chang'an had drawn. The house construction continued as planned, but Shun's carriage took old Jiang straight to the county town for treatment. News quickly spread in the village, thanks to Han Lijing, who confirmed that old Jiang's land had been tricked away, causing him to have and become critically ill. He wanted those fierce and cunning people to feel guilty and uneasy, to regret their evil deeds. However, a villain who often does bad things doesn't see his actions as wrong or feel guilty. He earns his living with his wit. Isn't that a skill? Why should a clever person work hard just to survive? Stealing old Jiang's land was his skill. Old Jiang's was because he lacked the strength or ability to protect his property, then and now. Knowing his goal, yet allowing old Jiang to stay close to the clan, isn't that aiding the villain? When clan leader Jiang heard the news, he didn't take it seriously. Instead, he felt even more pleased. Since ancient times, the winners are kings, the losers bandits. People tend to think rich people are always right. No one cares about the thoughts of a poor person, perhaps only with some sympathy. Clan leader Jiang was very proud. How do you want to handle this? At night, on the roof of the Jiang house, Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushen were hiding, listening to the sounds inside. Jiang Chang'an smiled coldly. Of course, we'll do the same as before. You won't tell me you can't imitate that old man's handwriting, right? Isn't that one of Li Shushen's skills? Child's play. You tell me, I'll do it, Li Shushen said confidently. First, old Jiang was still dizzy when he was taken to Rinqin Hall. Dr. Bian looked at the Jiang family and found it hard to say. In just a few days, the family had visited the clinic several times. But not every visit was for treatment. Some were for selling Lingji mushrooms. They knew how to handle things. Dr. Bian straightforwardly took old Jiang's pulse. As expected, he had A. Thanks to the acupuncture and medicine from before, he didn't die immediately. Based on the current symptoms, Dr. Bian's acupuncture could only cure part of the illness. Until Jiang Chang'an showed the human body diagram, Dr. Bian was amazed and eagerly studied it. He then adjusted some acupuncture techniques for old Jiang, and ultimately, he managed to save the person. Moreover, Dr. Bian refused to take any medical fees and promised that the Jiang family would not have to pay for future treatments. This human body diagram was priceless to a doctor, and it was said that only the Imperial Hospital in the palace possessed such a copy. Although it's unclear how Jiang Chang'an, far from the capital, obtained the diagram, the boy was clever and resourceful, so some lucky encounters were not surprising. Old Jiang was still weak and needed to rest at home, so he also prescribed some medicine for recovery. The trouble and delay made Jiang Chang'an very angry. Just after nightfall, he left the house, avoiding everyone's sight, and headed straight to the Jiang clan leader's home. Li Shushan didn't ask a single question and accompanied him all the way. He also wanted to see what the little troublemaker, who was upset, could do. Would he really cause trouble for the Jiang family? The old Jiang family's house was built with blue bricks and had 2 courtyards covering a large area. Because the brothers on all sides had been pushed out by clan leader Jiang, he had enclosed those lands. There were many open spaces, and fertile land was used to grow vegetables, enough for the family to eat all year round, even with 20 or 30 people. Li Shushan carried Jiang Chang'an as they jumped silently across the rooftops of the Jiang house, carefully exploring the layout. In a hidden corner of the house, he found a kiln that looked exactly like the one in the backyard, just the shape, of course. Clan leader Jiang not only tricked old Jiang's land but also stole the pottery-making skills, using methods like getting people drunk, as Jiang Chang'an had heard Hong Lijing mention. Inside the study room of the old Jiang house, there was indeed a study. A bookshelf with dozens of books, a desk, a chair, and a tea table with stools. These belonged to their ancestors, but few of the family members read them because they were covered in dust. Unlike old Jiang, most of the younger generation in the family couldn't read. The cleverest ones were hard to control and wasted money, so clan leader Jiang didn't allow them to read. Elder Jiang has 3 sons, all in their 40s or 50s. He has 4 grandchildren, but only 2 sons and 2 grandchildren are present in the house. Rumor has it that one of the family members is not well liked. Right now, this family is feeling proud and optimistic about the future. Dad, the kiln for making pottery is built, and the clay has been brought back. We can start working tomorrow as soon as it's light. Elder Jiang is very pleased, but he remains calm. Good. We'll start tomorrow. Let the women in the family get up early to help. We'll focus on making bowls and cups first. They are the most valuable. The plan is to sell them in the town and county. We must sell them for a good price. We shouldn't be like the Jiang family, who sell a bowl for less than a kilo of grain. That's a waste of such good stuff. The old man speaking seems to see a lot of money in front of him and smiles happily. That's because Jiang's second son is foolish. He only listens to his young wife and sells pottery to the countryside. They don't make much money that way. That girl doesn't know anything. She's even riding on her father's head, acting wildly. But from what's observed, Jiang Chang'an is quite good at fighting, so this old man only dares to curse loudly at home. People who haven't seen the world can't compare to our grandfather. If they weren't so stupid, we wouldn't have gotten the land and learned how to make pottery. Having land isn't rare for their family, but making pottery is different. It represents continuous wealth, and the men are very excited.
Haha, that's right.
I heard that Jiang's wife went crazy when she found out about the land. She beat Jiang's first son badly. When Grandpa Jiang found out, he was so scared he had a. Now he's paralyzed and can't come to bother Grandpa anymore. They've taken the loot and solved future problems, which makes everyone feel safe and happy. That's because they're fools. They deserve it. With such lowly people, they don't deserve land or pottery skills. Even heaven can't stand them. That's why all these things now belong to us. The person speaking is pleased, especially about Jiang's second son, who still dreams of climbing higher. We also plan to secretly destroy the kiln in Jiang's backyard, so they can never make pottery again. Then, only our family will have the exclusive skill of making greenware. When that happens, we can set the price ourselves, and the money will keep growing. Not only did they destroy that cave house, but they also can't build their new home without destroying it too. Otherwise, once Xiao Zhang's family becomes wealthy, our old Jiang family will lose more and more respect. I heard that Jiang Lao Heir's wife is actually very beautiful and has a very attractive figure. I saw her that day. Her skin is snow white, unlike a typical rural woman. Is that true? If so, Maybe we brothers should take her and have some fun. Ha, that's a good idea. All the men in the room had dark hearts. At first, they talked about somewhat serious matters, but soon the conversation turned nasty. The words they used were so disgusting, beyond what you could imagine, filled with harsh insults and cruel remarks. They were all plotting against the Jiang family. Jiang Chang'an listened with a cold look in her eyes. She was kind once, which almost cost her grandfather his life. But this time, she would never let Yao's wife suffer. She was already hurt so much, no one could harm her again. If they liked watching others become paralyzed, then let them try it too. Even if a few people die, they deserve it. These people are scoundrels. Living is pointless for them. Take me to the cave house, Jiang Chang'an said. Building a cave is easy, but if not done properly, it could collapse or even explode. It all depends on how you modify the inside structure. Okay, Li Shushan nodded without asking why. He picked up Jiang Chang'an, and with a few leaps, they landed lightly next to the old Jiang family's cave. It was late at night, so no one was guarding the cave. Jiang Chang'an used her certificate system to scan and quickly identified the problem.
Ha!
It's really good. The cave itself has issues. Even if she doesn't interfere, if they keep burning fires inside, it will eventually explode, and the damage could be widespread and powerful. What Jiang Chang'an wanted was just to make the explosion happen earlier. Whether they live or die depends on fate. After Jiang Chang'an slightly tampered with the old Jiang family's cave, she returned to the study. The conversations in the house had already stopped, and everyone had dispersed. Then she heard strange and flirtatious sounds coming from different rooms. Surprisingly, Jiang Chang'an's room was quiet because she and her husband sleep separately. They probably dislike each other. This was a good opportunity for Jiang Chang'an to act.
Just knock him out first, she said.
The distance was a bit far, so she still relied on Li Shushan for this.
Li Shushan nudda.
Simple. After speaking, she broke off a small piece of tile and threw it at Elder Jiang. The elder, who was sleeping peacefully, suddenly lay flat as if dead, with no sign of breathing. Jiang Chang'an didn't care whether the old man was fainted or dead. She and Li Shushan jumped down from the roof, confidently opened the door, and entered Elder Jiang's room. During this, she made no sound, not even the noise of opening or closing the door, which she cleverly masked. They casually sat on chairs inside the room. Then Jiang Chang'an took out a few blank sheets of paper torn from Jiang's study room, spreading them on the table. Of course, she had ink, brushes, and paper ready. Write according to the old man's handwriting, she said. Jiang Chang'an now planned to imitate how Elder Jiang tricked Jiang Laoda. What should I write? Li Shushan asked casually, studying Elder Jiang's handwriting. First, list all the bad deeds the old man has done over the years. Then, write a confession. After that, return the land he stole from others over the years. Also, give the original land of the Jiang family to the village as a contribution. Finally, write that living is just a waste of air, and he has thoughts of dying at any time. Jiang Chang'an rambled on. Li Shushan smiled slightly and replied softly, This revenge plan was good. No matter how clever the old man is, in the end, it's all in vain. Whether Elder Jiang can accept this result remains to be seen. Write in simple words. The old man probably isn't very educated. We need to make it as realistic as possible, so he'll be ashamed to die. Make 3 copies, one for the clan, one for the village chief, and one for the official records. The kind that they can't get back even if they die. Then wait for tomorrow when he gets hurt, spends all the family savings, This situation, isn't it just like Xiao Zhang's family? Very good. Okay, Li Shushan agreed, then began to write, using his left hand. Impressive, brother. Jiang Chang'an didn't just watch. She scanned the room, then found the land deed under the wardrobe. She moved the wardrobe aside, then lifted a brick, revealing a small carved, bright red wooden box with a lock. Jiang Chang'an didn't need a key. She used her system tools to open the lock easily. Inside, there were valuable items, land deeds, banknotes. Jiang Chang'an didn't want the banknotes. She only took the land deeds for farmland. The documents listed some dry and wasteland, which she didn't need. The so-called list was the list of families whose land was taken by Elder Zhang's family, involving 7 or 8 households. Of course, this list was given to them by Hong Lijing. Hong Lijing was just complaining to Jiang Chang'an, criticizing Elder Zhang's wrongdoings. Elder Jiang, as the head of the family, was much more relaxed than the village elders, which was quite frustrating. Hong Lijing never expected Jiang Chang'an to ask about the purpose of the list. After securing the land deed, Jiang Chang'an put everything back in place. He waited a while for Li Shushen to finish writing. "Thank you for your hard work. It was truly tiring." Jiang Chang'an felt sympathy for Li Shushen. Elder Zhang's handwriting was poor and difficult to write, plus he had done many bad things, making the content long. Li Shushen managed to write it so well and accurately. He was truly talented. "I also feel it was hard work. Remember my kindness." Li Shushen handed 3 sheets of paper to Jiang Chang'an. Thanks. Come, sign your fingerprint again. Which part do you think I should cut to make him bleed more?" Without blood, how could they press the red fingerprint? It had to be dark red and black. Just cut off his head? Li Shushen had seen plenty of executions, beheading, like killing a chicken or pig. "You're too ruthless. That's not good. It might affect your mood," Jiang Chang'an said. "You're right." "Then just his finger," Li Shushen replied, drawing his knife and aiming it at Elder Zhang's hand. "Wait a moment. I heard that if you cut all 10 fingers, it hurts deeply. If you stab straight in, will he wake up?" If he woke up and saw the 2 children committing the act late at night, he'd probably be terrified to death. "He'll wake up? Are you afraid he might?" Li Shushen was very confident. The sleep point he used was so deep it was almost like death. He stabbed his finger, and Elder Zhang's finger immediately bled. Li Shushen then took his hand and pressed it onto the document 3 times. "Good, the task is done. We're finished." "Finished. Good night." They only waited for the exciting show tomorrow. Early the next morning, Elder Zhang's family got up before dawn. After breakfast, they started working on making pottery. One family was excluded from the process. There were many people in Elder Zhang's family. They made several clay molds, and everyone was shaping the clay at first. By noon, they finished. The shapes weren't perfect, but as long as the fired pottery looked nice, that was enough. They had made quite a few, several hundred pieces. The family was satisfied and carefully moved the clay molds into the kiln layer by layer. And this kiln was 5 times larger than Xiao Zhang's family's. After loading the goods, the kiln suddenly caught fire and burned fiercely. Only the women and children going back to cook were not involved in the construction. The other men anxiously gathered around the kiln, as if guarding a treasure. However, no one expected that at the height of the fire, the tightly sealed kiln would suddenly explode with a loud bang, shattering into pieces. 5 or 6 people standing nearby were blown away by the blast. "What's happening?" someone asked. "Did the ground shake?" Not only old Zhang's family, but also the neighbors nearby were startled. The cattle, chickens, and ducks became restless and noisy. Everyone rushed out of their houses to see what was going on. From the sounds, it seemed to be coming from old Zhang's place, so they all headed in that direction. When Zhang the clan leader heard the noise, he immediately ran to the site of the explosion. He saw a mess everywhere. The kiln was shattered into pieces, and the pottery inside was almost turned to powder. Around the scene, several of his sons and grandsons had been blown to the ground. Some were burned, others unconscious and unresponsive, their lives uncertain. The nearby houses were also caught by flames and burning. How could this happen? Zhang the clan leader was stunned, unable to move at first because the situation was so different from what he imagined. "Quick, help put out the fire." Another member of the Jiang family saw the danger and grabbed buckets of water to extinguish the flames. Chaos broke out. In urgent times like this, the fire was the top priority. If not controlled, it could destroy everything. It was midday, and the workers had gone home for lunch. Hearing the commotion, people from all directions rushed over and joined in the firefighting effort. If the fire spread further, more families would suffer. With many people working together, the fire was soon extinguished. Then everyone looked closely.
Oh,
It looked like old Zhang's family was making pottery, right? Because there were leftover shards of pottery at the scene. The color was not grayish-blue, but it was definitely pottery. Looks like they tried to learn from others but failed and ended up hurting themselves. The men from old Zhang's family were wailing in despair, some seriously injured, others lightly hurt. The villagers didn't know whether to pity them or to feel glad. This was the result of harming others and oneself, karma catching up. Someone went to call Dr. Shin. At that moment, Hongli led another group into the scene, including old Zhang's second son and others. Clan leader Zhang, why did your house catch fire? Did you change your mind about giving up the land and protesting in this way? Hongli looked serious, secretly feeling a bit pleased. It wasn't that he lacked sympathy, but sympathizing with bad people seemed unnecessary. What land? I'm confused, Zhang the clan leader said, feeling dazed. Of course, it's this one. Hong Lijing raised the land deed in his hand. There are about a dozen over 50 acres of farmland. The explosion at old Zhang's house caused a small fire, burning nearby buildings to black ruins and broken walls. Of course, all the damage was to old Zhang's house. His family is so large that the fire was extinguished before spreading to others. The worst damage was to the injured men of Zhang's family. Each had different injuries, some had burns, others had internal injuries from the shock, and the most serious had limbs blown off. Old Zhang's family suffered heavy losses. Even Shin Tai Fu couldn't save them all. After the fire was put out, the villagers realized what had happened. It seemed old Zhang's family tried to steal land but failed, resulting in this disaster. So, stealing land is risky. Just because Jiang Laoda spoke a few words, he dared to gather people and set fire to the pottery. Who knows what the clan leader Jiang was thinking? Did he become clan leader just by rushing into things? Now look at this explosion. Who can they talk to? It's clear they stole land, and they stole from someone who isn't a professional craftsman.
Ha! They must be crazy about money.
This has caused trouble for many descendants. But it's not over yet. Hong Lijing and his group arrived at the door, holding a dozen land deeds. Oh my, so much land. Almost as much as a landlord's estate. What's going on here? What exactly is happening? Hong Lijing, are you openly stealing my family's land deeds? Otherwise, why would old Zhang's land deeds be in your hands? Clan leader Jiang didn't have time to worry about his family's injuries. He asked Hong Lijing in a deep voice, "Why are you stealing my land deeds?" But Hong Lijing acted calm and unconcerned, ignoring old Zhang's family's suffering. These people are almost like animals. What is there to feel sorry for? It's said that if the top beam is crooked, the lower beams will also be crooked. Clan leader Jiang has liked to flirt with village girls and young wives since he was young. Even in old age, he still seeks out widows. His sons and grandsons are just like him. Some have even forced decent women to death. But the village has no proof, so they can't do anything. Humph. Why don't they just these troublemakers up? Living only brings disaster. Old uncle, I don't like hearing you say that. How can you say I stole your land deeds? Weren't they given to me by you last night? The land deeds and the confession letter were all written by you last night, clearly stating the wrongdoings you and your Jiang family have committed over the years. Now you've suddenly realized and want to go meditate or practice Buddhism. So, you're returning the land you schemed to steal and giving your own land to the village as a contribution.
Wow.
When this news spread, the villagers immediately exploded with chatter and debate. Of course, the story is false. The event is real, but the villain did not personally write the confession. Instead, he told Zhang Chang'an and Li Shuxing yesterday, and today, he received the apology letter. There are also a dozen land deeds. Hong Lijing's mood was very complicated. He didn't know how the two children managed it, but he felt a deep sense of admiration. This matter was almost every villager's dream. They had wanted to do it for a long time, but didn't know how, until the two children made it happen. Hong Lijing was pleased, and even more so because the village could share the land. In the future, the mountain village would have income, which would help improve the village, building bridges, roads, and caring for the weak. He thought, this is all thanks to old Zhang's family for contributing to the village. Long ago, Jiang Zuchong treated others the same way. Now this is karma. Hong Lijing felt no pressure as he took action. You're lying. I never did such a thing, he insisted. Everything was fake. No one knew where he hid the land deeds, and he could secretly take them away. That was impossible. The key had always been with him and never left his side. It seems my uncle is really confused. This is the apology letter you wrote yourself, and you even pressed your red thumbprint. Who would forget their own handwriting after just one night? Surely your handwriting isn't something you'd forget, uncle? After speaking, Hong Lijing handed the document to Jiang Zuchong. Jiang Zuchong took it and saw a long page filled with his wrongdoings over the years, along with a dark red blood thumbprint. This morning, his hand still hurt, and he thought he had accidentally cut himself, but it turned out he had pressed his thumbprint. But all of this was fake. He had been tricked. The evidence was right there. No use arguing. He looked around at those who had once been bullied by him, now glaring at him fiercely. Finally, Jiang Zuchong felt fear. He pushed Hong Lijing away and hurriedly ran to his room. The land deeds must be fake. He needed to find the real deeds to expose Lijing's plot. Those deeds were the result of his lifelong effort. How could he just give them up and fill in the original ones? As the main character left, everyone instinctively followed. Jiang Zuchong was already mentally confused. His children had fallen, and the women were useless. It took him a long time to remember how to produce the land deeds. However, he did not move the entire wardrobe. Instead, he took out a piece of wood from inside and then retrieved a small box. Elder Jiang tremblingly opened the box. To his disappointment, some silver coins and banknotes inside remained, but all the land deeds had been taken. Elder Jiang's heart immediately sank. The deeds were in someone else's hands, along with a letter of apology written in his own handwriting and blood-stained handprints. He could no longer turn the situation around. His head suddenly buzzed. It seems Uncle remembers everything now. These lands will be returned to the original owner by me, the village chief. The rest will be managed by trustworthy people. From now on, the harvest from the fields won't trouble Uncle and his family anymore. Now is a busy time for Uncle's family. We won't bother you further. Fellow villagers, we will take our leave. Quickly bring the land deeds and accept the grain from the fields. Hong Lijing shouted, finally feeling the thrill of forceful taking. He felt very satisfied, thinking that the grain harvest would be easy and plentiful without much effort. No wonder Elder Jiang was so eager to do such things all year round. Hearing Hong Lijing's words, Elder Jiang finally realized what he was about to lose. Suddenly, he spat out blood and collapsed straight down. Father, the least favored son, ran forward to help him up. Hurry, call Dr. Shen. Oh, what's the point? The crooked ways don't work. In this family, everyone, regardless of age or gender, is used to such methods. Revenge is only a matter of time. It was just unexpected how serious it became, and they didn't even know who the culprit was. Looking at his dying father, the son felt helpless. Meanwhile, on Jiangchong's side, everyone was very happy. The villagers didn't know who was behind this, but those who helped Zhang's family yesterday knew. Actually, Elder Zhang's family was done by Jiangchong himself, and he did it perfectly, gaining a decisive victory with no chance for the opponents to resist. It was truly impressive and clever. The method was the leftover trick of Elder Jiang, but it was very effective and ruthless. Father, we've got the land deed back from the main house, and also the land that Grandpa held back then. Jiang Lauer was overjoyed, even though he had no real connection to those lands.
Good.
Elder Jiang was also happy, but he couldn't feel too excited because he had taken medicine to suppress his emotions. Jiang Chong'an thought it was probably a sedative or something similar. Old Jiang's father once owned 10 acres of land. The sudden increase in grain made Xiao Zhang's family feel like they had become very rich. Old Jiang's third son was very happy. He didn't hold any grudges against the family, but cared a lot about the land. He boldly said, Of course, I've seen those 10 acres. The rice is growing very well. We'll have enough food for the year. Father, please consider my request. Give some grain to the 3 grandchildren to help them survive. I'm leaving now. I have to do business today. To support the business, old Zhang's 3rd son didn't go to the county town to sell today. They sell ice water, so they don't need to go early. The best time to sell is during the hottest part of the day when cold sugar water sells well. Yesterday, they moved their stall to the dock, farthest from the wealthy area. They didn't want to run into the county magistrate again. Most of the passing merchants have plenty of money and are willing to buy several bowls of ice water. Business is good. Some merchants also want to order saltpeter from them, which is another deal. But today, villagers might follow the trend because some people they met while collecting saltpeter could affect future business. Old Zhang's 3rd son is very eager about making money because it comes so quickly. A year of farming doesn't earn a single coin, but doing business is different. Old Jiang ignored his reckless son and took out the land deed for the main house. Send it over to Li Shi, he said. He couldn't give it to old Zhang's eldest son anymore. The main family needs change to stay balanced. Li Shi needs confidence, and the land deed and children are her support. He hopes she'll stand firm and support the family. Old Zhang's wife didn't really want to agree. Li Shi had beaten her son, and if the family still supported her, how could the eldest son, a grown man, continue to live? But there was no choice. The old man's decision had to be followed. Who made her so naive? She lacked the perspective of a man in all aspects and couldn't accomplish great things. 2nd son, how do you think we should handle this family land? Old Jiang leaned against the head of the bed, staring at the familiar yet strange land deed, lost in thought. He had his own ideas but also wanted to hear what old Zhang's 2nd son thought. Dad, keep it for your retirement. I've worked enough to reach this age. The rest of us will have to struggle on our own. If we still can't find food and starve, it's our own fault. Old Zhang's 2nd son was very confident. Now that he no longer lacked money, he felt that no matter how fiercely he fought, it was not as intense as when he was having children. Look at how skilled he is at giving birth. He even produced a little god of wealth. In the future, when he goes out, he will also be known as 2nd Lord Jiang. Old Man Jiang and 2nd Lord Jiang thought alike and understood what their 2nd son was thinking. They immediately smiled and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. How is the family on the clan side?" The head of the clan definitely suffered a big, but because of the explosion at the pottery kiln, once everyone regained their senses, they could connect the incident to the small Jiang family, or someone might have let it slip. Old Man Jiang was a bit worried that this might affect Jiang Chang'an, knowing that the Jiang clan was not just the head of the family, he was only the leader. There were other members of the family waiting for a chance to share the spoils. Most of them were clever people who didn't have to bear a bad reputation, but could still get benefits. They were the most hidden. This time, they couldn't recover the land from these people because, from the start, when they received the land, they exchanged it with others, and the land deeds had changed hands. It was as if those lands would forever belong to them. Only the Jiang clan head was greedy and took the biggest share, so the land division was difficult, and they could only keep the original land deeds. Fortunately, the small Jiang family's land was recovered. They took back the main part of the land from the clan head's family. The others didn't come forward, so forget about them. We'll deal with any future issues later. Anyway, we're not afraid. If they find out this matter involves us, it's actually good. It will serve as a warning. Let's see who dares to bully our family in the future. At worst, they could even hurt someone badly. Of course, these words were spoken by Jiang Chang'an and 2nd Lord Jiang. Her daughter was so strong and fearless, and with Teacher Song to protect her, it was best for those people not to come and cause trouble for their family. 2nd Lord Jiang was confident, and Old Man Jiang felt relieved. Good, go ahead and do your work. Before I recover fully, you should pay more attention to the house matters. Always discuss things with Chang'an. Old Man Jiang thought Jiang Chang'an was much more reliable than her father.
Got it, Dad.
Chang'an has gone to Lao Tai's place. She also arranged work for the family. You can rest assured and take good care of yourself. Make sure to recover fully. You must not get too emotional again. What if something happens? You're too important to our family. Without your care, the house can't be rebuilt. Second Lord Jiang thought she was quite capable, an adult and the pillar of their second family. But when she started building the house, she realized she was clueless about many things. She could work hard, but without anyone to teach her, she wouldn't know what to do. Jiang Chang'an had skills, but didn't fully understand some customs. Only old man Jiang was truly all-round and capable. This kind of high praise made old Jiang feel very pleased, so he happily said, "Got it, go ahead." He also became more relaxed, believing that children and grandchildren will have their own good fortune, so let them go. Jiang Chang'an was at Jiang Fengshuo's house, working with Jiang the blacksmith to make iron tools. First, they tried to make a sickle curved, thin, and with a saw edge. Jiang the blacksmith rarely made such delicate work. Because he was afraid of doing it badly, Jiang Chang'an took the main role. While others hammered iron with big arm muscles, making loud clangs, Jiang Chang'an just tapped a few times casually, and the thin sickle took shape. It looked like playing, which made Jiang the blacksmith very jealous. As a grown man, his strength was no match for a little girl, and he felt ashamed. Jiang Chang'an didn't need to envy. Her system was a divine skill, and her tools were high-tech.
No one could compare.
Li Shuwen had seen many things, and was used to it. It seemed like Jiang Chang'an could do anything effortlessly, blessed by divine favor. But he wasn't bad either. He was Jiang Chang'an's best helper and partner. After some adjustments, Jiang Chang'an made dozens of sickles. If this was before, Jiang the blacksmith could only make 7 or 8, but now Jiang Chang'an had multiplied his output several times. Jiang the blacksmith felt nervous, unsure if these thin iron pieces were really useful. Should we try them now? Yes, try cutting some grass, reeds, or small branches for firewood. They won't rust easily. Jiang Chang'an changed the recipe. This batch of sickles was actually made of stainless steel, stronger than regular iron, with some flexibility. Really? Won't the tiny saw teeth curl up?
Just try and see.
It couldn't possibly curl. It's the kind that wouldn't even scratch stone. Its durability was excellent, and just look at who made this fine product. After Jiang Chang'an approved, Jiang the blacksmith immediately tested with small firewood in the kitchen. The result was that after a few cuts, the firewood broke. Wow, it's really sharp and won't curl. That's great. The tools were high quality and very popular. They were useful and saved materials. Only then did Jiang the blacksmith realize how skilled Jiang Chang'an's mind was. He admired her completely. Good if it works. I'll take half of the sickles. The rest, uncle, you can handle. He also left the recipe for him, so he could make more whenever he wanted. Making more convenient and affordable tools was a benefit for farmers. Sure. Uncle won't charge you. If business goes well, I might even thank you. Next, I will work on the parts for the threshing machine. Uncle won't charge you money, but if possible, it would be best to leave a threshing machine for Uncle as well. You should know that products from Chang'an are always top quality. Jiang the blacksmith is very much looking forward to it. In this era, iron is tightly controlled and its value is comparable to gold. Jiang the blacksmith needs to register at the government office, which is like getting a business license, and must also have an authority figure as a guarantor. He also needs to deposit a certain amount of assets as collateral at the government office before starting his ironwork career. Only then can he buy pig iron or raw iron from the government. Raw iron is softer. After purchase, it must be repeatedly hammered and refined before it can be forged into tools or finished products. It is also the cheapest type of iron. Cast iron is made by pouring molten iron into molds at the government's casting department. After the blacksmith processes it further, it can become finished ironware. Of course, cast iron is very expensive. Most local blacksmiths do not have good ventilated furnaces, so they mostly buy expensive raw iron because they lack the skills and tools to forge block iron. But Jiang's family is different. They had a lucky encounter and built a good furnace, allowing them to forge farm tools from block iron, greatly reducing costs. Over the years, they have earned some money. Otherwise, Jiang Fengshuo, the blacksmith's son, wouldn't be able to afford to go to a private school. However, Zhang's family sent Jiang Fengshou to study not just to succeed in the imperial exams, but because their furnace had been used for many years and was on the verge of breaking down. The ironware produced was getting worse, and Jiang the blacksmith couldn't fix it no matter what he tried. So they decided to send their son to study, hoping that the books, full of wisdom, might help them find a new way out. Don't think that craftsmanship is a low-status job. As long as you have skill, it's a quick way to make money, support your family, and live a prosperous life. To Jiang the blacksmith's surprise, his son Jiang Chang'an didn't even need the furnace. He fixed it easily with methods from books, proving his initial idea was correct. Reading makes people wise. Since he can't rely on his son anymore, Jiang Chang'an is now like a second parent to Jiang the blacksmith, almost more loved than his own son, and must be supported. Fortunately, Jiang Chang'an is sensible and not greedy, or Jiang the blacksmith might have lost everything. We're all family, uncle. No need to be polite. Let's continue making parts for the threshing machine. Of course, Jiang Chang'an had already prepared the drawings in advance. The process is quite easy and flows smoothly, like an assembly line. Jiang Ironsmith has stored a lot of iron, so Jiang Chang'an decided to make parts for 8 machines. Now Jiang Ironsmith can understand the drawings because Jiang Chang'an's blueprints are very clear. The measurements and notes in the structural diagrams are easy to read, and if there's anything unclear, they can ask Jiang Fengshou. These are simple. I can do them myself. Chang'an, if you have other things to do, go ahead. I can deliver the parts to you tonight. The Jiang family is building a house, and many tasks need Jiang Chang'an to handle. The grain thresher also needs wooden parts assembled, but Jiang Chang'an hasn't started working on it yet. All right, I'll head back now. Thanks for your hard work, Uncle Tai. Making the iron fittings and casting them isn't difficult. The hard part is designing and assembling, so Jiang Chang'an feels confident leaving it to the experienced blacksmith. Even if mistakes are made, the iron can be melted down and reused. After leaving the Jiang house with Li Shushan, they meet many villagers on the way, all talking about the old Jiang family. Some say someone was injured, others say someone was disfigured. The most serious case was the village chief, who collapsed, with his mouth crooked and drooling, unable to speak clearly. Jiang Chang'an sighs. She didn't mean for this to happen. The old man's illness coincidentally matched her grandfather's. Who would have thought it was A? Are you feeling soft-hearted or guilty? Jiang Chang'an's methods are quick and sharp, but she still has a soft heart. In an era where lives are treated like nothing, she can't bear to take a life. She thought her family was safe without casualties, but does she realize that if she hadn't been able to turn the tide, the Jiang family would have been shattered and destroyed? Whether it's Zhang San or the Jiang clan, they all push the Jiang family toward destruction. They never show mercy when attacking Jiang. Just listen to what the men of Jiang said last night. They stole someone's secret recipe, destroyed others' assets, injured the male head of the household, and kidnapped the lady of the house to humiliate her. Can a person do such evil things? If there were fewer such wicked people in the world, peace would be much easier to maintain. Jiang Chang'an feels underestimated. Do I look like a kind-hearted person or a naive, sweet girl? Please call her a cold, invincible lady boss. Thank you. Jiang Chang'an thinks she is just a little too kind-hearted, not truly good. Not at all. People often call her a little monster, but her eyes are very pure. How could she be wicked? In the past, they even worried she would cause trouble for the Jiang family. Now it seems they judged her with a narrow mind, assuming she's a villain. You are exactly that. Just as Jiang Chang'an was feeling proud, Li Shushan said something that almost made Jiang choke. Why does Li Shushan think he's a naive and sweet person? Is he really a naive and sweet person with sharp teeth? Or does he have some misunderstanding about being naive and sweet? I'm actually just being patient with you. Otherwise, if I played around with my charming or innocent act, I could easily make you admit defeat. You little thing, kneeling and showing gratitude. Jiang Chang'an's forgiving look is quite interesting. Li Shushan covered his mouth with a light cough, hiding his smile. The little monster was becoming more natural and lively. I wonder if she even realizes it. Maybe she really thinks of herself as a child. I've always admired you. Your craftsmanship is so strong. Do girls in your place also know how to forge metal or do carpentry? Forging metal is one thing, but carpentry must be quite complicated, right? Throughout history, have there been girls who know carpentry? Probably not famous ones. Carpentry is mainly about the mortise and tenon technique. I used to have a professional certificate in it. These technical skills are taught in specialized schools, and anyone can learn them. Carpentry is very interesting. When you follow the rules and measurements, a simple piece of wood can be carved into something extraordinary. In nature, it can create amazing structures. Throughout history, inventions and creations have sparked countless sparks of wisdom. This is craftsmanship, passed down through generations, contributing to human civilization and progress. It's not very complicated. Buildings made mainly of wood and bricks are constructed with main components like pillars, beams, and rafters. The joints between parts use mortise and tenon, forming a flexible framework. Mortise and tenon joints are very clever inventions. This connection method allows traditional wooden structures to bear heavy loads and even deform slightly, which helps resist earthquakes by absorbing some of the energy, reducing the structure's response. When it comes to professional knowledge, Jiang Chang'an could keep talking forever, and Li Shushan listened very carefully. Until he accidentally looked at Jiang Chang'an's face. This serious little monster seemed to be glowing, looking very beautiful, making him momentarily dazed. Little monster, you're really a disciple of Lu Ban, aren't you? You've inherited his craftsmanship perfectly. There's no school to learn from, and not everyone has her wisdom. Some people are naturally born to do this. Jiang Chang'an is truly very beautiful. Lu Ban is the ancestor of carpenters. If you say that, it's also correct. I've said so much. Aren't you interested in carpentry? Would you like to learn? When you reach a high level, you could create mechs, flying wooden birds, running wooden horses. Everything might become possible. Of course, Jiang Chang'an can already do these things. She hopes smart people like Li Shushan will join her so that in the future, she will have helpers for whatever she wants to do. That would be great. No need. Isn't it enough that I want something? Don't I already have you? Jiang Chang'an, can I refuse? When Jiang Chang'an returned home, old Jiang was lying on a lounge under the eaves, looking very weak. The thin layer of skin made him look fragile. The old man, who was not fat to begin with, had recently experienced many hardships at home. He had suffered great emotional and physical blows, and now he was losing weight rapidly, so thin that only skin and bones remained. It was truly heartbreaking to see. Therefore, Jiang Chang'an couldn't feel guilty about the Jiang family head. If someone does something bad, they must pay the price. Who would restrain their actions just to help others? Of course, she relied on her own strength, doing whatever made her happy. If everyone did that, the world would be chaotic. So, as a person, you must follow the rules. If you cross the line, someone will teach you how to behave. Can you afford the cost of that? Grandpa, I'm back, Jiang Chang'an said as she carried a bag of sickles into the house. She checked the system. Only Grandpa was home. The eldest uncle was hiding in his room resting or perhaps too ashamed to face anyone. Everyone else was busy. Old Jiang delivered the finished pottery to the villagers and collected payment. She had also asked Li from the eldest house to help, and of course, they paid for it. With the eldest house in such a state, they couldn't ignore it. Letting two fools continue their foolishness would only bring trouble to the eldest grandson and two granddaughters. Chang'an, Shushan is also here. Old Jiang opened his eyes and saw the two little ones walking into the yard together. They looked like innocent children, which made old Jiang chuckle. Yes, the sickles are ready. There are about a dozen. We have enough tools for harvesting rice, Jiang Chang'an said as she stepped forward. She took out a brand new sickle and waved it a few times in front of old Jiang, creating a sharp, powerful aura. Old Jiang's eyes lit up. He wanted to examine it closely. This was a farming tool made by his granddaughter. It looked a bit thin, but it seemed very sharp. Won't it wear out quickly? He asked, worried that the small iron teeth might bend or damage the blade. No, the material is different. It creates a new metal element that is hard and resistant to wear. As long as you don't often cut things as hard as wood, it won't bend. That's good. Rice and wheat stalks are soft, so they won't break the tool. Such a lightweight tool is easy to use for a long time. It must be very useful. Unfortunately, he is now too weak to try it himself. Yes, Grandpa, rest well. I will go to the backyard to make the wooden parts for the threshing machine. Once the farm tools are ready, she can build the house properly. Drink some water first. Grandpa will be able to help in a couple of days. If it weren't for those two setbacks, Old Man Jiang wouldn't realize how weak he has become. Now he feels completely exhausted. He is aging like someone much older, but he is only about 50. Well-maintained people can still have children at that age. So, he decided never to get angry again. He has already used up all his anger in life because his biggest rival has fallen. Jiang Chang'an nodded obediently and said, okay. He put the sickle inside the house and poured a few glasses of water in the hall, making sure to include Li Shushan's share. Thinking of the hardworking people in the backyard, Jiang Chang'an picked up the water jug on the table, and the two of them headed to the backyard. Old Second Jiang and Yao Shi were digging soil in the backyard. Jiang Rong and the twin sisters, Xing and Tao, were helping out. Of course, the children were just being sensible. They couldn't do much actual work, but they enjoyed playing with the soil. Yesterday, they finished digging the foundation for the house. The soil was to be moved next to the kiln, where it would be used to make bricks and tiles. Old Second Jiang used a large wheelbarrow for transport, but only the couple was doing the work, so progress was slow. Parents, we should hire some help, he said. Moving soil was just one part. There were many other things to do. Will they ever finish building the house? The thatched roof was leaking, and after the summer harvest, they would have to squeeze the grain into the small house. Would there even be space for people to step inside? Chang'an is back. Old Second Jiang was packing soil when he saw Jiang Chang'an arrive. He finally straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked exhausted. He was really tired, and some injuries still hadn't fully healed, but it didn't affect his work. He couldn't let his wife outdo him. Could he? That would be awkward. Men shouldn't be sentimental, but working so hard was tough. If they could hire help, that would be the best. Big sister. Jiang Jiarong threw down his small shovel and ran toward Jiang Chang'an. These days, they haven't been attending school. The teacher asked him to write big characters, but he finished and then came to play in the backyard. Little sister, Jiang Xing and Jiang Tao were so excited to see Jiang Chang'an for the first time because this little sister was the great benefactor who helped their family reclaim the land. They no longer have to go hungry. Well, actually, they had been hungry during the days of dividing the family, and that was a very uncomfortable feeling. That's why they are even more grateful to Jiang Chang'an. The land is now in their mother's hands, and soon it will be handed over to their brother. That's great. They no longer have to fear or listen to their father. This morning, they ate well at home, and their father didn't dare scold them anymore. All these changes happened because of Jiang Chang'an. Their little sister is truly amazing, so they also want to learn to read and write, to be as capable as her in the future. Now, they don't have to secretly learn anymore. The sisters are openly studying with their brother and younger brother. Just now, they were busy working while Jiang Jiarong was teaching them. But actually, Jiarong just started school and doesn't know as much as they do.
The sisters are very happy about that.
Come, everyone, have some water and rest, Jiang Chang'an said, holding a cup of water and quickly inviting everyone to drink. Li Shushan was holding half a bucket of water, specially for washing hands. In the hot weather, even with a straw hat, everyone's faces were red from the sun, and they were sweating heavily. Seeing their tired appearance, Jiang Chang'an became even more determined to hire someone. Old Jiang's second son clapped his hands and came over. We should really hire someone. We're not building a thatched hut. Usually, when building a brick and tile house, you need to hire a master. But a master and a laborer are different, and their prices are high. However, the Jiang family has more professional master builders. They make their own bricks and tiles, carve their own doors and windows. What can others do if they come? Just stare in frustration? We don't need to hire a master. We can hire people to make the bricks and tiles, build the walls, and even craft the beams and eaves. Isn't there someone who also wants bricks and tiles? Those who have time can come directly and exchange work for the materials. That way, no one would need to pay money. After the old Jiang family's kiln explosion, Jiang Chang'an thought that no one would dare imitate their pottery firing in the short term, so making bricks and tiles would be even less likely. Are eaves shaped and constructed? Can ordinary people do that? That's a complex carpentry craft, with almost every step involving intricate joints. Not everyone can learn it unless they have a woodworking background, like Jiang's second son himself. It doesn't require special skills. I've already separated the blueprints. Each person only needs to make one part, without needing to assemble it. It's much simpler this way, and ordinary people can do it. They set up a production line, with one person at each station, doing the same simple task repeatedly. Anyone could do it, right? Hey, that sounds good. Then what are we waiting for? I'll go hire some people now, while there's still time before the summer harvest. Let's get started first. Many people would be willing to work since they could get good bricks and tiles without paying. Old Jiang quickly finished his drink and slipped away. Yao smiled secretly. Your father is exhausted. He wanted to hire someone long ago, but he doesn't understand the craft and finds it hard to ask. Now, it's like he's been granted a special pardon, and he's running faster than anyone. Jiang Chang'an also smiled. His father was still good, at least he was willing to try. Mom, I'm going to do carpentry. First, I'll make a sample. Once we have enough workers, we can start directly. Using the template as a guide, she copied the design. That should be enough, right? First, she made the wooden parts for the threshing machine. It was simple because it didn't require carving, just planing the wood according to the drawings. The hardest part was the gears and bearings made of metal. She also made the wooden templates for the house parts, large ones like columns and beams, as well as small ones like the eaves mortise and tenon joints. It was very complicated. Jiang Chang'an had a thick stack of drawings, but she didn't need to look at physical models because she had the system, her magic tool. Only after the wooden parts were finished could she focus on other things: bricks, tiles, cement, sand, gravel, and paint. There were so many things missing, and she also had to plan the timing carefully. Without logical thinking, it would be impossible to do all this. It would be great if she had a printer. She could just print out the plans from the system instead of drawing everything by hand. That would save a lot of time. By the time school ended in the afternoon, Jiang Ironworker had finished all the metal parts for the threshing machine. He was accompanied by Song Teacher and Hong Lijing, among others. Especially Shun Landlord. He was like a cat smelling blood. He owned many fields, so he cared a lot about farming tools. He ordered 10 giant wool carts, but old Jiang hadn't finished making them before he collapsed. Now that the threshing machine was about to be ready, Shun Landlord was determined to get 1 or 2 to take home. He thought highly of Jiang Chang'an because she was Song Teacher's disciple. She had great potential. However, all the parts and components were mixed together, and everyone was completely clueless, unable to see any clues. It was just a mess. Even Song Teacher felt the same. It's actually very simple, like playing with a robot. Want to try together? Jiang Xiaoxiao cheerfully invited Li Shushen and Shen Shikong, as well as her brothers. Li Shushen raised an eyebrow. This person always wants to pull him into activities, but he decided to follow Jiang Chang'an's lead. He believed he could keep up. Shen Shikong was also confident and very serious, eager to learn from Jiang Chang'an, the younger sister. Come on, let's start. They tried carving wood and making decorations, but assembling simple parts should be easy, right? Not just a few kids, but also Master Song and Jiang Tiexing were eager to try. Everyone had parts laid out in a row, waiting to see Jiang Chang'an's steps and do it themselves. However, it turned out that woodworking assembly was very difficult, especially for ordinary people with no experience. Jiang Chang'an was different. Assemble part 1 and 3 like this, and part 2 and 4. She spoke quickly, but her hands moved steadily. With clicking sounds, she assembled each part smoothly. At first, everyone could follow, but gradually some fell behind. In the end, only Master Song and Li Shushen kept up, but they only assembled half the parts. Master Song gave up too. Guess I'm just an old man. My mind isn't as quick as the kids. No wonder Jiang Chang'an only invited children to assemble. Adults reacted too slowly. Of course, if they had blueprints, it would be different. Unable to keep up with Jiang Chang'an's steps, Master Song took out the blueprints and started exploring slowly. Because woodworking assembly was really interesting. In just half an hour, Jiang Chang'an assembled a grain thresher. Li Shushan only managed about 80%. Is this a grain thresher? How do you use it? It looked like a car or a house, but with rows of teeth. It was strange, and everyone couldn't quite understand how it worked. Look, this lever can be controlled with your foot. When you step on it, it pushes the lever, which turns the gears, and the gears drive the axle. The axle makes the big rolling drum spin. When the drum spins, the iron teeth on top can bite off the rice stalks and grains. Jiang Chang'an explained verbally, then everyone dispersed. Then, with a stomp, the grain thresher started to hum and turn, very easy to operate. But the sudden loud noise startled everyone watching. Is this dangerous? Hongli was very excited, her heart racing. The machine looked quite scary. Would it hurt anyone? Of course it's dangerous. When the rollers turn, you must not put your hands or feet or anything else on them, or you might get hurt. Brother, go get some branches with leaves. We want to test the machine. Jiang Chang'an stepped on the pedal, checking if the machine had any problems or issues. Jiang Jiabao heard this and, ignoring the assembly, quickly ran off and cut a branch with leaves. Jiang Chang'an took the branch, placing the leafy end on the rolling wheel. Suddenly, everyone saw the leaves being pulled in with a swish sound and falling into the box below. At this moment, all Jiang Chang'an had left was a shiny, leafless branch.
Wow.
It caught it! It caught it! I think rice grains can be harvested like this too, Hongli exclaimed excitedly. Chang'an, can you let Uncle try it too? Of course, but you need to stay steady with your feet and hands. The roller has a strong pull, so don't lean in, or you might get hurt. Jiang Chang'an handed the remaining branch to Uncle Shen, who was brave enough to try. He was respectful and carefully stepped onto the pedal. After getting used to it, he slowly placed the branch onto the roller. Suddenly, the sound of leaves hitting the metal teeth rang out.
Huh.
Actually, it's not so bad. The speed is really fast and the leaves are gone in an instant. But rice grains are very small. Can they be pulled in two? Hong Li, an experienced farmer, wondered as she looked at the wide gaps between the metal teeth. Yes, they can. But you need to flip the rice over and hit the other side until all the rice is cleaned. Wow, that's great. This is much faster than manual harvesting, hundreds of times easier. With this rice thresher, we can save at least 60 or 70% of the labor and time. During harvest, it's like racing against the weather. With this machine, how much more grain can they save? Hong Li was very excited, her eyes shining. Chang'an, buy 10 or 8 rice threshers for Uncle. The price is negotiable, she said confidently. But that's not possible. We've run out of iron. We only made parts for 8 machines, and I've used up all the iron in the past few months. I can't buy more, Jiang Chang'an replied. All 8 machines were given to Uncle Shen. What would his family do? Jiang the blacksmith certainly wouldn't want to part with them. No problem. I will apply to get some iron blocks. This threshing machine is probably the most advanced farming tool right now. We should produce more of them to benefit the farmers. This year's summer harvest should yield more grain. Master Song stroked his beard and decided to discuss with Jiang Chang'an. He sent the paper plans to the capital overnight. With Master Song's promise, landlord Shin quickly opened his purse to place orders. The big boss has spoken, so what are we hesitating for? Chang'an, I still want 8 machines. For a few hundred acres of land, 8 is a good number, neither too many nor too few, and it's lucky too. But how should we set the price? Hong Lijing was more concerned about this. Looking at the large iron lumps on the threshing machine, it's clear they won't be cheap. They're not sure if they can afford it. Iron is controlled and very expensive. Fewer people can buy it, which reduces the number of dangerous tools in society and helps prevent unrest. Even wealthy people need to report large purchases of iron tools to the government. Master Song should be able to handle this, right? But 8 threshing machines don't require that much iron. The real help is from blacksmith Jiang. Jiang's eyes also looked hopefully at Jiang Chang'an. If they can get a good price for the threshing machines, his family will soon prosper. If one costs 10 taels and the cost is 6, then the 4-tael profit can be split among the family, very profitable. However, Jiang Chang'an looked at Master Song. Teacher? The market price of iron is one thing, but she doesn't yet know the overall value of the threshing machine because she's unfamiliar with this era. Master Song thought for a few seconds and gave his answer. 8 taels. This important technology should be controlled by the government. If threshing machines are sold at higher prices, fewer farmers can afford them. But the government can rent them out for silver or gold, or include them in tax payments. For example, a village could have several or even 10 threshing machines. Villagers pay rent to use them, reducing their costs, and the government benefits too. It's a win-win. But the village can set up a few machines for rent, and villagers can rent them as needed. The court probably prefers to operate this way. This method reduces iron flowing into the common people, but increases productivity, which naturally raises taxes. Hong Lijing's eyes lit up. This idea is good. Although I'll buy one too. 8 taels is really painful to spend. As a village head, he must be fair and just. He can't always prioritize his own family after all. So I still need to have my own equipment. When my family finishes harvesting rice, we can rent it out. After a few years, I will recover the cost. Will this rice thresher last a long time? Hong Lijing worries that if it breaks easily, it won't be worth it. Of course. I will also make some gear oil later to lubricate and maintain the parts. This will reduce friction and greatly extend the machine's life, so it can last for generations. If your family keeps farming for generations, this rice thresher will be a real treasure. Alright, Chang'an, you get it assembled quickly. I'll find some people to carry it back and I'll help promote it so we can sell more. 8 taels of silver. The cost is probably only 4 or 5 taels, so there's a profit of 3 or 4 taels. The Jiang family will make a lot of money. Hong Lijing envies that, but he isn't jealous. He knows his own worth. Greed is the worst enemy for a person. However, Teacher Song disagrees. He has more important tasks for his disciple.
No.
You and Shuwen should follow the drawings to assemble it yourselves.
I need to take the drawings to draw plans.
This news must be sent to the capital immediately. We can't delay. Remember to leave a set of spare parts to send with the letter. Because the summer harvest is coming soon, if they can gather more grain, farmers will have less trouble feeding their families. Teacher Song doesn't wait for others to agree. He pulls Jiang Chang'an away. Everyone looks at each other in surprise. The master isn't here, so what should they do?
Shuwen. Hong Lijing wants to say something.
But he sees Li Shuwen finish installing the rice thresher with a loud click.
Huh. What?
Why aren't you guys installing yours? It's simple and fun. Come and be laborers. Assembling 1 or 2 machines is quite fun, but doing too many makes it dull. Who cares? They need more people to get involved. Li Shuwen looks at everyone as if they are fools. Is this really so hard? Seriously? In the front yard, Teacher Song doesn't take Jiang Chang'an to the private school. Instead, he moves the table under the eaves next to old Jiang's house. It's bright and cool here, the best place for drawing plans. Chang'an, is the rice thresher finished? Does it work well? Old Jiang hears the excited cheers from the backyard and almost can't sit still. If it weren't to avoid trouble for the kids or to keep from making a fuss, he would grab his cane and go see the excitement. Luckily, Jiang Chang'an soon appears in front of him. Otherwise, he would be itching like ants biting him.
Not bad at all, Grandpa.
Rest assured, Chang'an is confident that the project will succeed quickly. This year's summer harvest will be much easier. While drawing diagrams with a wooden ruler and charcoal pencil, Jiang Chang'an answered old Jiang's questions without delay. She had a complete set of blueprints stored in her system, labeled pages 1, 2, and 3, so she just followed them to draw. Master Song immediately felt envious. How skilled is this young girl at drawing? Are you sure you won't make a mistake? This blueprint needs to be presented to the emperor, so you must be very careful. Hearing this, Old Jiang didn't dare to interrupt Chang'an, but he felt even more excited. To the emperor? Does that mean his granddaughter is drawing plans for the emperor?
Wow.
The Jiang family's ancestors are blessed. Blessings to them. Don't worry, teacher. Chang'an has drawn this blueprint before. Even if she closes her eyes, she won't make a mistake. After finishing, you can compare it with the blueprint in the backyard. Chang'an drew very easily. With just a few quick strokes and a few words, she completed a blueprint. It was just a matter of a few lines. How hard could it be? Master Song almost envied his young disciple. Well, he's old now and can't keep up with the lively young people. Old Jiang smiled happily. What could he do? He was actually very excited, but he didn't feel unwell. As expected, people are in high spirits when they're happy. Chang'an, you must draw carefully. Since the emperor would see it, it was a matter of honor. Some people doubted her professionalism, but Jiang Chang'an felt helpless. Whatever. Old Jiang then thought again. Chang'an, how many threshing machines are you planning to make? Maybe you can send 1 or 2 to your aunt's house. She has a lot of land, and with a threshing machine, it would be much easier for her. Jiang's little aunt was old Jiang's youngest daughter. She married her childhood friend, the 5th son of the Tian family from Tudi town. The Tian family had about 600 or 700 acres of land, more than the village landlord's fields. But they had 5 brothers, and her husband was the youngest son. Jiang's little aunt and her husband were quite a handful. Young people have their own ways. Old Jiang giving her a threshing machine was partly to please and partly to apologize to her family. Chang'an kept drawing without thinking and simply replied, sure. Just 2 machines, she could easily make them. After all, her grandfather had asked, so how could she refuse? And she still remembered her little aunt well. She didn't mind her being a bit naive. She often took care of her before marriage, and even after getting married, she frequently bought clothes and snacks to bring home for her nieces and nephews. Master Song was surprised. Does old Jiang not know the value of a threshing machine? There is only 1 sent to the emperor, and you say you want twice as many. Truly, those who do not understand are reckless and very stubborn. With the summer harvest approaching, threshing machines are very precious at this time. Old Jiang really loves his daughter. Master Song suddenly had a mischievous thought. Old Jiang looked confused. Well, the youngest child at home, naturally he cares. And she has caused trouble at her in-laws' place. Cough. Over the years, her in-laws have taken good care of her, so as parents, we should thank them a bit. Hee, this is normal family exchange, just right, just right. Master Song also smiled casually. Haha, yes, Jiang's family is doing better now. An 8-liang silver threshing machine, giving 3 or 4 more wouldn't be a problem. Finally, Master Song mischievously mentioned the price of the threshing machine. Hee, yes, only 8-liang silver for a threshing machine. With a quick glance, old Jiang suddenly fell from his reclining chair.
Grandpa?
Jiang Chang'an was startled. How did you do that? You were just lying comfortably, and now you fell? Jiang Chang'an quickly got up, but Master Song stopped her with a wave. You were careless. It ended up affecting Chang'an's drawing. Who knew old Jiang's mental endurance was so poor? Old Jiang, are you okay? Master Song stepped forward to help him up. 8-liang silver for a threshing machine? Could a threshing machine really be made of silver? Why is it so expensive? Old Jiang was shocked. Yes, quite cheap, right? Think about those beds and tables. Each can sell for hundreds or thousands of silver. For example, the furniture of the daughter of Magistrate Chen was worth 10,000 taels, much more expensive than ordinary families in the capital. But she was just the daughter of a county magistrate, and the deeper meaning is obvious. Anyone with eyes can see there's a problem with that magistrate.
This isn't the same.
That furniture was made from very precious wood, crafted by masters, and took years to carve. Selling for over 10,000 taels, everyone can accept it because it's art.
Part of the price is for fame.
But what's different? This threshing machine is half made of iron, using advanced technology, and selling at 8 taels is already cheap. It's mainly sold to farmers, so that's the highest price it can fetch. Yes, 8 taels of silver. Or, Chang'an, maybe we shouldn't give the threshing machine to your aunt. That might be too much. The Jiang family isn't really that wealthy, are they? Although they have some money, their family is still building a house, and they have many children in school. It's okay, Grandpa. 8 taels is the selling price, but the actual cost is only a few taels of silver. Sometimes, our family also needs to show face to Annie and support her. Zhang's younger sister often goes to her mother's house to take things. Can her in-laws have no opinions? Can her sisters-in-law have no opinions? It's just that the Tian family is too lazy to argue with these troublemakers. But if there is a reward, Zhang's younger sister wouldn't be looked down upon, and she could continue to use her beauty to do harm. Then just one machine. 2 machines are too many. When the word machine was spoken, old man Jiang realized he was completely wrong. The threshing machine was definitely not a small toy. It had already reached a mechanical level. It's fine, just 2 machines. My family has plenty of land, and will need them. While chatting, Jiang Chang'an quickly finished drawing 2 sets of plans and instructions for the threshing machine. Master Song found them useful. He also added a formula for making machine oil, which could be used on other iron tools, like weapons. Master Song's expression gradually became serious. This young disciple certainly didn't learn these things from his books. She used to be simple-minded, but after being struck by lightning, she suddenly became clear-minded and ranked first in the imperial exam. If she was pretending to be foolish before, she wouldn't have such experience and wisdom now. There is only one possibility. She, like the first empress, was blessed by the thunder god and inherited wisdom. So, does Li Shushan also have this blessing? Because that boy not only became more determined, but also improved his martial skills. But Master Song didn't know that Li Shushan's martial arts had already surpassed everyone else. The prophet's prediction was indeed correct. The star of wisdom shone in the south, and it just came from the mountain. Could it really be the mountain village? What a coincidence! Master Song recalled when he first arrived in Mountain Village and saw these children, so simple-minded it was almost foolish. It was hard to imagine they would become talented someday. But he still dedicated himself to nurturing these children because they were his hope. Fortunately, heaven did not let him down, and he finally waited. No, these 2 children are crucial to the Song's future. He must protect them well, and they are still his disciples. All right, just leave the things to me. I will definitely help you gain wisdom and honor. Keep working hard, children. Jiang Chang'an nodded obediently. She was still young, and fame didn't matter much to her. Master Song's heart softened. Such a well-behaved disciple. He patted Jiang Chang'an's head, then carried a bag of threshing machine parts and plans back to the private school. In the study, besides the mute servant, several people in black clothes were waiting quietly. Silent servant, take half of the cavalry and personally deliver the parts of the threshing machine and the letter to the emperor. Set out immediately, travel non-stop, and ensure the fastest delivery. Master Song spoke seriously, feeling reassured only when the silent servant was involved. Master, what will you do? He asked. After he left, who would take care of the master? Nothing is more important than the master's safety. Anyway, these are court matters, and the court no longer welcomes the master, even the emperor. Don't worry, I still have half my people to protect me. That's enough. If it's not enough, then things are really serious. Even if the silent servant stays, it wouldn't help much. I also have Chang'an, Shuwen, and Shangshang village. It's fine. You go with peace of mind. Be careful on the road. If something happens, saving your own life is the most important. If the mission fails, we can start over. But if I lose you all... Master Song suddenly couldn't continue. Memories flooded back. How everyone had come this far was not easy, especially since he once held great power. Moreover, those who could walk with him this far were few, all of his most important people. Once their forces go into action, there is a risk of exposure, and peaceful days might be over. Master, rest assured, we know what to do. Take care of yourself. The mute servant choked up several times, recalling his fallen brothers. Yes, go now. Safe travels. As soon as Master Song finished speaking, The few people bowed and took their leave, knowing they were going on a long journey. Then, with a few quick movements, they disappeared from sight. Second young master. Master Song called out to others. A thin, small figure in black appeared, kneeling on one knee. Master, what are your orders? The voice sounded quite young. Assign a few people to follow Chang'an, Shuwen, and Shirkong. Make sure to protect them well, but until it's a life-or-death situation, you don't need to appear in front of them. Also, Shuwen's martial skills are quite good. Be careful when you follow him, and don't let him discover you. Otherwise, the training effect wouldn't be achieved. Yes, Master. The young man in black responded and stepped back. Master Song then took out another blueprint and formula and rewrote a letter. He planned to send it to Magistrate Chen tomorrow, as he still needed to request a piece of iron. Without this blueprint, it would be really difficult. Moreover, the threshing machine also needed official support and promotion to truly benefit the people. This time, Mr. Song will carefully follow the progress of the matter and make sure County Magistrate Chen properly implements the task. He must not let him use the grain thresher to abuse his power for personal gain. There are many threshers, but once divided, they are not enough. Mr. Song sent one to the capital, one to the county office, Jiang the blacksmith 1, Hong Lijing 1, Shin the landlord 2, Jiang Xiaogu 2, and it seems there are no more matters for the Jiang family now.
So, they urgently needed some iron.
Early the next morning, Mr. Song took Jiang Chang'an, Li Shushen, and Shin Shirkong to the government office, this time riding in Shun's carriage. Originally, Shun Yujiao insisted on coming along, mainly because Li Shushen was on the carriage. Even though he had now become an orphan, he was still very precious. But Shun Shirkong firmly refused. Everyone could see that Li Shushen's mind was entirely on Jiang Chang'an. His sister's involvement would only deepen her troubles, and in the end, she would suffer alone. They were still young and didn't understand love and romance, these fleeting feelings that turn into obsession only because of temporary desire and frustration. It's better to stop in time and avoid further trouble. The carriage moved smoothly and soon arrived in the county town. The streets were still lively, with people from all walks of life busy with their daily work, happily engaged. But today, does the atmosphere feel a bit different? Most pedestrians looked serious and hurried, giving a tense, fearful impression. Jiang Chang'an leaned against the window of the carriage and looked at the street scene, sharing his thoughts. Could something big have happened that we don't know about? When they took Grandpa to the county town for treatment the day before yesterday, they might have been too anxious to notice the street's condition. Now they suddenly realized that few people on the street looked happy, quite different from the first time they came for the assessment. I heard that yesterday, a criminal was beheaded by the county magistrate at the market. The blood splattered everywhere, terrifying. They say he stole something valuable from the magistrate's house. Old Shin, who was driving the carriage, covered his mouth and lowered his voice. He often traveled between the village and the county, so he was well informed. Jiang Chang'an stared in shock, eyes wide. Steal something so precious that they behead him? Isn't that a bit too harsh? They were afraid because they had just stolen the priceless jade from County Magistrate Chen. That old man might be upset over this. Jiang Chang'an tugged at Li Shushen's sleeve. Could it be true that this is the real reason? However, Li Shushen scoffed. You overestimate our county magistrate. As long as he's in a bad mood, he can do whatever he wants to those weaker than him. This magistrate is completely without principles, and the people in Chang County are probably used to it. Master Song agreed. People are like that, but they still need a reason. Even the most arrogant officials have to pretend sometimes. Otherwise, they can't keep the support of the people. It seems the magistrate has been in a bad mood lately. Maybe they chose the wrong time to come. But there was already tension between Shangshan Village and County Magistrate Chen, especially with Li Shushen. No one knew what leverage he had, but he threatened the local officials directly. Of course, they wouldn't be smiling at him if they were afraid. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the tea house on the street, louder than the noise of the crowd, reaching Jiang Chang'an's ears. Little Master, Master Jiang. A tall man in a black short outfit leaned half his body out of the window, calling to Jiang Chang'an and waving his right hand enthusiastically. Jiang Chang'an twitched his mouth, thinking someone might mistake him for a young nun. The man was the same bodyguard boss who had given her 11 taels of silver before. Was he trying to avoid suspicion by keeping his distance from her? Now, he wasn't avoiding her? Boss Wang, Jiang Chang'an greeted politely. He had to be courteous. After all, he was a big customer. Master Jiang, come up quickly. Let's have a good get-together. The boss suddenly invited, then made a gesture for her to follow. It seemed he had something to discuss with her. Although, Jiang Chang'an didn't quite understand what he meant. But maybe she could get useful information from Boss Wang instead of blindly rushing into the county office. Let's go, she decided. Master Song also agreed. Recently, he had been busy learning to draw, making salt from alkali soil, using old glasses, building large wheels, pottery, carpentry, improving iron with new smelting techniques for hardness and wear resistance, and developing threshing machines. He was working on many different technologies. There was nothing he couldn't do if he set his mind to it. Of course, he couldn't just send everything to the capital all at once. Jiang Chang'an would be at risk of losing control of the projects. For now, Master Song only planned to keep the alkali salt, threshing machine, and iron smelting techniques under wraps. Anyway, others can't tell the quality of iron tools just by looking with the eye. Only those who have used tools for a long time or blacksmiths like Jiang can tell. It's enough that others don't notice these details. While busy with these matters, Master Song hadn't checked on the news about the county town for a long time. Now, he truly doesn't know what the situation in Chang County is like. Master Song let a few people off the carriage and headed to the tea house, going straight to the second floor. Head Biao Wang was waiting at the door to greet them. Master Song, long time no see. Please come in. Head Biao Wang no longer needed to avoid suspicion, as Shanshang village had also offended County Magistrate Chen. Head Biao Wang had a grudge against Magistrate Chen and kept an eye on his movements. So, he received the news immediately. In a private room of the tea house, Head Biao Wang dismissed his companions. Everyone sit down. No need to be polite. I've heard about your village's affairs. As the saying goes, the enemy's enemy is a friend. So we're already considered friends. Plus, the last time I was saved, now we are like family. Haha. Head Biao Wang laughed loudly, looking very confident. It seemed he had won another round in his struggle with Magistrate Chen. Head Biao Wang is right, but calling it a life-saving grace is a bit much. Head Biao Wang is a man of loyalty, and Master Song still admires him. Hey, it really was a life-saving grace. If it weren't for Jiang and little Master Chang'an calling Chang'an, right? That sounds familiar. Uncle, can I call you that too? Head Biao Wang really likes Jiang Chang'an. The young girl looked delicate and soft, capable and charming. Why isn't she his child? Jiang Chang'an nodded. As long as you're happy, it's just a way of calling. All right, Chang'an, come have some snacks. You two kids should eat too. Master Song, please have some tea. Actually, I'm not good at tea, so I ordered the most expensive one in the shop, hoping it's still drinkable. After saying that, Head Biao Wang drank the tea in one gulp, showing his good mood, without hesitation. It seems Head Biao Wang is in high spirits because of good news, Master Song said, tasting the tea carefully. Haha, it's not that something good happened to me, but I'm happy to see my enemies suffer misfortune. Well, being able to keep his agency was his own happiness. Initially, he had given up hope, but unexpectedly, things turned around. Magistrate Chen was overwhelmed and had no energy to deal with him, so his agency gained a layer of protection.
Oh?
I'd love to hear the details. Isn't that the purpose of us coming here to drink tea? Commander Wang also intentionally let Master Song know. They needed to exchange information to better defend against Magistrate Chen's counterattack. At this moment, Commander Wang finally became cautious. Looking around and seeing no one nearby, he spoke softly. The official office has had a big incident, or rather, Magistrate Chen has a problem. It seems he lost something very important. Recently, he has sent many people to search frantically. First, he killed a notorious bandit, then sealed off several gambling dens and stone gambling sites, and even disrupted shipping at the docks. This caused many merchants to complain and suffer heavy losses. They have now joined forces to fight back, and things are quite chaotic. Because of this, he hasn't had time to care about the village on the mountain. Compared to small profits, it's clear that what he lost is more valuable or involves lives. Even his newly opened agency didn't notice. After tampering with furniture last time, he arranged for bandits to ambush our agency again. But the bandits were fewer than expected, half as many. So, our tiger might succeeded, and this victory raised our reputation in the martial world once more. All of this was forced out. It's impossible for Commander Wang to feel grateful to Magistrate Chen. Master Song sighed. Do we know what was lost? Could it be related to Li Shushan's secrets? He wondered whether to communicate openly with Li Shushan, fearing that if Magistrate Chen went mad, innocent people might get hurt. I don't know exactly. I heard it's connected to high officials in the city, and even most of the officials in the office don't know, he replied, indicating how serious the matter was. Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan exchanged glances. Recently, the knights on Whitestone Mountain had been restless. It's likely that Magistrate Chen took people to look for jade. When they found the item missing, who could accept such a huge loss? Oh, and there's also population registration and land surveys. During the day, constables and clerks went door to door to verify residents and visited fields, working with unprecedented seriousness, busyness, and responsibility. Have you ever seen officials from the official office go to the countryside to do real work? Those people are all high officials, waiting to be served every day. Of course, Magistrate Chen didn't find any clues in the village on the mountain. He then shifted to a broader approach. Perhaps it was all a sham, meant to stir up confusion, take advantage of the chaos, and distract or unsettle opponents. Maybe he also planned to deal with some people he disliked at the same time? Magistrate Chen's true intentions are unknown. Anyway, he definitely won't find the jade. It's just unclear how this matter relates to the city officials. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Currently, Jiang Chang'an and his team don't need the jade. Later, they can build a golden jade workshop to use up the jade. Li Shushan remains calm and confident, and Jiang Chang'an isn't worried. Our village has salt fields and saltpeter, but the quantities are small. After a while, they might run out, and ash can be used to make salt. I've already reported this to the authorities, and I believe the recipe will spread quickly. The profit isn't much, but everyone will learn it. Still, the court will lose a lot of income this way. Most people already know how to do it, but the court will benefit less from taxes. Many people probably won't like this, but the emperor surely does because most salt is controlled by powerful families and local salt can increase the national treasury's income. Really? That's great. I think salt prices in the south will go down. But they can't drop too much because not everyone can make salt from soil, and not every household has time to do it. Only the poor who can't afford salt will do this work, but it doesn't affect much of the market. At least, Wang Biao, a courier, doesn't have time to make salt because it doesn't earn money, and wasting time isn't worth it. The reason we're coming to the county town is that we've developed new farming tools. We need to report this to the officials and buy more iron blocks. Wang Biao also has farmland. Let me show you. Maybe it will help a lot. Song Fuzi took out the drawings from his box and laid them on the table for Wang Biao to see. Wang Biao immediately became interested when he saw the drawings. He quickly understood what the new farming tool looked like. It was very realistic. Literature people are impressive. But he asked, Such a big tool? What is it for? He looked at it for a long time but couldn't figure out its purpose. The iron lumps are useful, but if it's not practical, it would be a waste. Better to have a sword or a knife. This is a grain thresher. You step on it with your foot, and it makes the rolling barrel turn. It can lift the rice stalks and separate the grains, saving a lot of effort compared to manual threshing, at least 60% less work, Song explained carefully. They treat each other like family, so they naturally want to help each other and maintain good relations. Oh, that looks pretty good. How much does it cost? I'll buy a few. Actually, Wang Biao couldn't see the actual product, so he didn't know its size or value. He just wanted to support Jiang Chang'an's business. Hee hee, 8 taels of silver each. We've sold 8 units already. After reporting to the officials and buying more iron, we can start other business. Our goal is to promote the grain threshing machine so that farmers can benefit. The government will fund the production of these machines, rent them to farmers, and include a small rental fee in the taxes. This is just an initial idea. How exactly the court will proceed remains uncertain. However, Shanshang village will definitely implement it this way. Once the villagers see the benefits, news will spread naturally, and the threshing machines will gradually become popular. This will, in turn, increase tax revenue. Wang Biao was shocked and carefully examined the plans. Since there were no measurements, he couldn't judge the value, but a tool costing only a few coins was still bought by someone. It should be very useful, right? I'll buy 8, he said, with about 100 coins available. If it truly saves 60% of the harvest effort, he would recover his money quickly. Their security agency manages thousands of acres, and 8 machines are just a trial. If they work well, they could buy 10 more. It's such a good thing that if they delay, they might miss out. Calm down, Wang Biao. We will discuss everything after we return from the government office. With our connections, we will definitely keep some benefits for you, said Song Fuzi. Yes, thank you, Mr. Song. Should I go with you to the government office? I know some people there. Maybe they can help, Wang Biao said enthusiastically, even more eager than before. Song Fuzi slightly twitched his mouth. Even if he knew people inside the office, it might not help. Li Shushen had threatened the county magistrate, and this matter was beyond repair. All right, let's go together, Song Fuzi agreed, just to satisfy his curiosity and let Wang Biao see that County Magistrate Chen's attitude was different from usual. The group left the tea house together and headed toward the county government office. Recently, the office's schedule was a bit chaotic because most activities took place at night, often for several days in a row. Now, not only the old gatekeeper, but also the sweepers looked sleepy and lacked energy. When Jiang Chang'an and his group arrived at the government office, the gatekeeper was dozing against the doorframe. Before Song Fuzi could act, Wang Biao stepped forward quickly to open the way. Brother, we have something to see the county magistrate about. Please inform him. After speaking, Wang Biao skillfully took out about 10 copper coins from his pocket and pressed them into the old man's hand. Jiang Chang'an envied him. No wonder he was connected to the court. Even the gatekeeper made good money. She was determined to pass the imperial exams well, become an official, and not let the emperor's special privileges for women or the generous silver go to waste. The gatekeeper, recognizing the familiar feeling of the coins, immediately perked up. Meeting the god of wealth early in the morning meant good luck today. He looked carefully. Hey, Head Wang, what wind blew you here? If he remembers correctly, this old guy seems to have some disagreements with the adults, right? Is he here to pick a fight? The Tiger Valor Agency has been standing in Yichang County for many years. It holds some status in the martial world and is quite wealthy. Otherwise, Head Wang wouldn't be so generous in his daily expenses. But in front of the government officials, they still don't measure up. So, naturally, this lucrative opportunity caught their attention. The market is small, and only a few things are profitable. Agencies are cheap to start and easy to run. Recently, the officials have been acting a bit too boldly, so they haven't had the manpower to shut them down. Otherwise, the Tiger Valor Agency might have already disappeared. It seems the agency's luck hasn't run out yet, so Head Wang really doesn't need to rush to show off. Does he think the officials aren't paying enough attention to him? Head Wang, the officials haven't been in a good mood lately. Maybe you should come back another day? The gatekeeper, feeling guilty after accepting so much money, softly reminds him. Brother, you're mistaken. The people who want to see the county magistrate are Master Song and his group. They need to discuss agricultural tools with him. Which Master Song? The old man looks suspiciously at the group, not recognizing them. They probably aren't famous. Any well-known scholar in the county or nearby would be familiar to the gatekeeper, but he has never heard of a Master Song. But a scholar who doesn't teach students properly and just takes a few children to the government office to deal with agricultural tools. Those 2 officials from the capital have already left, and it's too late to show off now. Does the county magistrate seem to lack talent? He must be from the countryside. The group looks poor and unrefined. Head Wang, who often travels on missions, immediately notices the contempt in the old man's eyes. He sneers inwardly, just a gatekeeper, not even respecting scholars. His heart is truly big. The county magistrate's dog is just like his master, arrogant. But Master Song doesn't regard the magistrate highly either, let alone a gatekeeper. Master Song from the mountain village's private school is visiting the county magistrate with his students. Please inform him, brother. But when the old man hears the name, his expression immediately turns serious. He quickly becomes respectful. From Mountain Village's song. Please wait a moment, I will go report right away. The gatekeeper wipes an imaginary sweat from his forehead and quickly runs into the government office. Why didn't he say so earlier? This group of people came from Shangshang village or the private school there. Even the county magistrate couldn't handle them, so an old gatekeeper decided to slip away first out of respect. Although I don't know how fierce the people from Shangshang village or the private school are, one of his close friends was among the people sent to carry out the task that day. His friend had warned him to stay away from the villagers. It seems that the private school in Shangshang village really has some secrets. First, they suddenly took the top spot in the exam, then many people went to carry out secret missions there. Plus, there's this strange magic called earth-cooked salt, which turns small children into martial arts masters or perhaps into monsters. Overall, it's very strange. As an ordinary commoner, it's better not to get involved. Inside the government office, everything was quiet. Magistrate Chen was lying in a noble chair, resting with his eyes closed. No one dared to disturb him, not even the staff passing by. However, after the old gatekeeper reported, the magistrate's personal guard had to come inside and report, "Sir, Master Song from Shangshang Private School has arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, Magistrate Chen suddenly opened his eyes sharply, a fierce and sharp look flashing across his face, making the guard feel nervous. Master Song, what is he here for? The jade pendant was nowhere to be found. Could it be that Master Song took it? But strangely, his people found no clues at the private school. Investigation showed that Li Shushan and Master Song were not allies. Master Song only took him as a disciple because of Li Shushan's background. Master Song was closer to Jiang Chang'an and took care of him over the years, secretly protecting that little fool. Maybe because of the fool's mother, whose background was also quite mysterious. Otherwise, Zhang Sen wouldn't have gone mad, claiming to see ghosts.
Ha!
There are no ghosts in this world. It's probably the Jiang family or Jiang Chang'an and Master Song behind it all. These things, Magistrate Chen only learned after being frustrated in Shangshang village. The scariest part was that Li Shushan had secret letters betraying the country and had left behind Roots, his mistress and son. Everything was clear to him. Even if those letters were fake, with such strong and mysterious forces involved, Magistrate Chen had never encountered anything like it. He could only believe, for now, that they weren't enemies and Li Shushan wouldn't cause trouble for him. So, it's very likely that Li Shushan doesn't know about the jade or didn't take it. That kid was very proud and never looked down on him, the magistrate. He probably wouldn't bother to lie. If he really stole the jade, this kid might even use it to humiliate him. He wouldn't hide it. Regarding the jade matter, Magistrate Chen stirred up a commotion in the nearby county, disturbing the stagnant water. He hoped someone might reveal a clue, while also dealing with his difficult rivals. Of course, this was also the higher-ups' plan, so he acted without hesitation. Now, what are these teachers and students here for? Recently, scouts reported that the most lively activity on the mountain village was the internal conflict within the Jiang family, who were also involved in making large carts and firing green pottery. Magistrate Chen looked puzzled. He sat up and slowly sipped the rich tea from the cup beside him. The guards stood low, not daring to speak, patiently waiting for instructions. Has Li Shushan arrived? Magistrate Chen suddenly asked. He still remembered the painful feeling of that young man pressing a sharp weapon against his neck. The guard trembled slightly, bowing his head lower. Carefully, he answered, the old gatekeeper only said that Scholar Song and the head of the Wang were together. but didn't mention anyone else. "Find out for sure before coming back," said Magistrate Chen. Surprisingly, he didn't scold his subordinate this time, because his mind was focused on the outside, as if facing a great enemy. The guard hurried out and asked the old gatekeeper again at the gate. Only then did he return. "Sir, along with Scholar Song, there are 3 children and a coachman. Whether Li Shushan was among them, the old gatekeeper didn't know." "Then invite them all to the hall," said Magistrate Chen, standing up and adjusting his sleeves. He walked to the main hall, arms behind his back, waiting to see what these people wanted. Soon after, Jiang Chang'an and her group were brought into the hall. Jiang Chang'an secretly looked around the hall. It was said to be quite luxurious, but in her eyes, the building lacked light and looked gloomy, with some structural issues. If it weren't for annual repairs, it might collapse in a year or 2. The furniture was plain and sturdy, but not very well made. The carvings were simple and the paint was poor. It was definitely not as good as the dowry of the county magistrate's daughter she had seen before. She seemed to have found a new business opportunity, selling high-end furniture. Making a piece that could last a year might take others a long time, but Jiang Chang'an didn't need to. At this moment, the 2 groups met. County Lord, both Scholar Song and Li Shushan bowed respectfully to Magistrate Chen, as if the threat he posed that day no longer mattered. No need to be so formal. Please sit anywhere. May I ask what brings you here today?" Master Chen appears to be quite casual and polite on the surface. If Li Shushan doesn't come, who would bother to meet such a small scholar? However, Master Chen's politeness seems unfamiliar to Wang Biao. This man has been in Chang'an County for over 10 years. Who else could he truly respect? Now, can Scholar Song? Indeed, this is rare to see. It seems it's time to build a good relationship with Scholar Song. Yes, sir. Our teacher and students have developed a new rice threshing machine. As the name suggests, it is a farming tool used to thresh rice. It can save about 70 to 80% of the effort and greatly improve harvesting efficiency, reducing the harvest time by 60%. We plan to produce more of these and promote them to farmers to increase their harvests. Better harvests mean higher taxes. Some parts of the threshing machine are made of iron, so we want to request some iron blocks from you. Here are the blueprints. You can take a look. Scholar Song took out the blueprints again and handed them to Shin Shikong, who passed them to Master Chen. Of course, these blueprints are simplified versions. Scholar Song also asked Jiang Chang'an to make some modifications to reduce the visual impact of the 3D drawings.
Oh.
So you're here to buy iron? What kind of farming tool is so impressive that these people dare to openly come to the government office to buy iron? Master Chen was quite curious. Of course, he was 90% sure he wouldn't sell the iron. Why would he sell iron to these folks so they could make weapons to fight him? However, when he saw the blueprints of the threshing machine, Master Chen was surprised. The design looked quite decent. No wonder they dared to boast so confidently. How do you use this? Has Scholar Song already reported to the capital? If the device is really good, this achievement could be significant. Maybe he could also report it to the government office. Then, the government and Scholar Song's team might compete fiercely, and he could profit from the chaos. Master Chen's first thought was how to deal with Scholar Song and his people, not the benefits of the threshing machine for farmers. He didn't care about the summer harvest at all. To get a large amount of iron, Master Chen couldn't just watch. Scholar Song waved his hand and said, "Chang and Shushan, have one assembled for the county magistrate to see." Yes, sir. Jiang Chang'an picked up a large cloth bag, went to the center of the hall, and emptied all the parts inside. She then quickly assembled the machine without needing to look at the blueprints. Just by matching the parts, she worked very fast. Li Shushan didn't need to help at all, only occasionally handed over some parts. Scholar Song's woodworking skills are really impressive. Initially, if the guards had helped Wang Biao on the street, the tiger-wielding agency might have survived. Now, it no longer exists, replaced by his own agency, which is thriving and making good money. County Magistrate Chen cast a dismissive glance at Wang Biao, allowing this old man to escape a disaster. It's okay. There's plenty of time ahead. It's just average. I learned from his grandfather when I was young, and later we worked together on some projects. Practice makes perfect, Song said vaguely. Jiang Chang'an quickly assembled the threshing machine. The entire frame was crafted with tight joints, sturdy and neat, without using a single. It looked solid and beautiful. Is this the threshing machine? Magistrate Chen asked curiously, stepping forward. Jiang had to explain again. As Chen listened, his eyes grew more serious. How does Master Song plan to operate it? If you want to promote it widely and benefit the people, isn't making it in the mountain village too limited?
No.
We will leave the blueprints with the officials. The mountain village will only make a few, selling each for about 8 taels of silver. We can also rent them out nearby at a low price. Those who want to use them can exchange grain or other goods. Your concern for the people is commendable. I believe you will also produce some cheaply for the common folk, increasing tax revenue, right? The frame is set up for you. If you overstep, he can report you at any time. Song smiled gently. Magistrate Chen sneered inwardly. Song was right, using the government's name to promote and rent to peasants, earning merit. But who's to say he can't secretly sell at high prices to wealthy merchants? Business that benefits both sides is the best. Master Song's idea is good. I think so too. So, there won't be many iron blocks allocated to the mountain village. Without a good furnace, you wouldn't need more anyway. Chen secretly sneered again. He didn't know Zhang's blacksmith family had upgraded their furnace several levels. They could not only smelt iron blocks but also refine high-quality iron. It's fine. Just give us 1,000 jin of iron blocks, and the rest is up to you, sir. Song stroked his beard, looking very easy to talk to. Magistrate Chen's face darkened. The old man really dared to think. How could they give 1,000 jin of iron? The county office didn't even have that much. It's not for rebellion. Master Song, you're joking. The county office can't store that much iron. At most 300 jin. If you want more, find someone else, he said coldly. They wouldn't give any either. Humph. Doesn't he want to use it himself? Song looked troubled, but inside, he was already delighted. On the way here, they agreed that 300 jin of iron was enough because Jiang Chang'an would add some other minerals. Others need 7 or 8 jin of iron to make a single threshing machine part. But Jiang Chang'an only needs 3 jin, so they can make 100 threshing machines. Of course, they should leave some iron aside for making other furniture later. All right, let's follow the adults' plan, they said. Master Song agreed to buy 300 jin of iron without bargaining, making County Magistrate Chen feel like he had been tricked. Maybe old Song never really planned to buy that much iron. He just gave a high number to start negotiations later. County Magistrate Chen was angry and wanted to throw the table, but he held back when he saw Li Shushan's half-smile and knowing look. Fine, since the iron is sold by the government and not given for free, he still made money. He could sell it a bit higher, and no one could do anything about it. Then go and handle the paperwork quickly, Chen said, lifting his teacup to signal them to leave. All right, goodbye. Master Song stood up, grabbed a sack, and left. He still needed to load some iron to take back. Outside, someone would guide them to pay and complete the purchase. Until Master Song and his group disappeared around the corner, Magistrate Chen suddenly swept the tea set off the table, smashing it into pieces. He hadn't been so patient and forgiving in a long time. He planned to deal with Li Shushan someday, but first he wanted to get rid of his teacher. Master Song had connections and could report to the prefecture. He could give the farm tools and plans to the prefect, who would then report to the emperor. This way, everyone would know which plans were real and which were fake. If the emperor got angry, what could he do? He chuckled sinisterly. Bring ink and paper. Also, have a copy of this blueprint made for the workshop. Send it along with the threshing machine to the prefecture and personally deliver it to the prefect. Li Shushan, who was still nearby, overheard everything clearly and smirked sarcastically. By the time the letter and the threshing machine reached the capital, it would be too late. Besides, the threshing machine was clearly Jiang Chang'an and Master Song's creation. Anyone with a bit of brains would investigate thoroughly before acting. If Magistrate Chen tried to set a trap now, he would only create enemies with the prefect. Suppose the local official is very greedy and takes reckless risks. He would probably send people to handle Mr. Song and cover up the truth, then report the credit. But Mr. Song is not afraid of a small official. If the official faces setbacks with Mr. Song and gets into trouble with the emperor, what will happen to County Magistrate Chen's future? So harming others often ends up hurting oneself. Take your time to fight, or life will become too boring. Here in Jiang Chang'an's place, he quickly received a piece of iron, packed into 6 big sacks. The Shun family's carriage was starting to be full, and besides, their carriage wasn't meant for cargo. How big of a deal can this be? Don't forget what I do, said Wang, who runs a guard shop. He's used to having many carts. After seeing the assembled grain thresher, Wang was even more determined to order one. Mr. Song, just to be clear, I want to order 10 grain threshers. If it really saves so much labor, his harvest could increase by at least 10%. Hey, do you want the new type of sickle? It's for cutting rice and wheat, very sharp, Jiang added, promoting it to earn more money and make it easier to create more tools and machinery in the future. With the threshers as a selling point, Wang was excited about the sickles Jiang mentioned and nodded repeatedly, saying, yes, yes, yes. This decision would bring Wang great benefits in future events. Wait for me. I'll go find someone to help you carry the goods, Wang said, ready to leave. But Jiang quickly stopped him by grabbing his arm. Wait, I actually want to buy a cow and a simple cart, Jiang said. His family needed to haul soil, minerals, and bricks, so having a cow cart was very useful, saving people from tiring themselves out. Wang scratched his head awkwardly. I'm pretty good at judging horses, but I don't know much about cows. Sorry, my dear niece. Old Shin can tell about cows, Shun Shirkong spoke up. Old Shin not only took care of horses and drove carts for the Shin family, but also raised cattle in his spare time. So, the Shun family's cows could be used for free by him. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The piece of iron can stay in the cart for now. Once I buy a cow cart, we'll switch it out, Jiang said. Let's go, Li Shushin said, easily lifting 2 heavy sacks of iron, one in each hand. Let's go, Jiang Chang'an said eagerly, also carrying 2 heavy sacks of iron. Head Wang and the people in the government office were all stunned when they saw this. These 2 bags of iron, weighing about 100 jin, are heavy enough for an adult man to struggle with. Yet, the 2 children easily carried them as if they were cotton. Is this some kind of fantasy world, Master Song?
He.
Head Wang stammered. He had prepared to carry the bags back and forth several times, but instead, these 2 young and old combined turned out to be strong men. Could even Shun Shirkong be like that? Everyone's eyes turned to Shun Shirkong, hoping to see how he would perform. Shun Shirkong, sorry about this. I can't lift 100 jin, and I'm not a monster. Those 2 little ones are definitely extraordinary. Shun Shirkong nodded politely to Master Song and Head Wang, then clasped his hands behind his back and followed Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushin. He just a bit stronger than usual. Nothing special, Master Song chuckled. He was always smiling because he had seen many miracles. Who would be surprised anymore? Please, Head Wang, carry 1 bag, Master Song said, bowing slightly. He also picked up a bag himself, looking quite confident and strong. Yes, he was old now. Unlike young people, even if he could lift it, he wouldn't carry it away. His face was covered with a leather mask, and others should cover up a bit to look more realistic. So, it turns out that Master Song and his students were all quite capable. What a painful realization. Why did they even bother to provoke these people back then? Some constables immediately felt a sharp pain all over, recalling how badly they had been beaten before. After leaving the government office, they walked on foot while Old Shin drove a carriage toward Neo Market. They just happened to pass by the Tiger Mite Agency, where the carriage was parked. If it weren't for official business, Head Wang would definitely invite everyone inside to see the place. Neo Market in the western part of Chang County is where all the livestock trades happen. There are pigs, dogs, cattle, sheep, horses, and even wild game. All kinds of fresh meat are available, but the smell isn't very pleasant. Shin Shirkong didn't really want to go inside. The place looked messy and crowded, and it seemed hard to find a good footing. But Not only Jiang Chang'an, even Li Shushan remained calm and expressionless. He wanted to ask how they managed to do it. Don't they smell the stench? Li Shushan, who had seen plenty of corpse odors, could tolerate the smell of filth. Jiang Chang'an, if you've never smelled the pungent chemical agents, you wouldn't understand how the strange, mild smell here is. Jiang Chang'an's purpose for buying the cow was for plowing fields and pulling carts. So, Old Shin had picked a very strong young bull for her. The price was 15 taels, which was really expensive. Old Shin had argued loudly, and in the end, the seller only offered a broken cart. Now, with the summer harvest coming soon, after the harvest, it's time to plant the next season's rice. This is the best time of year to sell cows. If you don't buy now, someone else will soon. The cow owner didn't argue back and seemed indifferent, as if he was sure someone would buy his cow soon. He wasn't worried about losing the sale. That's impossible. The cow's hooves are covered with even cow dung, clearly from this cow. It must have been working for many days. Jiang Chang'an was completely sure the seller was lying. Yes, the cow's eyes are proud and wild, probably unruly. Maybe it has hurt someone before. A strong bull like this is rarely sold easily. It must have some flaws, Li Shushan said confidently, crossing his arms. The cow kept snorting and challenging them. TSK, such a foolish animal, really out of control. Shushan is right. Chang'an, you'd better choose another one. Your family mostly has old people and children. It wouldn't be good if the bull suddenly went crazy and hurt someone. Shin Shikong was really worried, always thinking about Jiang Chang'an. Old Shen had looked shocked and scared after hearing this. He had only been focused on how strong the cow was and missed this important point. You cow trader, bullying us at the Tiger Power Agency. Looks like you don't want to do business anymore? Wang Biao, the leader, frowned and flexed his muscles, ready to fight the cow seller. The Tiger Power Agency usually works with regular horse traders, so Wang Biao wasn't very familiar with this. He almost got tricked. The cow seller hesitated and looked furious, as if he was about to explode. With just a few bags of manure, they guessed everything. It was almost impossible to give them a way out. This cow really was unruly. It had been with several owners, but after just a few days, they returned it. This business would lose money if it kept happening. He only wanted to slaughter the cow, but he knew he couldn't because of strict rules against killing cows without reason. He had already thought about killing the cow for meat, but of course, he didn't do it. But it really is a good cow. No illness, strong and young, and it could last for decades. If you can tame it, it's a very good deal. I'm not lying to you, he said. Was there anyone more wronged? Selling a cow could get him into trouble with wandering guards. Did he really have to get beaten? If that happened, he would definitely slaughter this cow. Jiang Chang'an also liked this bull very much. It was so beautiful, tall, strong, with shiny fur and white teeth. It was the coolest cowboy. Boss, give me a fair price. The boss almost cried. He said he was offering a fair price. If there hadn't been any incidents, he could sell this bull for 18 taels. But if he couldn't sell it, he would really be losing money. 10 taels should be okay, right? If not, forget it. At worst, he'd lose his mind and sell the bull to the county official at the government office. Officials don't need to ban the slaughter of working cattle. They have many reasons to use them. Killing a cow is very easy. But after years of selling cattle, the boss had developed some feelings for the animals and couldn't bear to see the bull killed. Fine then. Also, that broken cart can be given to us, he said. 10 taels for a bull should be acceptable, right? According to old Neo too, his mother cow was worth 16 taels. Are you really buying? The bull owner hesitated again. It's really hurt someone before. It can't plow fields or pull carts. Actually, it wasn't even a real cow, just an ancestor's relic, useless now. The bull owner looked sad and explained the truth. He didn't want to say it, really, but he also didn't want a tragedy to happen again to this bull. Yes, Chang'an. No matter how good-looking a cow is, if it's disobedient, it's useless, he said. Seeing this, would Jiang Chang'an come to fight him? Oh, disobedient? Can you disobey? Jiang Chang'an reached out a small hand and grabbed one of the bull's horns, secretly applying some force. It won't disobey. Li Shushan also grabbed the other horn and secretly used his inner strength. Suddenly, the bull knelt down with a thud, its head pressed to the ground, unable to move. Its proud strength was completely suppressed, and its eyes immediately filled with tears, as if begging for mercy. Be careful, don't break its head. Shin Shikong felt nervous, forgetting the great strength of the two little demons. The bull seemed to understand and suddenly shed tears. If it could bow its head, it would definitely bow to the humans' children. It had always been the one to dominate others, but now it was pressed to the ground. It whined, help. It's like Mount Tai is pressing down.
Good job.
From now on, I'll call you Little Goody. Jiang Chong'an released his grip, patted the bull's head, and signaled to Li Shushan. The two of them lifted the bull together. Little Goody, go work for our family. We will definitely feed you lots of delicious green grass, and grains are fine too. Jiang Chong'an was like a wolf grandmother, enticing the bull. Even though the bull couldn't understand her, its once proud and stubborn eyes had become much calmer now. The cattle owner was stunned. It was the first time he'd seen two young children have such strength. After selling cattle for decades, he had never seen anyone tame cattle so simply and roughly. But surprisingly, they had actually tamed the bull. Now, the real danger was the bull itself. What should he do? Should he still sell it? Boss, let's settle the bill, Jiang Chong'an said without hesitation, happily paying the money. She had just taken a deposit of 30 taels from Wang Biao, so she wasn't short of money. Of course, half of that money belonged to Jiang Fengshuo's family. The cattle owner was still a bit dazed. After receiving Jiang Chong'an's money, he vaguely took out the cattle's red contract and handed it to her. Of course, the old, shaky cart was also given to Jiang Chong'an. This made the cattle owner feel a bit heartbroken. That was a cart, even if old, it was still valuable. Giving it away like this, he managed to get rid of the bull. Wang Biao laughed loudly. The two young friends were truly skilled. He clearly saw Jiang Chong'an's dislike for the cart, but it was better than nothing. They still needed to haul a piece of iron back. Young Lady Jiang, you're so good at woodworking. How about fixing our courier's cart sometime? The Tigerway courier had its own carpenter, but that craftsman only knew how to repair carts and wasn't as skilled as Jiang Chong'an. Wang Biao's idea was to have Jiang Chong'an modify their cart, maybe making it easier and more efficient to use. Sure, we'll come back when we have time. We're too busy lately. After completing the formalities, Jiang Chong'an led the bull out of the West Market and went to the Tigerway courier to install a piece of iron, then headed home. The people driving the bullock cart were Li Shushan and Jiang Chong'an. Jiang Chong'an's skills were a bit lacking, but Li Shushan was very experienced at driving the cart, having learned from Master Song. And with their hands, the bull actually turned into a little obedient creature. When Jiang Chong'an and her group returned to the village with a cart, the sun was setting in the west. In the evening, villagers hurried from fields and farms to their homes. They happened to witness this scene, and all stopped to watch. Farmers spend their whole lives facing the earth and working under the sky, scraping by in the fields all year round. Opportunities to see money are rare, so only a few families in the village could afford to buy a cow. This bull was really tall and strong. It pulled the cart for so long without showing signs of fatigue, even better than the old cow at the Lautu family. Chong'an, where did you get this cow? Could it be that you bought it for your family? The villagers were very curious and couldn't help but investigate further. Since Jiang Chong'an and Li Shushan were busy driving the cart, the ox couldn't have been bought by Li Shushan, who had just left the Li family. The villagers didn't know exactly what had happened to the Li family. Recently, the landlord Li and his wife had been arguing a lot, and the whole family was in chaos. They had no mood to care about Li Shushan, who was not even their biological son. Initially, Li Shushan didn't have anything to support himself. Instead, he had repaid the Li family's kindness over the years with ginseng. So, it was very likely that Jiang Chong'an bought the ox for the Jiang family. Who would have thought? The little fool from before actually had such great skills, earning so much money in just a few days. Carpentry, pottery, salt-making, threshing machines, and even sickles. He managed to turn the broken Jiang family into the wealthiest household in the village. Some people had mocked old Jiang for spending money on building houses, saying it was useless and that buying a working ox was more practical. Farmers valued oxen the most. They were their most precious and useful assets. In the end, they bought a strong male ox, which meant money was no longer a problem. No wonder they spent over 10 taels of silver on the ox without hesitation. Jiang's family was rising in status, which made the villagers very jealous. Yes, it's because the summer harvest and planting are coming again. Our land is many, but few people. Without a good ox, we really can't manage, Jiang Chang'an said with a big smile, thinking it was just an ordinary matter. But the villagers were jealous again. Yes, Jiang's family was rich, because they had just reclaimed their ancestral land from the clan leader, making them even wealthier. But they earned their wealth through hard work, something others couldn't imitate. Otherwise, they'd end up like the clan leader's family, losing everything and suffering defeat. Chang'an, my family also has few people. When the time comes, remember to lend us the ox cart to use. A dark-skinned, middle-aged man stepped forward, staring at the ox with almost drooling envy. He reached out to touch it, showing obvious greed. Jiang Chang'an chuckled. Thanks for calling me foolish, but how can a fool have a family? A fool only knows how to hit people. Do you want some? After saying that, Jiang Chang'an raised his small whip and made a gesture as if to swing it at the man. There was no hiding the malicious look in Jiang Chang'an's eyes. It seemed he was used to robbing. This man was the chief supporter of the clan leader and had also taken many fields from the clan. He only didn't have land from Jiang Chang'an's family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let him stay here wasting time. He would have already dealt with him so thoroughly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. The man didn't expect Jiang Chang'an to suddenly strike. Hey, you little girl.
You.
The dark-skinned man raised his to block, and his words were dirty and rude, but he hadn't finished speaking. With a sharp, Li Shushan's shoe swung toward the man's filthy mouth, hitting precisely. The man's mouth immediately filled with blood, his face twisted and swollen. One of his teeth was even loose.
Ugh.
The man struggled to speak clearly. Then, he saw Li Shushan ready with another shoe, waiting for him to curse again so he could hit the other side of his face. The black man was so frightened, he quickly stepped back several paces, staying far away. He finally remembered that Li Shushan was brave enough to threaten even the county magistrate, so he wouldn't care about a simple village person like him. The black man could only glare angrily at Li Shushan and Jiang Chang'an, full of hatred but unable to speak out. Oh, Li Shushan, why did you take my work? Jiang Chang'an pouted, very unhappy. He directly crushed his whip into powder, making a clear show of intimidation. I'm doing this for your own good. A young lady shouldn't be too fierce. Fighting and killing are better left to me. Go. Pick up the shoes your senior brother dropped. Li Shushan spoke like he was giving orders. Jiang Chang'an rolled her eyes. Did I tell you to throw shoes? Fighting, you can throw shoes? Or use a whip or a knife, it's better. Wasting shoes isn't right. Li Shushan was stunned. I told you not to be so fierce, but you keep doing the opposite. Your rebellious nature is really bad. Don't you see how the villagers' faces turned pale, and they looked like they wanted to stay far away? Shushan, Chang'an, just take the unkind people directly to the authorities. You can't act on your own. You're scholars, you should be refined. Senior brother Shin Shirkong still thought that wasn't enough. He added another heavy. If they weren't afraid of being beaten or cut, they could just go to the officials. Those who wouldn't come out easily. The villagers quickly retreated. It was just a cow, but suddenly it became a matter of taking someone to the authorities. Who did they offend? The group finally wasn't surrounded and made their way smoothly to Jiang Tianjian's house. The three looked at each other and burst out laughing. When they were younger, people loved to scare children with strange stories, like wild animals that like to eat kids or monsters living in the mountains that adopt children. Anyway, everything seemed scary to children. If they didn't behave, something bad would happen. Today, they finally experienced the thrill of scaring adults, and it was really fun. Villagers often like to save money, but some are very greedy. When so many people gather around the big ox, it can get annoyed. If it suddenly went wild and hurt someone, what would happen? So, it's better not to get too close to danger. Curiosity can be dangerous. What's making you so happy? Did you buy a lot of iron? Jiang the blacksmith and Jiang Fingshou came out of the house after hearing the noise. They saw bags loaded onto a bullock cart, and their eyes lit up. As expected of Master Song, he bought so much iron. It took me years to gather this much myself. Jiang the blacksmith admired him a lot. Indeed, having some education helps when doing things properly. Haha, it's nothing. You all be busy. I have some other matters to attend to, Master Song said, preparing to leave. He needed to go back and organize plans to stop outside disturbances, so Jiang Chang'an and his friends could focus on building. Yes, sir.
Goodbye.
Old Shin, please see Master Song home, they said. Shin Shikong naturally walked back himself. He knew roughly how to work with iron but didn't need to be an expert, so he decided to go back and read instead. All right, we're leaving now. You all be busy, Jiang Chang'an said, and then the carriage left. Shin Shikong also went away. Only Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan remained, moving pieces of iron. Later, Jiang Chang'an arranged for the blacksmith's family to distribute and produce iron, then returned to the Jiang family. The lively activity at the Jiang house also wound down. Today, some people came to help with carpentry, earning wages, and others came to work on building kilns and firing bricks. Finally, Jiang II returned from the backyard, brushing off dust from his clothes, and saw Jiang Chang'an pulling a bullock cart into the gate.
Huh?
Chang'an, where did you get that cart? Are you bringing back goods?
Jiang II was surprised.
He didn't expect the ox to belong to their family. He thought his daughter had bought something from the county town. But the cart was empty. Dad, this ox and cart are bought for the family, Jiang Chang'an said. The main house was already being built, so why not be a bit bolder? Jiang II froze for a moment, but wasn't too surprised. It's about time we bought a cart. Linger is doing well. But he couldn't help but think the ox looked a bit disdainful. Was it just his imagination? Old man Jiang was no longer calm. He suddenly fell off the lounge chair with a thud, but this time it was gentle because he could move again. Chang'an, you bought a cow. Holding his cane, old Jiang slowly moved over. When he said this, everyone in the house came out to see what was happening, including old Jiang's eldest son, who was lying down. They all saw a tall, strong bull, feeling excited and a bit mixed about it. Hee Chang'an, can I borrow it? Your uncle has to go back and forth to the county every day. The journey is long, and his feet are blistered, and he's worn out a few pairs of shoes. It's such a waste. Of course, Jiang's third son exaggerated a lot, but he had never been so tired before. Sometimes, he couldn't catch the bullock cart, and he had to walk back from the county. Even if he earned money, his feet would get blisters. But the business couldn't stop. The kids needed to eat, and the pressure was huge. If they had a bullock cart, the work would be much easier. They could earn money and have a better life. Jiang's third son was making plans excitedly. Then you have to ask my dad, she said, not caring. The children of the Jiang family gathered around the bull and the cart, curious. They had a bullock cart now. They climbed on and off, full of curiosity. Big sister, I want to ride the cow. Jiang Rong, sitting on a broken wooden cart, was still not satisfied. He grabbed the cow's tail and tried to climb up, not even afraid. Jiang Chang'an was worried and quickly held the cow's neck. Little one, they are your friends. You need to get along well with them. The big bull's mood, which was already irritable, suddenly deflated. Human children are so annoying. Be careful, this cow is hard to control. If it doesn't listen, it might people. If that happens, we'll kill it and eat the meat. Jiang Chang'an threatened the cow again, whether it understood or not. Okay. Jiang Rong happily jumped on the cow's back. Tomorrow, I will let it graze on the best grass. Jiang's third son was about to cry. Son, didn't I tell you? Dad and Mom want to use the cow to pull carts and make money. This cow is really good. How much did it cost? It can pull the grain in the future, and the fields finally have a cow to plow the land. Old Jiang dreamed of buying a cow, and now his granddaughter had made it happen. The whole family looked forward to the future with the big bull, feeling happy and peaceful. In Jiang's backyard, there was a wood shed with a lock. The big bull's home was temporarily placed here until their house was built, because Jiang Chang'an also planned to build a garage. The cart, the kind that can carry cattle, has a drainage ditch and is very clean and convenient. In the main house's kitchen, the women of the Jiang family are still cooking. The third and second rooms share the same meal fee and have combined their 3 daily meals back at the old house. Anyway, the couple is busy buying sugar water and has no time. Mrs. Lee from the big house also brought some grain and came over with a few children to eat. Of course, they also cooked together. The whole family, except for the eldest Jiang, was excluded. But actually, no one was excluding him. He just felt ashamed himself. In the main hall, Jiang's second son was talking to Jiang the old man and Jiang Chang'an about the progress of work in the backyard. Jiang the third son listened nearby, feeling eager. Father, can you also build me a new house? It doesn't have to be big, just enough for a few children to get married in the future. I will pay for it, but I need you to help with some upfront costs. Not just a little, but quite a lot. Jiang the third son was shameless and spoke casually. Jiang the old man frowned and thought for a long time before asking, "How much do you plan to spend? When can you pay me back?" Since he was his own son as a father, he still had a soft spot. This question sounded hopeful, and Jiang the third's son got excited. Just 3 or 5 rooms, 2 stories like yours, with a proper kitchen and toilet. You count how much it costs, and I will pay you back at least 10 taels of silver each year, with a written agreement. This time, Jiang the third son behaved better. He knew that only by being serious could he get his father's support. Second son, what do you think? After all, the bricks, tiles, and wood used for building belonged to Jiang Chang'an, so he still asked for the opinion of the eldest son. I don't mind. Dad, you decide. Jiang Chang'an often helped his cousin. He was a generous boy and probably had no objections. All right, Dad, it's up to you, he said, winking at his own father. Spending some money was all the old man's love, showing their filial piety. Everyone was happy, why not? Basically, it was the power of money. Otherwise, the family wouldn't be so harmonious. Okay. Jiang the old man watched everything and was moved. His eyes misted over. Old age made him especially sensitive to feelings. Thank you, second brother. Thank you, Chang'an. Jiang the third son was happy. He was about to have a 2-story house with blue bricks and tiles. This made the people in the big house very jealous. Jiang looked on with a sad expression. His father wouldn't lower his pride to consider his children or plan for their future. Overall, the family is still happy, and the meals are better than before. Until late at night, when everyone who worked hard all day has fallen asleep, especially second brother Jiang, who sleeps so deeply he doesn't wake up because he is exhausted. At this moment, a tall figure quietly sneaks into Jiang's backyard. The empty space behind the house has no fence, so anyone can enter. Using the cover of night, this figure destroys some newly built things at Jiang's construction site, venting frustration. After releasing anger, he quietly approaches Jiang's house, heading straight for the big ox. After fiddling for a while, he finally removes the shaky door and pulls the ox's rope. But unexpectedly, he can't move it at all. The man in black, angry, kicks the ox. The animal is stubborn, just like its owner. The man in black gets angry, and the ox becomes even more agitated. Is this endless? Being ordered around during the day isn't enough, and now he's disturbing its sleep at night. Who does he think it is? Those 2 strange kids? The ox isn't afraid. The ox becomes restless, suddenly standing up. The man in black thinks the ox has surrendered and feels secretly proud. But unexpectedly, he gets bumped from behind, causing him to fall flat on the ground. Recently, old Jiang's life has been like. He thought he had escaped from a selfish, troublemaking family and joined a like-minded clan, expecting a happy life. But he didn't know that the clan leader only cared about his land and had been fooling him for years like a fool. Old Jiang almost went mad with anger. When he returned home to vent his frustration and sadness, his wife, who had always been obedient and beaten him, suddenly fought back fiercely, determined to go to with him. Old Jiang was stunned. What went wrong? Why did his life change so drastically? Now he feels invisible at home. The children ignore him, and his wife, supported by the main house, looks at him with dislike and even hits him, just like he used to do. Most importantly, Li Shi has started hitting him with real moves. He can't even beat a woman. During their fight, Li Shi was shameless, opening the door wide to hit him, and he received scorn from the other two families. The two elders even scolded him. Life like this is simply unbearable. Tonight, Li left him alone eating porridge while she took the children to the main house to enjoy good food. She completely ignored him, and no one from the main house called him over to eat. It felt as if he was just a stranger in this family. He is the real head of the household and the eldest son, but after losing the family land, he is no longer the master of the house, not even a proper person. In the Jiang family's eyes, he is just a cruel person who beats and scolds the weak, and everyone keeps their distance from him. Old Jiang was full of resentment and couldn't sleep all night. He drank more than half a pot of porridge, which made him feel bloated and still hungry. It was very uncomfortable. To make things worse, he had to run to the outhouse frequently. Just as he was thinking this, he felt the urgent need to again. He grumbled loudly as he got up, holding a candle and limping toward the backyard outhouse. When he reached the corner, he heard noises from the old firewood shed, now the cow pen. "Who's there?" he shouted loudly. Of course, there was no response. Could it be thieves stealing the cows? Old Jiang was anxious and hurried over to check. Their family had just bought a big, shiny, tall, and strong ox with bright eyes that looked very powerful, worth about 10 silver coins. Although this cow was a second-hand one, it was still theirs to use. When pulled out, everyone would praise its strength and majesty. He hadn't even properly looked at the cow, and now someone had stolen it? Old Jiang took a few steps forward and saw that the door was pried open. There was a mess of manure, and it was Jiang Lao Lu. It was actually Jiang Lao Lu, a relative he usually called brother. But he was also a partner of the clan leader and was involved in stealing his land. During the land dispute, Jiang Lao Lu was the one who beat him the most. "Good. You stealing my land wasn't enough. Now you come to steal the cow? I'll beat you to death." All his misfortunes were caused by people like Jiang Lao Lu. He couldn't fight the whole gang, but he thought he could handle Jiang Lao Lu alone. It was time for revenge. Jiang Lao put the candle on the wall and grabbed a stick to hit Jiang Lao Lu. Jiang Lao Lu also knew that Jiang Lao would show up at this moment. He hadn't stolen the cow yet. The cow had pushed him over and even ate some cow dung, which made him furious. When he saw Jiang Lao, a useless fellow, appear, he couldn't hold back. He decided to kill him to prevent others from finding out. The dirt and the goods would be trouble. The Jiang family was now very fierce, as shown by the explosion at the clan leader's house. In an instant, the two started fighting back and forth. Jiang Chang'an was not actually asleep. She was practicing the internal energy technique taught by Li Shushan. She had studied for a long time but couldn't enter the practice. Li Shushan said it could only be understood through personal insight. This kind of thing without scientific basis, relying only on meditation, is really inefficient. But Jiang Chang'an was very eager to learn this light skill that allows flying and wall climbing, so she wouldn't give up easily. She dedicated herself fully to this study, naturally not activating her system to scan her surroundings. Besides, it was late at night and couples often have private moments, so she didn't want to invade their privacy. As night deepened, Jiang Chang'an's research came to a pause. She figured everyone must be asleep by now, so she habitually opened her certificate system to scan the area and check some details. Then she discovered two people fighting fiercely in the cow shed. One was Jiang Lao, and the other was a man in black, another member of the Jiang family, the one who asked to borrow her family's cow earlier that evening. "What's going on?" Jiang Chang'an jumped up, put on her clothes, and hurried toward the backyard, not intending to disturb others. "What's going on?" A curious voice sounded behind the two men, rolling and overlapping. If not for their mouths bleeding and fingers torn, Jiang Chang'an would have thought they were in a loving embrace. Chang'an, quickly call your father. This kid is trying to steal our cow. Jiang Laoda exclaimed happily. He had already fallen behind, especially since he was injured. Just as he was about to admit defeat and call for help, Jiang Chang'an appeared, truly a blessing from heaven. Was he originally after the head cow? Greedy people really have big courage. Is it so easy to steal a cow? Such a large animal. If tracked properly, the culprit could definitely be found. What was Jiang Lao Lu thinking? Without Jiang Zhuzhang's sharp mind, even the method of committing the crime seemed so crude. Seeing Jiang Chang'an, Jiang Laoda was happy, but Jiang Lao Lu was terrified. If the police came, he would definitely be taken away. Cows are worth much more than people. There was a thief who once stole a cow and was beheaded by Magistrate Chen himself. Jiang Lao Lu was scared inside, but he hardened his heart. He grabbed a wooden stick and was about to hit Jiang Laoda on the head. Jiang Laoda was momentarily relaxed, only to see a thick stick swinging toward his head. His mind went blank, and he forgot to dodge. Jiang Chang'an was shocked. What courage! This thief actually wanted to kill and silence him? Quick-witted, she casually grabbed a broken piece of wood and threw it at Jiang Lao Lu's hand holding the stick. But in reality, she threw an invisible dagger from her system.
Ah!
The flying carving tool was quickly inserted into Jiang Lao's palm, causing him pain. His hand dropped the wooden stick onto Jiang Laoda's head, but at least it lessened the force. Jiang Laoda narrowly avoided injury. The wooden branches almost pierced Jiang Lao's hand completely. Jiang Chang'an walked over quickly and precisely dislocated Jiang Lao's limbs. Of course, only out of joint.
Ah!
Jiang Laolu shouted in pain, but it didn't end there. Jiang Chang'an grabbed his pierced hand and viciously twisted the inserted branches, destroying the wound's shape. Jiang Chang'an appeared cold and emotionless, making Jiang Laoda tremble. Could it be that his niece was possessed? Fortunately, he had never provoked this girl before. Otherwise, she might have been beaten like the third brother and Jiang Laolu. Jiang Chang'an didn't do it on purpose. Really, who told him to steal cattle and then threaten to cause a fatal accident? She could only strike first. If she wasn't cruel, what if others found out she could produce a knife? Would she be burned as a monster? Why are you shouting in the middle of the night? Jiang Chang'an added a slap, knocking him out instantly. Jiang Laolu was first dismembered by Jiang Chang'an with cracking sounds, almost like breaking bones in the quiet night, making Jiang Laoda shiver all over. Then he was knocked out with a slap. His brutal and rough behavior was very unchildlike. At this moment, Jiang Chang'an really envied Li Shushan's skills. With ease, he could make someone suffer terribly, appearing very elegant and mysterious. Inner strength and acupoint pressing had always been Jiang Chang'an's dreams, but after 10 or 8 years of learning, she wasn't sure if she could ever achieve it. She sighed regretfully. Jiang Laoda's body involuntarily trembled again. It was like a beast just been released from its cage. Killing Jiang Laolu wasn't enough. Did he have to deal with him too? He was the eldest uncle. Chang'an, the eldest uncle, only managed to stop the cattle thief after a lot of effort. He may not have credit, but he has worked hard. I will go find your grandfather and bring him here to take the person to the village chief. Why was he just staring at him so calmly? It was frightening. How did the second brother raise such a child? Or perhaps, what kind of background did Yao have to produce such a monster? No need. We'll handle it ourselves. Robbery in the house could indeed be punished. The key was that besides Jiang Laoda being injured, there didn't seem to be any other damage. With such authority, Jiang Laolu probably wouldn't be heavily punished. It's better to do it myself. The Jiang family's method is just self-defense, although a bit excessive. Jiang Chang'an grabbed old 6-foot and directly dragged him out of the woodpile. Big brother Jiang was surprised. Was he going to bury or eat him? In the middle of the night, it's normal for a monster to eat people, right? Holding a candle, big brother Jiang limped behind Jiang Chang'an, feeling uneasy when he heard the rubbing sounds behind old Six against the land. Jiang Chang'an didn't hurt him much. He just took off old Six's clothes, leaving only his underwear, then used his clothes and belt to make a rope, hanging him upside down on the crooked neck tree near the Jiang house, waiting for him to dry out. "Uncle, are your injuries okay?" After dealing with old Six, Jiang Chang'an casually asked about big brother Jiang. Has he finally realized the truth? Is he no longer trying to get along with the family? When big brother Jiang fought old Six, maybe to stop him from stealing cattle, he actually helped. Otherwise, Jiang might have had to chase after the cattle and people far away, or the big ox might have fought with old Six, making things more complicated. In any case, if big brother Jiang turns over a new leaf, it would be good for the main family and old Master Jiang. But Jiang Chang'an's concern made big brother Jiang step back in fear. From her tone, it sounds like she's finished with old Six and is about to deal with him next.
I'm fine.
I'm going back to sleep.
He's fine.
You can't let him get hurt, or it will expose everything, right? Big brother Jiang hurriedly headed home, no longer curious about old Six's fate. Since he's hanging on the tree, there's no good outcome. Not only is revenge not achieved, but it also feels pretty satisfying. Jiang Chang'an was frustrated. She said her image would be ruined. She's supposed to be an elegant, knowledgeable person, but now she's just a violent fanatic. The next morning, before dawn, Jiang Third and Mrs. Jiang got up early. They didn't even bother breakfast and rushed to Baisher Mountain. When they reached the crooked neck tree, they suddenly saw a pale, fleshy figure. No, it looked like a yellowish, cured meat-like person hanging there.
Ah!
Mrs. Jiang screamed in shock, startling a flock of birds.
Ah!
Someone hanged themselves. A ghost. Jiang Third also shouted in fear, clutching Mrs. Jiang tightly, trembling. Oh no! Another grave on Baisher Mountain. Does this mean he can't do business anymore?
Ah!
Originally, Jiang thought he was just seeing something unpleasant that hurt his eyes, and he didn't expect anyone to hang themselves. When old Third Jiang's sharp voice made him nervous, he suddenly got scared and started crying. Is there a ghost? In broad daylight.
Oh.
Right. Where would a ghost come from in the daytime? Jiang stuck his head out and looked at the tree, quickly realizing that it wasn't someone hanging themselves. Idiot. It's not someone hanging. It's clearly someone being hung up. Maybe he's not dead yet. If he's not dead, how could it be a ghost? Jiang pushed his timid husband aside.
Huh?
Jiang's words sparked old Third Jiang's curiosity. Hung up? Who could it be? What kind of hatred could cause such a tragic scene? Old Third Jiang peeked cautiously from behind Jiang, looking at the tree.
Hey?
Isn't that old Six Jiang? His face was pale, but his chest still rose and fell. He wasn't dead yet. Their shouting and shouting alarmed half the village. The fear and sharpness in their voices made everyone curious, and they all ran over to look. Some even held their bowls of rice. What happened, old Third Jiang? Who hung themselves?
Who died?
Has something happened to the Jiang family again? Old Third Jiang mumbled and gestured for them to look at the tree. Then everyone saw the person hanging and swinging on the crooked neck tree. Oh my goodness! Old Sixth Jiang? Old Sixth Jiang was awakened by the noisy voices below. His eyes were blurry, and he felt his head was very heavy. Then came the pain in his limbs. Scenes from last night flashed through his mind. Jiang Chang'an? The name made old Sixth Jiang suddenly terrified. Only now did he understand that the girl had really used a knife to cut someone. A living person. She must have dared to slaughter like a pig, just like she broke her own limbs, like chopping firewood. So, she even hung herself on the tree for a whole night. Let me down. Old Sixth Jiang weakly begged. Everyone saw that if they didn't get him down soon, he would really dry out in the wind. It would be bad if someone died. Dying outside would turn their mountain village into a dangerous place. Who would dare to marry a girl into such a family? Some people close to old Sixth Jiang, including his family, hurriedly worked together and took a long time to get him down from the tree. In the process, old Sixth Jiang screamed loudly from the pain, his voice hoarse because his limbs were broken. Sixth, what happened?
Who did this to you?
Is it the Jiang family? The sixth son of the Jiang family was crying tears of pain and feeling heartbroken. He immediately pointed to the Jiang family, clearly knowing what old Six Jiang had done. But she thought old Six Jiang had stolen a cow and had already taken it away to sell somewhere else. She had woken up early and pretended to scold old Six Jiang, acting as if she was still asleep and hadn't gotten up. Unexpectedly, old Six Jiang had been beaten until his face was swollen and his limbs were stiff, unable to move. He had been hanging all night, his face purple and blue, looking as miserable as a ghost. Old Six Jiang struggled to shake his head. "No, mother, I want to go home. Far away from the Jiang family. Old Six Jiang, who hung you up. Tell me, let the village chief decide for you." "It's true, I was hung all night, almost lost my life." "Come on, if he had stayed at home peacefully, who would have gone to such trouble to bring him here and hang him on a tree? Could it be that he did something really bad that angered everyone?" Third brother Jiang casually added insult to injury because he didn't get along well with old Six Jiang. In the past, he had bullied him a lot just to please the eldest brother. He had been doing that since they were young, and his brotherly feelings for the eldest brother were just fake. Oh, no, they were all pretending. To cheat the big family's inheritance, everyone knew the eldest was the firstborn and would get the most land. That's why he tried to flatter him. Completely rotten. Little brother Jiang was always bad, and there was nothing worth sympathizing with about him. Most villagers thought the same way, so they wondered if it was the eldest brother Jiang who was behind this. Because during the last fight over the land, he had beaten Jiang the eldest so badly that he was almost dead. But Jiang the eldest alone couldn't have done this, so it must have been the Jiang family. Maybe even Jiang Chang'an himself. Thinking this, the villagers sighed. It seemed the Jiang family was not to be messed with in the future. Just looking at the Jiang clan leader's house, they almost lost everything in one night. As for old Six Jiang, his life was almost lost here. Of course, neither old Six Jiang nor the clan leader was a good person, so the villagers didn't want to interfere much. They just remembered not to provoke the Jiang family in the future, especially since the Jiang family was involved in many businesses, which brought convenience and benefits to their village. This idea was secretly spread and encouraged by the village chief. Old Six Jiang was hurriedly taken away. The doctor was called to examine him, and they were relieved that his limbs weren't broken, just dislocated. His other injuries weren't life-threatening, but he would need a long time to recover. Finally, life gradually returned to normal because everyone was afraid of the Jiang family and didn't dare cause trouble. Many people also focused on farming and production. For example, the distant county magistrate Chen and the nearby blacksmith Jiang. Even the strangers who went up the mountain to look for things haven't come back. Finally, life returned peacefully as the summer harvest arrived.